All right, good morning out at Racer H2O. We're excited to have you join us. We're here at Firebird Lake at Wild Horse Pass Motorsports Park for the SDBA 2022 Drag Boat Nationals, and we are excited to have you guys on board. We're excited to have Racer H2O partnered up with us and live streaming this event for us and getting that out to everybody that could not be here. If you're in the Valley of the Sun, though, and you could be here, I really suggest you just get in the car and drive, because you 100% are going to wish you had been here for what might very well possibly be, Johnny Moto, the very last drag boat race ever at Firebird Lake.
Yes, Mike Starr. You know, there's so many memories here at this lake. They actually started racing here in about the late 70s. The National Drag Boat Association kicked things off, and then, of course, the International Hot Boat Association was started with Charlie Allen, and they raced here for so many years. My first race out here was in 1984, having an opportunity to announce, and I know you're looking over at me and saying, wow, you are really old. But no, there's so much tradition, and this is the big race. I mean, it's not like there's points championships up for grabs this weekend.
Right.
We've got people here from every racing organization, it seems like, in the U.S., the Kentucky Drag Boat Association, the CDBA, the ADBA, the Kentucky. I mean, it's like, if you want to win a big race, this is the one you got to be at. And this, as you mentioned, could possibly be the last race ever at Firebird Lake.
That's exactly right. And my history doesn't go back as far. I think my first experience here was in 2008 for the World Finals. But, man, you know, just what an iconic venue, and, you know, the history. We were talking about this the other day, how many, we were specifically, Darrell Ehrlich was on the line, and we were talking about, you know, that guy's been racing for a really long time. He's raced in multiple classes. We were trying to decide how many passes we think he's made over the years on this particular water. We talked about how many props are in the bottom of this lake, how many blower belts are in the bottom of this lake. It's just absolutely mind-boggling when you think of the number of boats and passes and some of the just huge names in racing that have had some sort of a presence on this water during its history.
Boy, I'll tell you, the premier racetrack in all of drag boat racing. We know we have that venue down in Wheatland, Missouri, put together by the Lucas Oil team. But, boy, I'll tell you what, it's such a shame to maybe see this place go, but it will be such an honor for someone to say, I won Modified Eliminator, I won Pro Modified, I won Pro Outlaw at the SDBA Drag Boat Nationals 2022. And, you know, we got to give a big shout out. David Carroll brought this back.
Yes,
and,
sir.
The Southern Drag Boat Association, and he had a vision. And I'll tell you what, he's done a lot of work to put this together, and we really want to give him a shout out with the SDBA.
For sure, it's been a ton of work. I know that for sure. I've been sort of hanging around and getting that information as we move through the year, and my goodness, yeah, it's been a lot of work getting this thing going, and, you know, moving all the equipment for the race course and everything all the way over from Central Texas. And, you know, I don't know if you've ever driven across the state of Texas, but my goodness, that's a hike. And and then they had to come all the way across New Mexico and halfway across Arizona too. So it's been a huge adventure for that to happen. And thank you very much for David Carroll for pulling that off and making it happen. Let me ask you a quick question. And we're loading boats on the ramp, so we're going to need to get moving pretty soon. But in your mind, because you've been out here a long time, you've been doing this for a while, and you've been an iconic part of this race course. I mean, when people talking about, you know, who was announcing where, whatever, Johnny Moto's name comes up a ton. What would be your most memorable race at this course? Do you have one?
You know, that's the really cool thing about this. I was thinking about that this morning when I was laying in bed, you know, and there is so many memories that these racers have given me. And you know what, Mike, I am honored, and I'm sure you feel the same way. Somebody had said to me, you know, it's like, boy, you got such a great opportunity, and it's true. We have such a great opportunity to watch such great racers, and we got a good view, and we've got an opportunity to talk about them, because without them, where would we
here at all?
be?
Yeah, exactly.
So, do I remember the Silver Bullet boat? when it was up higher than the telephone poles at the end of the racetrack? Do I remember Eddie Hill when he went through here at 229 miles an hour in an open boat? Do I remember? Yes, I have all those memories.
Right.
But you know what's going to happen this weekend? We're going to create new memories for new competitors, and they're going to be so big in their minds. And to have that honor of winning this race, boy, I'll tell you, the excitement level is tremendous.
Excitement mounting, Robert Reed. We, we created an iconic moment yesterday when we had Marty Logan and Kevin Kinsley paired up together, top alcohol flat, top alcohol hydro. It was an absolutely epic moment and probably one that I will remember for the rest of my life. So thank you very much for the time, Johnny Moto. I know you're going to be here with me all day long, and I really, really appreciate the help and your insight and your wisdom. And it's going to be a whole lot of fun. All you folks out there at Racer H2O, thanks for joining us. We're glad you're here. We're going to shut this down for a minute and take care of some business because we got boats getting ready to be on the line, and we need to get some other stuff taken care of first. All right, here we go. Our first pair of the day is in the lanes and ready to go in the IGTG left lane. We're going to as soon as I announce these boats. Now, IGTG left lane, boat number 40 is the Meatball, John Murray in the Hot Water 6 machine out of Kingsland, Texas. They call the boat Hot Water 6. Sponsored by LBJ Partners Realty and Marshall Marine. And in the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 77A is Sean Mardrosian. Fork and Hostel, the name of the boat. Sponsored by Pig the Pitbull Designs, Precision Home Services. He's dialed in at a 9 flat. The Meatball's dialed in at a 9 flat. First run.
Clean, green, both machines. Wow. Boy, I'll tell you what, if you look up on the scoreboard out on the island, what you see does not reflect what really happened. A 928 beats a quicker 909. John Murray, Hot Water 6, got off the line better. He had 3/10 advantage, so he backed out of it at the top end, mile an hour only at 78. A 909.7, 82 in a mile an hour. Sean Mardrosian, the Fork and Hostel, he is out of here round one.
Modified eliminator ready for your boats at the end ramp, please. Modified eliminator ready for you at the end ramp. Quick eliminator. Need to start warming up. Pro Outlaw, stand by. All right, here we go. We're going to take care of this other business now because it is probably the most important business we're going to do all day today. Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting ready to start our racing program. Actually, we already started it, but we're going to pause it for just like a second here, and we're going to take care of this. We're going to start our day with an invocation, and I got Pastor Mike here ready to get that taken care of for us.
Let us pray. Father, we thank you for another beautiful day here in Chandler, Arizona, Wild Horse Pass, Firebird Lake. Father, we thank you for the history and the memories that are here on this property, Lord, and we thank you for Wild Horse Pass and the SDBA and all they've done to make this possible. Father, we thank you for our vendors, our support staffs, our racers, our crew, and every spectator that's gathered here today to be a part of this event. Lord, we ask that you watch over them and keep them safe too. and pour your blessing and favor out on us. Lord, we're able to do this because we live in a country that's free. That's because of our military. Wherever they may be today, Lord, you watch over them and keep them safe, as well as our first responders. Now it's time to go drag boat racing, Father, and I have those 3 requests. Lord, we are looking for that loud day. Lord, we are looking for that fast day. But above all, Father, we're looking for that safe day. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Brother Mike. I really appreciate you. Now I'm going to turn the mic over to Miss Jordan Cox. She's going to handle some very important business for us. If you would, please stand. Remove those covers. Find yourself a flag somewhere, and let's honor our country and the flag with the greatest song that's ever been written, our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched, we're so gallantly streaming in the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Woo! Thank you very much, Jordan Cox. I appreciate you. Thank you, Brother Mike. Be safe over there, okay? It is race time, and here we go. We've already run 1 pair. We got a whole bunch of them to get through, and we're going to get that done right. Your next pair in the IGTG left lane, boat number 777N, is Scott Dozel. Calls the boat Thunderstruck. Sponsored by Greg and Melody Johnson, Rogue Shop Racing, Auto Image, AZ Hot Boats, Civil Works Contracting, Solar Fix of Arizona. And in the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 056N is Chris Vaccaro. Calls the boat Colton, came in as the number 11 qualifier. Sponsored by Klein Racing Engines, No Decal Solutions, and Rocksteady Transport.
He was keeping an eye on the Carlton boat, Christopher Vaccaro, going down the racetrack. How about Vaccaro? Looking to run 9 seconds even, runs a 9:019, and he's out of here round 1. A 970 on a 60 dial. Scott Dozel had a big advantage, 2/10 on the leave, and he made him pay at the top end. Congratulations, Scott Dozel.
Such a tough group of competitors here this weekend, Johnny Moto. Excuse me, we've got, we were talking about this yesterday, just as an example, in the quick eliminator class, you don't get to a 6.1 on that 6-second index until you get to the number 13 boat. The top 12 are all in the 6.0 range. And it's like that in almost every single class. That's just the one that comes to mind, but my goodness. What an amazing group of competitors we've got here this weekend, and we are going to put on a show for you. Your next pair in the IGTG left lane, boat number 0647 is Garrick Snyder. Calls the boat Young Gun, dialed in at a 9 flat, comes in as your number 5 qualifier. Sponsored by Rio Medina Truck and Auto, Rio Fab and Weld, Lilly Construction, Custom Powder Coating, 4-Way Bar, Long's Machine, Jeff Gibson Insurance, Guild Mortgage, Reagan and Angie Everett, Rowdy Tees, R&S Construction, Trinity Racing Ministries, Twisted Tags and Embroidery, Illuma Lighting. And in the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 0607 is Kaylin Funk. Calls the boat Funk Racing, dialed in at 1055.
And the win young gun, Carl Snyder. So Carl Snyder taking care of business there. Carl Snyder looking to run 9 seconds even, runs a 9:47 at 70 at a mile an hour. The Funk Racing, Kaylin Funk, was looking for a 10:55. How about running dead on 5? But she spotted him way too much on a leave and a little late on that reaction time, so it cost her this first round win in the stock eliminator category.
Yeah, if you're on the wrong side of that decimal point, she was a 1.07. I don't think there's any chance you're winning a race, especially not with the competition we've got here this weekend. Tough luck for Kaylin Funk, and we'll be praying for her as she begins her fight with cancer, but I'm glad she was able to come out here and make this pass.
Garrick Snyder with that round win is going to square off against John Murray in the Hot Water 6. So first matchup, round number 2, just that stage being set right now.
Those guys have seen each other a time or two already this season. All right, here's your next pair in the IGTG left lane. Boat number 555 is Randy Barron. He's driving the Soderly Tober machine for Steve Walls, sponsored by Steve Walls, RGR Enterprises, and Rick Barnes, and he's dialed in at a 9 flat. Comes in your number 2 qualifier. In the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 111 is David Beers. They call that boat Grounds for Divorce. He's dialed in at a 9.9 as the number 17 qualifier. Sponsored by the Beers at Desert North Realty, Saboteur Racing, Foots in It Racing, and On Tap Exterminating.
Grounds for Divorce, David Beers. Well, I'll tell you what, big advantage on the leave, and he carried it down the racetrack. David Beers looking to run a 990. He slows to a 10:57, but he knew he had a big advantage, so he capitalized on it. The left lane, 9:53 and a 9-second dial, the Soderly Tober, Randy Barron. But again, he had trouble getting off the line. Grounds for Divorce, Beers is the winner in this round 1 of our stock eliminator.
So many times in drag racing in general and in drag boat racing, the win is decided right there at the start line. So many times. I would say, 90% of the time, it's all about reaction time and making sure you can get off the line in a timely manner.
And you know, Mike, that's one of the cool things. You know, you get an opportunity to watch that finish line, and you can see the drivers keep an eye on each other in these open boats, and they don't want to take too much stripe. You don't want to beat yourself.
Right, absolutely, yeah. Otherwise, you push too hard and break out on the other end, especially these dial-in classes. All right, here's your next pair in the IGTG left lane. Boat number 311 is Bloodshot. That's Kevin Hotchkiss. Sponsored by Arizona Historic Masonry, Angry River Barbecue, Level 10 Audio, Jet Performance Marine, TNR Powder Coating, Adams Concrete Cutting, Greg's Garage in Greer, Arizona, Martin Superchargers, AZ New Horizon Realty. And in the WCR Construction right-hand lane, boat number 151S is Jason Lister. Calls the boat Bad Decisions. Sponsored by Nelson Speed and Marine, Mom, Dad, the Alt family, and the Almost Normal Race team. Jason Lister, your number 15 qualifier. Kevin Hotchkiss landed the number 4 spot.
How about Kevin Hotchkiss? I don't know if he's seen the wind light on and figured he'd run it out the back door because he broke out, but it went red. Bad Decisions. Jason Lister went red in the right lane by almost a quarter of a second. So the Bloodshot, Kevin Hotchkiss, gets this round win. Bad Decisions runs at 1095 and a 70 dial, 72 on a mile an hour, but again went red. Hotchkiss, Julie jumps for joy. And as you mentioned, Mike, 18 competitors vying for the trophy in the stock eliminator category. And, boy, I'll tell you what, that's a tough one, man. They got to win 5 times.
Absolutely.
5 times.
It's going to take a lot of work, a lot of fuel, a lot of blood and sweat. Let's make this happen. Here's your next pair in the IGTG left lane, boat number 1967, which was a very good year, by the way. Going to be Mr. Keith Funk. Calls that boat Rat Rod, your number 9 qualifier with a 9.1 for a dial in. In the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 327, Rob Anderson. Calls the boat Family Tradition, dialed in at a 1075. 29 years dirt and asphalt circle track racing. Time to race on the water, he says. Sponsored by Acme Hardware. Thanks to Wayne Perkins for his help.
I'm telling you, you could see Keith Funk in the left lane shaking his head with his rat rod machine. He was like, whoa, what's happening? Family Tradition, Rob Anderson. Man, something went wrong there. He didn't leave at the right bulb, the right number, I should say.
And you could see him. He knew it. He tried to stutter step a little bit to see if maybe he could slow down enough to get the green, but the damage was done, and he turned it red by almost a half second, and the decision was made right there.
Yeah, Family Tradition, Rob Anderson at a .497. That's almost like 2 numbers too quick hitting that starting line. But Keith Funk, he knows now that he's going to square off against David Beers, the grounds for divorce, in round number 2 of our stock eliminator.
Just got a message from Emily over at the SDBA merchandise trailer, and let me get back to it. I lost it. I'll tell you about it in a minute. No, here we go. She has discounted event shirts from previous SDBA races, only for $20. So if you didn't get one of the ones from today and you want one, $20. She also has posters from last night's Top Fuel, Top Alcohol Hydro matchup for $10. Here's your next pair in the IGTG left lane. Boat number 064 is Bruno Knopf. Calls the boat Checkered Pass, sponsored by Snyder Motorsports. Special thanks to Gary Snow at Performance Marine and his wife Courtney. And in the WCR right-hand lane, going to be boat number 707, Natasha Cruz. Calls the boat Cracker Jack, sponsored by Hand Motorsports. Carter Rig Service, Eagle Motorsports, Jimmy and Priscilla Kemp. She's dialed in at a 9.
Man, I'm telling you, Checkered Pass, Bruno Knopf, he's got this baby working. He was looking to run a 960, qualified number 1, running a 960 with an 8, gets this round win with a 963 at 78 on the mile an hour. Crackerjack, number 18 qualifier, was looking to run a 944, and she loses with a 10:01. She was behind on the leave, and your number 1 qualifier going to the second round.
Modified Eliminator, your boat should be at the in-ramp already. Modified Eliminator, you guys should be at the in-ramp. Quick Eliminator should be warmed up, ready to go. Pro Outlaw, you guys should be ready to go. Maybe a little heat in the motor wouldn't hurt anything. We'll be calling you guys to warm up shortly. Next up in the IGTG left lane, boat number 187AZ is Randy Melvin. Calls the boat Heart Attack. Sponsored by Melvin and Sons Builders and A&M Graphic Wraps. He's your number 3 qualifier, and he's dialed in at a 9 flat. In the WCR Construction right-hand lane, Nick Van Villay calls the boat She's a Squirter. Comes in number 16 and dialed in at 11.5.
She's a squirter, Nick Van Villay. He was a little off the number he was looking for, but hey, heart attack, Randy Melvin, he's taking care of business. He backed out of the throttle, got the win, ran a 980, 64.93. No heart attack there for the Randy Melvin machine with that win over Nick Van Villay.
And would you believe we have one last pair of stock eliminators, and we are done with first round for stock eliminator, and we'll be moving to modified eliminator. 18 boats in this class, and that's not the biggest one we have.
What does this boat look like in the left lane?
That looks like a boat, is what that looks like. It looks like a nice silver race boat.
Beautiful silver race boat.
She scolded me hard last night when I said that. And I didn't
You
mean
wanted to meet her, and you told me that. You
100%
said,
didn't mean
Yeah.
anything bad by it.
no,
It
you
was
said,
just-
what can I say that I could get to meet her quickly? Reminds me of a story about Kenny Bernstein. I'll have to tell you about that later.
Okay.
He was a top fuel and funny car driver.
Okay. And here comes our next pair in the IGTG left lane. Boat number 590K is William Wilson. Calls the boat repeat offender, dialed in at a 905. Sponsored by Landers Chevrolet Cadillac of Joplin, Midwest Tool Incorporated in Joplin, Hardy Cole Dump Truck Service, Danny and Christy Morales. In the WCR Construction right-hand lane, boat number 007 is Bailey Schmidt. Calls the boat. We are ready for your boats at the end ramp. Pro Outlaw, start warming them up. Get ready. Pro Mod, stand by.
William Wilson gets that round win. William Wilson was looking to run a 905, runs a 912, 89 in the mile an hour. Bailey Schmidt in her Silver Bullet, she runs through with an 1127, 68 on the mile an hour. She's out of here in round one.
Quick Eliminator, need your boats at the end ramp, please. Quick Eliminator, need your boats at the end ramp. Pro Outlaw, start warming them up. Pro Mod, stand by. And we are moving into Modified Eliminator at the 2022 SDBA Drag Boat Nationals. 8 seconds now is the index. Ray Beth Fox, can you please? Ray Beth Fox, can you come up to the timing tower, please? So modified eliminator, 21 boats in the field. 21 boats. There will be 5 rounds for these guys. So the winner will have had to have won 5 races and get to the end without losing one. That is not a small feat. So 21 boats in the field. They are going to be running on an 8-second index. The first of our indexed classes to run today. And it is a field that includes names like Carrie Alt, Tanya and Tara Scribner, Grant Snyder, Rudy Romero, Mike Ledford, Jesse James Jr. My goodness, it is a packed field. And it is going to take some work to get through this thing. You're going to have to be on your game. You're going to have to be solid today. Your boat's going to have to be solid. There are some challenges ahead for some of these drivers. Unfortunately, some of them will be going home in the first round. We're going to cut this field in half.
You know, it's one thing about drag racing, you know, two come up, one's going home.
Yep, every single time. And for some of these folks, it's a long trip home wondering what the heck they did wrong.
Hey,
or knowing what they did wrong and kicking themselves for it the whole way home.
Hey, David Carroll, a couple guys that came up said, are you going to have buybacks?
With a 150 boat field, I don't think so.
No buybacks. We even got Tanya's attention there.
I think the staff already said no. I don't think David even has a chance.
I feel like Mrs. Dove, have no fear, help is on the way, dear.
All right, here comes our first pair. A couple of young ladies up there going to make a go at it in the IGTG left lane. Tanya Scribner, boat number 252. They call the boat Wicked TNT. She comes in as the number 11 qualifier, sponsored by Mr. T-Shirt, Lou Larson, Connolly Marine, Mom, Dad, and Max. And in the WCR Construction right-hand lane, boat number 239K, Peyton Ewell. All the way down from the KDBA, they call that boat You'll Be Sorry. Big thank you to Robert and Roger Lees, my dad and stepmom, and the whole Wildfire team. Thank you to Debbie Lees for keeping us all fed. She comes in as the number 12 qualifier. 8 seconds is the index. Peyton driving for Robert Lees.
Clean, green, both machines, and Wicked TNT will be sorry. Peyton Ewell, big advantage on the leave. 0.25 reaction time. Looking to run 8-second index here in this modified category and runs an 8.12 for the win. 98 on the mile an hour. And it was the Wicked TNT, Tanya Scribner, didn't have that bad a leave, but could not make it up at the other end of the racetrack, running through with an 8.29 at 93 on the mile an hour.
Just didn't look like she had enough to get there.
Yeah, winner gets the gunslinger, Jesse James, your number one qualifier, round 2.
Quite possibly the last run Tanya will make in Modified Eliminator. They tell me over the off-season they're going to change that boat around and run back in Pro Comp Flat next season. So that'll be interesting to see. Here comes your next pair in the IGTG left lane, boat number 941K. Another one of our KDBA racers out here with us this weekend. That is Bill Miles. Calls the boat Crazy Cracker. That little outboard can flat fly too. It's been a fun deal to watch that this weekend. Sponsored by Jim and Judy Miles, St. Charles Boat and Motor, Anton's Heating and Cooling, Salzman Farms, and Haas Props. And in the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 722 is Hope Helm. Driving for Kevin Helm and the Liquid Assets Machine, sponsored by Todd Schwartz, Circle B Electric, Performance HVAC, JD Henderson, and Superior Fiberglass. Hope Helm comes in as the number 17 qualifier with an 8.28 and 6. Bill Miles comes in as the number 6 qualifier with an 8.02 and 6.
Right, left lane went red, 004 red, just missed it by a touch. Bill Miles, Crazy Cracker, out of here. How about that young lady in the right lane, Liquid Assets? Hope Helm gets the win. So Hope was looking to run that 8-second number in this category, runs an 8:35 with a 5 at 95 on the mile an hour. Missed it by that much, did Bill Miles. 004 red.
That is a long drive home knowing that you beat yourself. In the IGTG left lane, boat number 345 is Jeremy Alexander. Calls the boat Blue Bayou, number 4 qualifier. In the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 080 is Matt Rogers. That boat's a Cole powered by Chevrolet, sponsored by Rogers Construction and Management Group and the Rogers Family Circus. Thanks to his wife Sarah, Paul, Anthony, Tyler, and Luke for their help. Matt Rogers coming in as the number 19 qualifier.
How about left lane? 811. 811 for Blue Bayou. Jeremy Alexander for the win. 93 and a mile an hour. The ringleader, Matt Rogers, actually had a better reaction time but missed it at the top end. Was looking to run 8 seconds. Runs 8:47 at 97 on the mile an hour. So Blue Bayou, Jeremy Alexander for the win.
Here's your next pair. Here's your next pair in the IGTG left lane. Boat number 225, Tara Scribner. That boat's a DeMarco powered by a big block Chevrolet, and she calls it Wicked Pickle. Comes in as your number 3 qualifier, sponsored by Mr. T-Shirts, Mom, Dad, Scott's Custom Paint. In the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 501 is Cole Thurston, driving for Jeff Martin. Sponsored by Magnum Boats, CP Carrillo, Westerfield Motorsports, Wayne Metler, C&J Engineering. Special thanks to the crew chief, Mason Thurston, Jeff Martin, Mike, Steve-O, Steve Little, Stevie, Little Tom, Cliff, Kurt, Jana, and Reese. Thank you to Firebird Raceway for the years of fun and running in loving memory of Tom Thurston. Cole Thurston comes in as your number 20 qualifier out of a field of 21. Hopefully they made some changes. Best run he could get this weekend was an 8:47, and that is not going to do it today. So Cole Thurston goes red by 7 thou, and the damage is done. Tara Scribner going to be your winner in the left lane, and she will move into the next round. She ran an 8:08 with a 6 on a 7/10 of a second reaction time for a 97 mile an hour pass. And she will earn herself a bye run into round 3. So a huge win for Tara Scribner. Here comes a pair I've been watching for right here in the IGTG left lane. Boat number 612 is Carrie Alt. Calls the boat Mama's Midlife Crisis. Comes in as your number 9 qualifier with a Hail Mary at the very end of qualifying. Sponsored by Don's Hot Rod Shop in Tucson, Carl Snyder at Mile High Vapors, and special thanks to the boys, Jeff, Jacob, and Brian, and I know they've been working hard. In the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 622 is Emily Urshan. Rack Rumbler, the name of the boat. 8198 for the number 14 qualifying spot. Sponsored by East Valley Performance Machines, Scorpion Boats, Flatiron Electric, NPB Racing, Steel Racing, AZ Lending Experts, and Jet Boat Garage. Winner moves to the next round. Losers go home. Here we go. And Carrie Alt is going to get the win in the left lane. Couple of amazing starts. 017 for Carrie, 042 for Emily. But then there just wasn't enough at the other end. Emily ran an 8:23 and 4 for a 97-mile-an-hour pass, but Carrie Alt laid down an 8:14 and 1 at 103, and that was good enough to get through that finish line first. Carrie Alt will be moving to the next round. I talked to Emily just a little bit this morning, and I actually got a chance to talk to Carrie last evening, but both of them were like, man, I really wish we didn't get this run in the first round. I wish we could have made it a couple of rounds before we paired up against each other. They really like each other, they respect each other, and they absolutely were kind of bummed that they were going to have to face each other in round one, and one of them was going to have to go home. But Emily said, you know, I'm just going to do what I've been doing all weekend and hope that's enough, and then we'll see what happens. And Carrie basically said the same thing. She was just hoping she wasn't going to run fast. So here we go. In the IGTG left lane is Hardy Cole, boat number 018. They call it Booger Red. He's driving for Mickey Harlow out of Odessa, Texas. They're sponsored by Jet Boat Bills Performance in Tulsa, Sonia Owensby in Odessa, 4A Pest Control in Odessa, Dead Aim Racing in Odessa, Carol McKinney in St. Louis, Missouri, Dirty Bottom Racing in Joplin, Missouri, Ellison Systems in Odessa, LOB Racing Products, J&S Bizzle in Odessa. And in the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 621 is Mike Ledford Jr. out of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Calls the boat Dynamite. Comes in as the number 15 qualifier. Hardy Cole comes in as number 8. Quick Eliminator, if you're not at the in-ramp already, you are running way late. Quick Eliminator should be at the in-ramp. Pro Outlaw, you guys should be warmed up, ready to go. Pro Mod, you guys should be fueled up, geared up, ready to start warming.
Boy, Sherry Sharp's probably getting all excited. First ever time she bought a boat, bought that California Quake, so she's all excited out here this weekend. Going to be out in that Pro Outlaw category that's warming up right now.
Ray Beth Fox, need you to come to the timing tower, please. Ray Beth Fox, need you to come to the timing tower. We've got something for you up here. So we are somewhere in the neighborhood of halfway through this modified eliminator class in round one. Hardy Cole, Booger Red in the left lane. Mike Ledford Jr., Dynamite in the right. Looking for an explosive run, but no explosion from that Dynamite.
Booger Red, Hardy Cole, great reaction time, already 42 thousandths after the green light came on. He hit that starting line, runs through with an 8:11 at 89.39 in the mile an hour. Booger Red going to the next round in this modified eliminator category. Dynamite, Mike Ledford Jr. runs through with an 8:34 at 94 in the mile an hour. He slowed from his qualifying run, but he was off on the leave, and Booger Red, Hardy Cole, made him pay.
In the IGTG left lane, boat number 0657 is Grant Snyder, driving for Mickey Snyder in the Big Iron Machine, sponsored by Rio Medina Truck and Auto, Real Fab and Welding, Lilly Construction, Custom Powder Coating, Four-Way Bar in Medina Lake, Damon Decker, 212 Athletics, Jeff Gibson Insurance, Racers Insuring Racers, Guild Mortgage, Reagan and Angie Everett, Rowdy Tees, R&S Construction, Long's Machine, Postal Annex, your home office, Twisted Tags and Embroidery, Illuma Lighting, and thanks to the family and crew. In the WCR Construction right-hand lane, boat number 357 is Rudy Romero. Fool's Gold, the name of the boat. Sponsored by Jet Boat Garage, Trenton Imaging, and East Valley Performance Machine. Thanks to his wife Tiffany for letting him race her boat. And his son flew all the way down from Washington to come support the old man this weekend.
Boy, you could hear him feather the throttle. Fool's Gold. Rudy Romero gets the win. And with that win, he gets to square off against the Booger Red Hardy Cole machine in round number 2. Running it through with an 8:22 at 98 on the mile an hour. A quicker 8:17 at 93 in a mile an hour for the big iron Grant Snyder, but he was off in the leave. And Fool's Gold, Rudy Romero, to the next round.
So he declared down from top eliminator yesterday afternoon because he couldn't make the number in TE. And so I think he was worried about that. That's why you hear him feathering it like that. He knew that the boat had the potential to run faster than that 8-second index and was just trying to make sure he did it. I think he knew he had to leave right. It was just a matter of making sure he didn't go too hard and break out at the top end.
Yeah, you could see Rudy glancing over and saying, okay, where is he? Where is he? I know
Feathering
he's
that
coming.
throttle a little bit, trying to make sure he stayed in the lead but didn't get fast enough to cause himself to lose the race. Great job of driving right there by Rudy Romero. Grant Snyder's no slouch either. That kid can race. I've seen him make some absolutely amazing runs this season.
Yeah, unfortunate for him. He's going to be spectating the rest of the day.
Well, and it's a long trip back to South Central Texas, too.
2 pair left to round out this round 1 in this modified eliminator category. Mike pointed out there's 21 boats in the field. Actually, I believe we got 2 pair and a single. We've yet to see the number 1 guy.
He's out there now. I hadn't seen him until right now, but he's over here in this right lane. Here's your next pair in the IGTG left lane, boat number 777X. Hunter Pritchard driving for Jerry Oaks in the Chaos boat. Sponsored by Highway 48 Marine in Manafort, Oklahoma. Oaks Fabrication in Manafort. Worry Begone Dispensary and Grow in Manafort. Big Bass Liquor in Manafort. AZ Construction in Sapola, Oklahoma. Jet Boat Bills Performance in Tulsa. Chris Bryan Promotions at Keystone Lake. Dank Vault Dispensary in Tarleton, Oklahoma. Miss BS Haircut in Tulsa. Dolphin Racing Highway in Tarleton, Oklahoma. In the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 157 is James Kemp. He calls the boat Side Chick, sponsored by J&J Transportation, 4K Enterprises, Ranchero Concepts, Eagle Motorsports, Skyhand Motorsports, FloatFix.com in Tyler, Texas. James Kemp comes in at the number 13 qualifying spot, and Hunter Pritchard in the number 10 spot. Pro Outlaw, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Outlaw, we are ready for you guys. To the in-ramp, please. Pro Mod, start warming them up. Pro Eliminator, you're on deck. Pro Outlaw, bring them to the in-ramp, please. It's race time. Pro Mod, warm them up. Get your game face on. Pro Eliminator, start grabbing your gear. As Johnny was saying, we got 3 runs left in this first round of modified eliminator. 2 pair and a single. Starter started the lights. Got 22 seconds on the countdown. James Kemp, Side Chick in the right lane. Hunter Pritchard, Chaos in the left.
How about the best reaction time of the day? How about the win? Hunter Pritchett, Chaos, 003 reaction time, runs an 8:20 at 95 in a mile an hour. If you look at that scoreboard, you'll see Side Chick had it dialed in, ran an 8:03, but that 003 made the win go to the left lane. Chaos, Hunter Pritchett. Wow, what a run there.
All right, here comes our last pair of modified eliminators. In the IGTG left lane, boat number 427 is Mike King. Calls the boat King's Side Piece out of Coweta, Oklahoma. Sponsored by McKinney's Modern Dining Toast, Tailwinds Inspection, Midwest Tournament Inspection, Harper Land and Cattle, Kane's Overhead Door, Huffman Performance, Brandy's Sassy Style, Brent Creek Dozer Service. And in the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 423A is Caleb Brady. Just got paid, the name of the boat. Thanks to Mom, Dad, Nikki, RB Props, Dement Landscaping, Nancy Davis Racing, Emma, Odie, Joey, and Bill Diaz.
Double red, lesser of two evils, left lane, King's Side Piece. Mike King goes to the next round. He's going to get the square off against Hunter Pritchett with the Chaos boat. Runs it through with a 771 at 95 in a mile an hour, and a too quick in the right lane, a 760 for the Just Got Paid of Caleb Brady. But again, double reds and King's Side Piece. Mike King was not as red, so he gets the win in the IGTG Computer Solutions lane.
Here comes our last pair of modified eliminators. I misspoke. In the IGTG left lane, boat number 1111 is Steve Walls. Calls the boat Happy Hour out of San Angelo, Texas. Sponsored by Fast Line Fabrications, Buddy Johnson Walls Tractor Repair, Machine Works Incorporated, Schaefer Oils, O'Reilly Auto Parts in San Angelo, Char Yarbrough, and FPC Services. In the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 982 is Dusty Peterson. Calls the boat Collusion out of Los Alamos, New Mexico.
Happy hour. Time for another drink. Not yet. 8:20, 85.66 at a mile an hour. So Steve Walls gets the win. Right lane, Collusion. Dustin Peterson went red. So happy hour. Steve Walls going to the next round. Steve Walls is going to square off against Hope Helm in round number 2 in this modified eliminator category.
And now we've got the single. It's your number 1 qualifier with an 8:007. Earned himself a bye run in a 21-boat field. Racing out of Tyler, Texas, Mr. Jesse James Jr. And if your name is Jesse James, what do you name your boat? You don't have a choice. You name it the Outlaw, and that's exactly what he did. Sponsored by Lone Star Millworks, David and Kerry Muller, Cedarbuilt, Eagles Motorsports, JCD, Steve Ray, Butch Carter, Carter Rig Services, and Jimmy and Priscilla Kemp. Taking a bye run into round 2, Peyton Ewell. That young lady will be there waiting for him, and she's got her work cut out for him. This driver is solid. I'm not saying it can't be done. I'm just saying she's going to have to bring her A game. So I was reminded last night, and I was remiss in not remembering, but Jesse James Jr. is riding on 7 straight championships in a row. When I say this guy is solid, I don't say it lightly. And that is going to finish out modified eliminator. Now we're headed into quick eliminator on a 6-second index.
Mike, real quick.
Yes, sir.
Does that mean he's like almost running out of notches?
Yeah,
Gun.
absolutely.
That's what
You're running out
Peyton's
of,
hoping.
he's running out of handles to put stocks or notches in.
Quick
As I was,
eliminator.
go ahead.
Quick eliminator, another category. 5 rounds it's going to take to get to the championship, the winner's circle tonight at the Southern Drag Boat Association Drag Boat Finals here at Firebird Lake, Wild Horse Pass Raceway. 20 boats. Great field in this quick eliminator category. They're
My
going to be
goodness.
looking for the 6-second index.
You look down this list of names, and it's all who's who in drag boat racing. You got Blake Thurlow, you got Mike Schiller, you got Larry Flotas, Steve Dickerman, Gavin Snyder, Steve Pruitt, Wes Kahn, my goodness. And right here is Larry Flotas and Wes Kahn in the IGTG left lane. Boat number 910 is Larry Flotas. Hydro Climatic, the name of the boat. Dynamic Racing Engines, Pine Top Construction. In the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 424A is Wes Kahn. Calls the boat Crazy Train, sponsored by Jet Performance Marine, RB Props, Civil Works Contracting, Matt Brown Trucking, Mako Boats, CMC Machine, Brian's Fine Finish, East Valley Machine, and Vero's Pizza.
Wes Kahn went red, 044, Hydroclimatic. Larry Flores with that win. So Larry goes to the next round with his Hydroclimatic machine. Again, Crazy Train, Wes Kahn runs through with a great 6:02.3, but he went red by 33 thou. Larry Flores ran under the number. I don't know if he's seen the red come on in the right lane of the Crazy Train, but ran under the number, 5:99.8, but he does still go to the next round.
Here's your next pair of quick eliminators in the IGTG left lane. Boat number 505 is Brody Martin in the red, the name of the boat. Runner-up in San Angelo in 2022. Sponsored by Phil's Automotive and Towing, Bandera Auto and Truck Supply, Propane Depot, JPM Farms LLC, JC Jones Enterprises, Winners Electric, Brutal Off-Road, Waterboys LLC, Environmental Comfort Solutions, the Bassinger family, Walker Ranch, Billy and Ricky Walker. Thank you to all of our sponsors. In the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 110 is Ken Jenkins. Through the Fire, the name of that machine, your number 20 qualifier. An unusual place for Kent Jenkins to be. Dedicating this race to Jackson. Special thanks to Gary Gray, Stacy, Rich, Sarah, Todd, and all the volunteers at SDBA for the great job as always. 5 seconds on the countdown. Brody Martin, Ken Jenkins.
Wow. Say goodbye to your number 1 qualifier. Through the Fire, Ken Jenkins ripping off a 6:064, 145 for the win. In the red, Brody Martin with a .3 reaction time, runs a 6:03, was a better ET at 145, but he was behind on the lead. Taking that win through the Fire, number 20 takes down number 1.
Couple of 145-mile-an-hour passes. I said it at the beginning, Ken Jenkins in that number 20 spot is a really unusual place to find him. And he worked his way right out with a hole shot, and that's exactly what he needed. In the IGTG left lane, boat number 487 is Mike Thurlow, driving for Jim Robertson. They're driving the number 10 qualifying machine with a 6:04, believe it or not. In the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 302 is Mike Schiller. He calls that one senseless.
Five-time champion here at Firebird Lake is the Mike Schiller machine. Mike Schiller coming out of that WCR Construction side of the racetrack here at Firebird Lake. The SDBA Drag Boat Nationals. Sunday, Elimination Day.
Anything can happen on a Sunday, right, Miss Tanya?
IGTG.
We
Computers.
just saw that with Ken Jenkins Anything can happen on a Sunday. Don't get comfortable. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
So Blake Thurlow, IGTG, Computer Solutions side of the racetrack, saying, 5-time champ, eh? Take that. He's hoping. He's hoping when he gets that chance to throw down here. Quick eliminator, 6-second index, and the machines come to life. Gary Grayer starter out there, ready to lift that holding rope, 125 feet away from the starting line. The countdown will begin. The drivers pick their number. Man, I'm telling you, it looks like Mike Schiller never even.
Yeah, he never even let go of the rope. The boat never started for him, I don't think. We need truck and trailer for boat number 302. Back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for 302. Back to the in-ramp. That is not the way Mike Schiller intended to go down today, that's for sure.
Mike Thurlow's happy, though. Runs through to 610 at 135.67. 610 with a 3, 135.67 for your winner, Blake Thurlow. Mike Schiller never let go of the rope.
I could see the butterflies flapping. I don't think the boat ever actually started. I think he was trying to get it to start. You could see him kind of goosing it a little bit, trying to see if it would get going, and I don't think it ever did. It's hard to tell sometimes with both boats running on the lanes or one boat running. You can't tell if the other one's running too or not, but the way I could see the butterflies still kind of moving, trying to get that thing to go, and him not ever letting go of the rope, I don't believe that boat ever fired. Next up in the IGTG left lane, boat number 657 is Gavin Snyder. Another driver for Mickey Snyder. Call that boat 6 to Midnight. Sponsored by Snyder Motorsports, Napa, Real Medina Truck and Auto and Marine, Rio Fab and Weld, Custom Powder Coating, Four-Way Bar and Grill, Trinity Ministries, Lilly Construction, Long's Machinery, RTS Construction, Reagan and Angie Everett, Guild Mortgage, Postal Annex, Rowdy Tees, Twisted Tags and Embroidery, Illuma Lighting, and in the WCR Construction right lane, your number 19 qualifier is Tommy Powell, driving for Ray Males in the Blue Thunder machine, boat number 060, sponsored by the Landing Zone, Blues Country Club, Dr. Feelgoods, Hanson's Racing Engine. Special thanks to the Males family, making it possible for Ray to be out here. Mama Cheryl, we miss you and we love you. Robert Ledbetter, been helping him out. 25 seconds on the countdown. Number 2 qualifier in the left lane, number 19 in the right.
Wow, Blue Thunder, 007 reaction time, and he's out of here. Runs a 625 with a 6. Had it all together on the start, but 6 to Midnight. Gavin Snyder in the Mickey Snyder machine gets the round win. Rips off a 6076, 143 in a mile an hour. A .1 reaction time, 007. Tommy Powell, Blue Thunder, and he's out in round 1. Wow.
Anything can happen on a Sunday. The great leave just didn't have enough at the top end. Only turned in a 625. And when you're running against the number 2 qualifier, that is not going to be enough unless he makes a mistake. And Gavin Snyder doesn't make mistakes very often. And he surely did not make one now. See him towing Sam Nassis out there. He's paired up here in just a minute with Ronnie Jennings. Hopefully they got that diverter issue figured out. I know the boat will run it. And I know Sam is capable of doing it, but if they're having issues with that diverter, they may have problems. Hopefully they got that figured out. So next up in the IGTG left lane, boat number 7 is David Wehunt. Calls the boat Purple Haze Racing, all the way over from Georgetown, South Carolina. Sponsored by Marshall Tucker Band, Super Clean, NGK Spark Plugs, Jet Set Luxury Brokers, Brian Letterly. Dedicating this race to our beloved friend, crew member, and fans. Our Purple Haze Racing Nation fans, y'all are incredible. Like and follow them on Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. Shirts, hats, posters, stickers, and hoodies available at the pit area to help them get home. It's 2,000 plus miles back to the house. In the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 426 is Steve Pruitt out of Midland, Texas. Calls the boat Hold My Beer and Watch This. This hydro dedicated to all veterans and our fighting forces who answer the call. Thankful only to the good Lord above for the blessings that he's given him with love, honor, and respect for our great country. That's Steve Pruitt. I guarantee if you go poke your head in the cockpit of that boat over there, he's got a couple of American flags down on the bottom because he's always ready. All right, here we go. Pro Modified. We're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Mod, ready for you at the in-ramp. Pro Eliminator, start warming them up. Top Eliminator, stand by, you're on deck. Pro Mod, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp. Pro Modified, bring them to the ramp. Pro Eliminator, warm them up. Still moving boats around out there. I'm not entirely sure what's going on, but I think they had them lined up wrong. We still need the truck and trailer for 302. I think it's there at the in-ramp now.
Yeah, heartbreak for Mike Schiller.
Yeah,
No
that's a
doubt about
tough
that.
deal right there, for sure. He's been racing all over the West this season. Been ADBA races and JBA races. I think he actually went to CDBA in July for that race up there.
And I believe he was in at the KDBA events.
Yep.
Maybe left his
He's
trailer down
retired.
there.
He just drives around, races.
Yeah, when he isn't collecting Corvettes.
He's got a collection, does he?
He does.
I'm going to have to talk to him about that. I did not know, but I bet I could get him excited.
You got a 53 that you want to dump for about $5,000?
I sure wish I did, but no.
A friend of mine bought one, and I went over to his shop. I said, "What's that under the bench?" He goes, "I yanked the motor out of that Corvette I just bought. You want it?" I said, "Man, it looks weird. 6-cylinder with carburetor in every cylinder." I said, "Nah, I don't want it."
Wow.
Whoa.
That's a lot of work. David Wehunt, Purple Haze Racing in the left lane. Steve Pruitt, Hold My Beer and Watch This. Dave Wehunt comes in as the number 5 qualifier. Steve Pruitt comes in number 16.
Left lane, Purple Haze Racing. David Wyant for the win. Runs 6:07 at 142 in a mile an hour. 058 reaction time. Hold My Beer and Watch This. Steve Pruitt, not a bad leave. Ran a 6:11, but it wasn't enough to get this round 1 win in this quick eliminator. Purple Haze Racing, David Wyant with the win. Again, quick eliminator of the category, 6 seconds to the index. Waiting to get the info on our next pair. Get ready to rock through this category. 20 boats in the field. Got to have 5 wins to get the trophy. Next pair out, Glenn Hutchison, Mass Confusion. Jim Hard, the owner of the machine from Fair Oak, California, Coal Hall. 541 cubic inch areas for power. Rex Hutchison Racing Engines, Planet Auto. A special thanks to the crew, Jim, Mark, Todd, James, Deb, Josh Cole, and a special thanks to Mike Nerge. The Delcorn Special, Rick Kornowski, and the Chris Delamater machine. This is the Kornowski Custom Marine, Chris Delamater. The Beyond Red Line in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Competition products all helping out. So this pair in the quick eliminator category, Delcorn Special and Mass Confusion. 6 seconds is the index. Waiting on the call from our starter to say, give me the lights. Don't forget, stop by our food court area. I want to thank all those folks, whether you're going to try to get an ice cream, a breakfast burrito, a funnel cake, or barbecue. But right now, what we got for you is Quick Eliminator. Delcorn Special. Rick Kornowski. Lane, Mass Confusion, went red, right lane, Delcorn Special for the win. So Rick Kornowski runs it through at a 6:43, 131 in the mile an hour. A great 6:04 for the Glenn Hutchison machine, Mass Confusion, but he was red, and Delcorn Special with the win. Let's rumble. Steve Dickerman, left lane, IGTG Computer Solutions side of the racetrack. Sponsored by Jimmy Shy Trucking, tailored embroidery and T-shirts. Littlefield Superchargers have drag race cars for 20-plus years, mostly nitro-powered cars. This is their first full season with the boat. Was runner-up at the Don Forrester Memorial Race at Hidden Lake and Buckeye. Special thanks to his crew, Roy, Stasia, Jamie. Also thanks to the SDBA. Let's rumble. Steve Dickerman up against the Hydro Silver Gary Harder machine. Greg Vanderwendy is driving the machine. Harder Services, Westerfield Motorsports, Fine Line Concrete, VX5 Racing. Special thanks to his wife, Gibson, Elliott, mom and dad, Gary and Austin, and of course Uncle Buck for the making this all happen. Also thanks to the SDBA for hosting the 2022 Harder Family Reunion. Hydro Silver ready to spur it on. Let's rumble. Steve Dickerman. Tough one there, the Let's Rumble, Steve Dickerman. Wow, right lane, too quick, 599 with a 6, 143. Greg Vanderwendy for the win, and he ran under the number, but Steve Dickerman, Let's Rumble, could not break the beam quick enough, so the run was aborted for him. He got it fired up, but hey, he's out of here. It looks like it might have started in gear, came off the holding rope, and he was in the, like, no man's land. And Vanderwendy made him pay. Hydro Silver. Critical Mass, Sam Nassis, left lane. Cheyenne Hall, 540 cubic inch big block Chevrolet. Sponsored by Mom and Dad and the Lord above. Hammer Time, Ronnie Jenkins Garage out of Macon. Hammer Time with the win. Hammer Time looking for 6 seconds. How about a 6:049? 6:049 at a speed of 126. And Sam Nassis.
I didn't see what happened, but I didn't ever see him let go of the rope. So I'm not sure if maybe just the boat didn't start this time. But either way, tough luck for Sam Nassis. It's a long run back to Los Alamos with that boat, knowing that they didn't perform quite the way they wanted to this weekend. We do need truck and trailer for boat number 235. Back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for Sam Nassis and boat number 235. Back to the in-ramp, please. Here's a run right here. This thing's got greatness written all over it. Couple of absolutely solid drivers and solid machines. In the IGTG left lane, boat number 2141 is Ken Petrovich. Calls that boat Orion. Sponsored by KP Automotive, Farmer John, Big D Logistics, Outlaw Boat and Trailers, Mike Miller Racing Engines, Arrow One Dry Pumps, Jeff Bennett, K-Sticks Vinyl, Carrie, Mom and Dad. In the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 128 is Dwayne Thornton. Born Insanity, the name of the boat. I was wrong earlier, number 14 qualifier, and still had a 6:09. Sponsored by Gary Kincaid Racing Engines, Campbell Technologies, Carl and Susie Campbell, Babby Building Specialties, Keith Campbell, Dusty Duds Excavation, Tom and Chris Wellman. Absolutely a solid bunch of guys right there. This will be fun.
Right lane's your winner. Left lane, Orion went red. Born Insanity. Dwayne Thornton ran a 2 quick, 5:87 with a 135. And I know what he was thinking. He says, I got to get in front of this guy. And in doing so, he ran 13 under the number. But he didn't realize, actually, that Ken Petrovich, Orion went red. So he was never going to get an opportunity to put the nose of his boat in front. But still got that win. So a 5:87.5 beats a great 6:09.2 at 124. But again, that Petrovich Orion goes red in the IGTG Computer Solutions lane. WCR Construction side is your winner.
All right, I think this is going to be our last pair of quick eliminators. In the IGTG left lane, boat number 689K. That's Barry Salzman, all the way over from the KDBA, calls the boat Fish Killer out of Buffalo, Kentucky. Thanks to the crew, Jimmy Gold, Donna Salzman, David Dangerfield, Michael Boone, Tyler Salzman. And in the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 014, they call that one Moisture Missile. That's Mark Roby driving for Becky Dollar. Barry Salzman comes in as the number 3 qualifier with a 6:004. Mark Roby, number 18 qualifier with a 6:37. Hey, quick announcement for the tow vehicles and the drivers. Do not stop on the out ramp to pull the plugs on your boats. Please move away from the out ramp. Wait till you get to the washout area if you could. That way we don't create any muddy messes back there, but we need to keep people from stopping right there because it's holding up traffic. So keep moving. Go ahead and drain your boat when you get to the washout area, and that would probably be a better option. All right, Gary Gray called for the lights. 28 seconds from now, these guys are gone, and about 6 seconds after that, we're going to find out who's moving to the next round. Barry Salzman, Mark Roby. Who will it be? I don't know, but 16 seconds from now, we will all know.
How about that crowd favorite, Fish Killer, Barry Salzman for the win. 6:07, 140 on the mile an hour, .18 reaction time. Moisture Missile, Mark Roby with a .3 reaction time, runs a 6:15 at 129. Your winner, the Fish Killer, in that IGTG Computer Solutions lane.
And that is it for Quick Eliminator, which I believe is our biggest field. 21 boats or something, 20 boats, maybe not our biggest. Modified Eliminator might have been bigger. But either way, we've got some huge fields of boats out here. And we're going to be moving now into Pro Outlaw. 15 boats in this field. 5.2 seconds is the index. Got names in here like Bill Wire, Rick Blethroad, Gus Ward, Rick Beretta, Mark Reese, Jason Mulligan. My goodness, it is a field. Eric Dement is in there.
And you know, it's interesting, you mentioned the first name, Bill Wire. He is glad to be in there.
Yeah.
You know, I believe he completely destroyed a motor. They had to redo it, and boy, it was looking bleak. He was coming in a number 17 qualifier, and this is a 16-boat field. He was facing the fact that he might not get to run today. A boat declared broke. He got put back in the field. Boy, how big would that be if he wins the race?
You know, maybe you make a go of it and see what happens. He comes in as the number 15 qualifier, but as I've said already, anything can happen on a Sunday. Those qualifying positions don't really matter much anymore. It's all about this race right now, and that's it. Some absolutely beautiful machinery out there on the lanes. Got some candy apple red. What did you call that color out there on the far side yesterday? Candy tangerine, is that what you called that?
Candy tangerine.
Candy tangerine, got yellow, got white.
And a beautiful interior on that.
Got an orange one over here.
Gus Ward, a rancher. I think that that interior is just beautiful in there.
I will have to go check it out when I get a chance.
He's hoping tonight after he wins.
There you go.
Isn't everybody?
Well, you know, it depends on how soon they leave to head back to Texas, because I will be here, but I always have some stuff I have to finish up at the end of the race, so we'll see. If I get time, I will run down there and see if I can't check that out. If not, I'll check it out next year at SDBA. So they're loading up the rope. We don't have all of our pairs out there yet. I'm looking at the lane and I see where boats are not paired up the way they should be. So obviously they still got more they're bringing out from the on-ramp. Take just a minute and thank our sponsors. I want to thank Racer H2O, SoCal Jet Boats, WCR Construction, Nitrous Outlet, Racers Emergency Support Program, RJS Racing Equipment, Funk Racing, House of Color Motorsports, RacingJunk.com, RacerDirect.com, Fatheads Eyewear, Pat Kinsey Drywall, IGTG IT Solutions, Perimeter Innovations, and Sunoco Race Fuels, all helping to sponsor us here for the SDBA's 2022 Drag Boat Nationals at Firebird Lake at Wild Horse Pass Motorsports Park in Chandler, Arizona. You could not ask for more beautiful weather this morning. On Racer H2O, I just got handed a note. We've got people watching from California, Arizona, Virginia, Nevada, Texas, Pennsylvania, and Utah right now.
We got some Utes.
Got some Utes.
Utes. You know what a Ute is in Jersey?
I do not.
A kid.
Oh, a Ute. Okay, I get it. I
was
get
at
it.
Raceway Park. The guy goes, how much is it to get in, you know? I said, about $50. He goes, what about the Utes? I said, what? The Utes. Oh, okay.
Pro Outlaw, as I said, running on a 5.2 index. Has been a pretty tight field all weekend. And your first pair looks like this in the IGTG left lane. Boat number 572 is Mark Reese. Calls the boat Throttle Junkie out of Fort Mojave, Arizona. And in the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 538 is Harley Ritson. He's driving for Todd McAnally in the Mayhem Machine. Mark Reese, your number 15 qualifier. Harley Ritson, number 4. Harley Ritson running a Honda engine in that yellow boat.
And definitely the wildest. Winner right lane, Mayhem. Harley Ritson. You could see Mark Reese was having problems. Didn't get off the rope well. Had a 1 second reaction time, 1.8 actually. But Mayhem never looked back. Got that win. 527. This is that 520 index. 150.10 in a mile an hour. 567 to 161 for the Throttle Junkie. And the throttle didn't serve him well there. But Mayhem, your winner. Round 1, Pro Outlaw.
Next up, we got our buy run in the WCR Construction right lane. Your number 1 qualifier with a 5.207 on a 5.2 index. That is Brian Nelson. Calls the boat Rude Awakening. World's quickest and fastest jet boat they have written on here. He'll need to prove that today. Let's see what happens. Sponsored by Jet Performance Marine, Parker Garage Doors, Outlaw Custom Boats, Matt Brown Trucking, Brian Letterly at Jet Set Luxury Brokers, East Valley Performance Machine. Special thanks to the crew, Dan, Dustin, and Vince. And a big old birthday shout out to his sister Brianna Nelson, who is turning 20 years old today.
All right, I'll bet you she's right over there.
Happy birthday, Brianna.
Happy birthday to you.
Brian Nelson riding a buy run into round 2. Where he will face the winner of the Troy Ferry and Danny Stone race. We'll have to wait a little bit to find that out.
Again, elimination day is so different than qualifying. Qualifying, when they come up, you just put them out on the holding rope. If it's a left lane, a right lane, pretty easy deal. Here, you've got pairing order. And our starter gives the signal. Give us lights, and this next machine, Rude Awakening. A birthday celebration going to be happening here in this round 1. Hopefully throughout the day for Brian Nelson. And number 1 qualifier runs it through with a 529 with a 3, 171 in the mile an hour with an 043 reaction time. Brian Nelson, did you see him wave as he went by over there?
Waving happy birthday as he went by. Those guys have built themselves a rocket, man. 171, almost 172 mile an hour pass. 529 and 3. I'm sure he'd like to have a little bit closer to that 5.2 index, and he can work on that for the next round. But Just absolutely amazing machine right there.
Okay, so you're going to have left lane will be 199, right lane will be 911A.
I believe we're going to have Rick Beretta in Sherry Sharp's boat, the California Quake. Might have to change that with Sherry now the owner, you know. I mean, Sherry, of course, out of Tucson, but I'm looking and I see Gus Ward alongside, so they're going to have to bring in Ken McKilligan, the more wasted money. Rick Beretta easing closer to the starter's barge. Wants to get up close and personal with Gary. What's interesting is actually a lot of the racers have radios so they can hear him talk to them. Or they get that opportunity. In a case like Rick, he's probably not listening, right? No, he's focused. All the racers are focused.
It's way easier than trying to hear through a helmet that may or may not have noise canceling or some sort of big padding in there to help protect you from some of that engine noise. And
now they're bringing Ken over, the more wasted money.
some of these guys have communication with their crew chiefs as well, so they're talking back and forth, and you'll hear them sometimes, especially, you know, if we're located more centrally on the course, you'll hear them down here, and they'll be like, oh, you know, back off, you know, or you got them, whatever. Just kind of help them figure it out as they work their way down the course.
Yeah, absolutely. In a capsule boat, you can watch. That's what's cool about open boats. You can watch the guy, keep an eye on their competition. If it's an index category like this is, 520, the quickest of our indexes, but you know, they can't really see their competition. It could be broken. To go down there, break out by 1,000th, and win by take about a 10 boat length at the stripe, that would be detrimental to your health.
Absolutely.
Or your crew's health. Yeah, and the possibility of dinner and all kinds of different things. But, you know, then again, you got to wonder what kind of key words do they have? You know, it's not like, hey, I think he's having problems. You say, what?
Right.
5.2 seconds happens real quick.
Yes, it does. Got our rescue crew hanging out right here in front of us. Got another boat down there on the other end. Jimmy Todd and his crew over there. Got Mike Grover and his crew over here. These guys, this is exactly what we want to see them doing all day long, is just hanging out on a nice leisurely cruise on the water.
Eating. Only kidding.
All right, here we go. In the IGTG left lane, boat number 199 is Ken McKilligan. More wasted money from Langley, British Columbia, Canada. They came all the way down. Number 13 qualifier in the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 911A is Rick Beretta driving for Dave Sharp. They call the boat California Quake out of Santa Rosa, California.
California Quake goes red. 5:43 with an 8. More wasted money. Ken McKilligan with the win. So a 5:34 for the California Quake, but Rick Beretta was 37th thou red, and McKilligan with the win. He was 025 green. More wasted money. Both of those machines really good on the lights, but unfortunately, California Quake was on the red side.
That crew kind of needed that win right now. They're in Langley, which is just right outside of Vancouver, and the Vancouver Canucks took a shattering loss last night in a shootout in overtime. So, you know, I'm sure they were a little bummed about that. If you're from Canada, you pretty much got to be a hockey fan. And so, you know, a win on the race course maybe helps take some of the sting out of that.
Not for the California driver in the Tucson-based Sherry Sharp machine.
That is very true.
But somebody's got to lose, unfortunately.
Exactly.
Or we'd be here forever and ever and ever.
I don't know about you, but I don't have that kind of time.
Hey, don't forget we're going to have a 50-50 drawing today. The Racers Emergency Support Program right across from the food court area, right across from El Tacon, the Lovemore hot dog stand, the ice cream stand, Sonoran Grill, where they got funnel cakes, the beer booth. But right across the way, you can get some 50-50 drawing tickets. That's right, cool deal. Stop by, see the folks working the booth. Can't say manning the booth, but could be.
Here's our next pair of boats. In the IGTG left lane, boat number 765. That's going to be Gus Ward. We were just talking about that boat just moments ago. Out of Sonora, Texas. They call the boat Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. And he comes in as your number 10 qualifier. In a WCR Construction right-hand lane, boat number 521 is Rick Blethroad. Had a birthday yesterday. Would like to celebrate a little bit more today, but Gus Ward might have something to say about that. They call that boat Wild Thing out of Odessa, Texas, sponsored by Alliance Machine, Lone Star Gasket, and AAA RV. Wild Thing, you can see as it goes by, you'll see it's got a plumbing masterpiece back there with a couple of big twin turbos. That boat sounds different than the rest of them when it goes down the road, but let me just tell you that it will make an impact, because that is an absolutely solid machine and runs the number a lot.
Oh, lights both sides. How about the Wild Thing? Nick Blethroad runs 5:20 with a 9, dead on 9, 179 in the mile an hour for the win, 037 reaction time. Whiskey Tango Foxtrot, Gus Ward, not a bad leave, an 074, runs a 5:24, 172, but your winner, dead on 9, I'm sorry, and 179 in the mile an hour. There goes the Wild Things.
Those turbos did their job. It took him, it looked like he was, I mean, he had the better leave, but it looked like he was coming off slow, and always does, waiting for that boost to kick. I know he kicks the RPM up right before the start just to try and make sure he's got that boost available, but man, he's figured out how to manage that, and just like a rocket all the way down. And a 209, you can't sneeze at that, so that'll work. Couple of guys now paired up that have squared off against each other many, many times. Getting ready to do it again. In the IGTG left lane is Cody Childress. Bad Influence, the name of the boat. Boat number 077 out of Nemo, Texas, sponsored by Travis Tuttle, BAE, Lenco Transmissions, TD's Transmission, Galen and Betty Childress, Ken Jenkins. Special thanks to the wife and kids, Bentley, Braxton, Brady, and Blakely. And in the WCR Construction right lane, Bill Wire had a really badly broken motor yesterday. I think they got it put back together. Hopefully it'll stay that way. They call that boat Alcoholic Behavior, boat number 1028 out of Marble Falls, Texas. Sponsored by BW Construction Company, Opie's Barbecue, Jackson Electric, Bayside Buggies, BCMT Trucking, Truck Country Outfitters, and a special thank you, especially today, to his hard-working crew for all the work they did. Shot a rod yesterday, had a whole bunch of rods messed up, ended up having to go back in and do a whole ton of work, repair the head. There was a lot going on.
Hey, you know, I mentioned that Racers Emergency Support Program 50-50 drawing. That drawing today is going to be at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock because keep in mind, a lot of these teams, when they come out, they get to run hopefully throughout the day. But if you lose, you're done for the day. So they're going to have that drawing a little earlier than normal. 1 o'clock. Racers Emergency Support Program 50-50 drawing.
So I had to look this up real quick to make sure that I did not misspeak, but these two guys that are paired up against each other are actually Cody Childress, your high points champion for the SDBA for Pro Outlaw this year, and Bill Wire is your high points runner-up for SDBA this year. So I said a while ago, these guys have faced each other many times already this season. They know what to expect from each other. It's really going to boil down to which one gets the better run and the condition of Bill Wire's motor. I mean, that's really, I think, the one variable. Yeah. Drove all the way over here from Central Texas and still ended up facing each other. They probably both looked at the ladder and went, what the heck, man? How do I get away from this guy? Truthfully, they get along well. Really good friends. Got 15 seconds on the countdown. Cody Childress, Bad Influence. In the left lane, Bill Wire, Alcoholic Behavior. In the right.
How about your winner, a 5:23 with a 5, Cody Childress, Bad Influence, Alcoholic Behavior. Wow, they got that motor working, didn't they? Ran a 2 quick, 5:13 with a 4, 181 on the mile an hour. Alcoholic Behavior, Bill Wire. Breaks out, left lane, Bad Influence with the win, and he also went red in that right lane.
I was going to say Bill Wire was too fast at both ends of the course, but he knew he had stiff competition, and I think he knew he needed to be 100% on the game if he had a chance of taking that down, and just pushed it a little too hard at both ends. Here comes your next pair of Pro Outlaws in the IGTG left lane, boat number 928N, Danny Stone, over from the NJBA, Glenn Sweezy Racing, Fanning Services, System 1 Pro Ignition. Thank you to Glenn Sweezy, Tom Sweezy, Penny Stone, Brian Fanning, Joe Blattler, Joe Shelfo. The crew, Penny, Glenn, Tom, David, and Joe, comes in as the number 9 qualifier. And in the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 247 is Troy Ferry. Sponsored by Troy Ferry Trucking, S&S Automotive, David Sharp. Special thanks to Rob Steele. The crew, Justin the Love Doctor, Sammy, Jimmy, Bob Verne. Get better soon, Joey G. They call that boat You're Next. And he comes in as the number 8 qualifier. 5:27 and 2 for a qualifying time for Troy Ferry. 5:27 and 3, the qualifying time for Danny Stone.
Winner gets your number 1 guy, Brian Nelson, and this is an interesting boat. Hasn't been on the water in 12 years. They talked Troy, hey man, why don't you bring that thing out? On the way over here, did some nose damage to it. They had a refiberglass the whole front of it, and boy, I'll tell you what, his first couple of runs, he was having trouble just trying to slow it down to this 520 index. But, boy, that would be monster. A guy who hasn't been out racing a boat in so many years, and he's done so well so far. But this is eliminations.
The whole point of what we're doing here is to find a winner and send the rest home. And unfortunately, out of a field of 15, that means 14 are going home, and only one is going to be your winner.
Troy Ferry, 1-round win. You're next. Red, left lane, double vision. Danny Stone, that wasn't double vision what you seen. You seen a red light come up. So you're next. Troy Ferry runs it through with a 5:38, 170 at a mile an hour. 5:34, 168 with a red light, double vision, Danny Stone.
Pro Eliminator, you guys should be warmed up and ready to go. Pro Eliminator, you guys should be warmed up, ready to go. Top Eliminator, stand by. We'll be calling you guys shortly. Pro Eliminator, your call to the ramp is coming soon. Be ready. Here we go. Next pair, your number 12 qualifier is Brandon Davis in the IGTG left lane. Boat number 324, they call it New Sense. That's a Bitz 501, powered by a Keith Black Hemi. Sponsored by Davis Trucking, DNA Motorsports, CP Carrillo. Thanks to Mom, Dad, Frank, Dave, and a huge thank you to his wife Jamie and his baby girl Brooklyn. In the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 32 and Jason Mulliken. Embezzler, the name of that pro outlaw. From over at the NJBA. 523, put him in the number 6 qualifying spot. That's how tight this class was in qualifying. Pro Eliminator, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp. Pro Eliminator. Need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Top Eliminator, we need you warmed up, ready to go. Pro Comp Flat, stand by. Pro Eliminator, need your boats to the in-ramp. Top Eliminator, warm them up. Pro Comp Flat, grab your gear, put the plug in the boat, add some fuel. Your turn's coming. Johnny Moto, they're starting to load the Pro Modifieds on the lanes, onto the holding rope. 14 boats in that class.
Tough competition in
Absolutely.
all categories this weekend. So
I don't think there's a class here that doesn't have some amazing competitors in it. It is just going to be a day.
And in just case you're wondering, there are a couple top fuel hydros on the property, and we're going to be bringing them up a little later today. So they'll be squaring off. Yeah, I won't say nothing just in case. I want to thank all of our staff working the in and out ramps, helping us out. Loading that rope, it's a little difficult today. You got to bring them out in pairs and make sure they're close to the starter. We want to run from the inside out in each of our lanes. I want to thank also our lane sponsors, IG, TG, Scott Computer Solutions, and also WCR Construction, the sponsors of our right lane. And this pair coming to life in this Pro Outlaw category. 520 the index. Who's it going to be? Will it be the Embezzler, Jason Mulliken, or the New Sense, Brandon Davis? Embezzler. You think he might have embezzled money to pay for it? No way, baby. Clean, green, both machines. How about left lane? 547, 167 on the mile an hour. New Sense, Brandon Davis with the win over the Embezzler of Jason Mulliken. Mulliken runs at 547 also. 547 would have won at 128, but it was a little bitty hole shot that helped the New Sense, Brandon Davis, in this Pro Outlaw category, left lane, get the win. So Pro Outlaw, the category. Next pair up, we're going to have the Wildfire. Justin Schmidt, the Kager son service, the Red Fox Bar and Grill. Sales Midwest, Lake of the Ozark Shootout, Parker's Electric, Gary Sellon Performance, in loving memory of Donna Lees and Dave Schmidt Trucking also helping out. Wildfire. In that right lane, Justin Schmidt, WCR Construction side of the racetrack. Real Bad Boy. Eric Dement, IG, TG, Computer Solutions lane, left side, the Island lane, out of Raleigh, Texas. Sponsored by, or a special thanks to the crew, the Perch. He's got the Perch working, the Bass, and Brandon, Kaysen, Logan. Special thanks to Brent Riley. So the 2021 High Point champion with the SDBA. How bad will this real bad boy, Eric Dement, be here? I'm going to try and dice it up with the Wildfire. Justin Schmidt. We got rescue out there tending to a boat right now. So it'll be just a few moments once they clear that top end of the race course. We'll be sending this particular pair to do battle in this Pro Outlaw category. Again, hey, want to give a special shout out to all you fans out there coming out and spending this day with us. We hear tell that there's some folks in town going in circles. And, you know, hey, what's the point, right? You go, and you end up in the same place. Here, you go down and you get to come back. That's right.
You know, even Tony Stewart figured that out.
Yeah.
Made the switch. Say, you know what? I'm tired of driving in circles. Let's go straight for a while.
You know, it's interesting. You bring up Tony Stewart. Yesterday, there was a kid standing just off to our announcer stand, and he had a Brad Anderson hat.
Oh, really?
And what was interesting is Brad Anderson, who's an engine builder, was a champion in the alcohol funny car category. He had a son, Randy Anderson, was a champion in the alcohol category. And then he had a daughter, Shelly Anderson, who was doing quite well in Top Fuel and also running a Pro Mod. And then her daughter, and Jay Payne, of course, her husband, a champion in alcohol dragster. And their daughter, Madison Payne, squared off against Tony Stewart in his first ever NHRA drag race and whipped him by 8/10 thousandths of a second.
Yeah,
Wow.
absolutely amazing. She had a 2-inch lead on her at the start line. It was crazy.
Right lane with the win of 536, 164 mile an hour. Wildfire with that win. Justin Schmidt. Boy, I'll tell you, the real bad boy, Eric Dement. The machine just didn't come off hard on the line. That, you know, I just kind of wouldn't get going for him. And just rolled through at a 697 at 124 mile an hour. But hey, Wildfire, Justin Schmidt with the win. And with that win, he's going to get to square off against Brandon Davis in the New Sense machine.
That's what I was actually getting ready to say in the next round. That's what I was getting ready to say actually in the next round. Brian Nelson and Troy Ferry will face off. Harley Ritson will have Ken McKillican. Cody Childress will have Rick Blethroad. Those guys have seen each other a few times this year. And Justin Schmidt will square off against Brandon Davis in the second round. And that's going to bring us to Pro Modified. 14 boats in this field. 5.6 seconds is the index for Pro Mod. And your first pair is in the IGTG left lane, boat number 520. Terry Kane comes in as your number one qualifier with a 5.607 out of Los Alamos, New Mexico. Special thanks to Los Alamos Napa Auto Parts. All kinds of paintings thanks to Jeff Burr and Clay and all the Canadian support he's getting this weekend. And in the WCR Construction right lane, the number 15 qualifier is Josh Hayden. Calls the boat Black Boat, boat number 301, driving for Daniel Day. Sponsored by Electro-Freeze of Texas, Bruce and Bobby Wicker, WCR Construction, David and Deb Carroll, Gary Watson, and Chris and Leanne Allen.
Well, your number one qualifier with that round win, running a 5:69 with a 9, 156, goes right to the semifinals. Black Boat, Josh Hayden, runs through with a 2 quick, 5:59.6, 154, and actually had a better reaction time and does not get the win. Rayson Kane does, Terry Kane. So I'll tell you what, Black Boat, Josh Hayden just taking a little too much of the stripe at the top end. A 2 quick, 5:99 with a 6. And that's one of those situations you were talking about, possible two-way communication, and
Right.
all he had to do was just back out of a touch. But it's so hard to do when you're mashing that throttle and just trying to get everything out of it you can in this tough pro-modified 560 index category.
Here's your next pair of Pro Mods in the IGTG left lane. Boat number 221S is Kevin Helm. Driving for Cody Childress, calls the boat the Woody out of Moore, Oklahoma. Sponsored by Circle B Electric, Cody Childress, Steve Dixon, Todd Schwartz, and J.D. Henderson. Also Superior Fiberglass in the WCR Construction right lane. Boat number 810 is Mallory Carroll. Driving for David Carroll. Calls the boat Little More Therapy out of Marble Falls, Texas. Sponsored by David Carroll Racing, WCR, Trinity Racing Ministries. Mallory comes in your number 7 qualifier. Kevin Helm, number 8. These guys are right in the middle of the pack, looking to see which one of them's going to move on.
The Woody, Kevin Helm, 679, 126, 2 quick, 556 was Mallory Carroll at a speed of 158. So the left lane with that 679 with a 7 is your winner.
Mallory had the better start, but she just didn't get out of it in time and just came across the line. What did she do? 0.03 of a second too fast. She was first to finish by like 1.6 seconds, but just too fast at that end. And, you know, I was talking about that earlier. It's a long drive home, knowing that you beat yourself at that point.
Yeah, that's a real tough one. I wouldn't want to be there when she sees that time slip.
In the IGTG left lane, boat number 4-5 is Jason Brandt out of Ingram, Texas. Calls the boat Hydro Hysteria. Number 11 qualifier, sponsored by Brandon and Ashley Lofstrom in Brady, Texas. Guild Mortgage, Felix Gomez Jr., Manahan City Limits Bar and Grill, MTR Racing. Special thanks to the wife, Callie, and family and crew. And in the WCR Construction right-hand lane, a guy that he knows well is Robin Reed out of Arlington, Texas. The boat is wound too tight. Comes in as the number 4 qualifier, sponsored by Concho Painting LLC, Two Guys Marine in Del Rio, Texas, CCR Fiberglass and Marine, NGK Spark Plugs, Beaver Fab, Fun and Sun Boats and Tackle, Trinity Racing Ministries. The crew chief is Wesley Ice. Family, Crystal, Emily, Claire, Bob, and Debbie. The total family, thank you for all the help. And the crew is Bink and Bart Giles.
Final call, Pro Eliminator. Final call, Pro Eliminator. We now need Top Eliminator. Top Eliminator, Pro Comp Flat warm up, blown gas flat, stand by. So last call Pro, first call Top. Pro Comp Flat warm up, blown gas flat, stand ready, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, Hydro Hysteria. Jason. Your winner, left lane, running a 572, Hydro Hysteria, Jason Brandt. So Jason Brandt, remember, looking to run that 560 number, runs 572 for the win, 159 in the mile an hour, wound too tight, he was. Breaking out by 4th thou, Robin Reed. Took the stripe, but just took a little too much and cost him that round win. But you know, Hydro Hysteria, Jason Brandt is going to be happy with that round win. Left lane's going to be number 255. That's the IGTG Computer Solutions side of the racetrack. It'll be the All or Nothing, K. Janisek, sponsored by JP&E, Eric Dement and the Real Bad Boys, David Kirkland Racing, RESP, Trinity Racing Ministry. Top secret, it's no secret, it's Sean Reed. Andrea Reed, I'm sure out there looking on for World Championships and Pro Mod, Pro Driver of the Year, 4 CDBA Championships, 2-time IHBA champion. But hey, this is the big one. This is the SDBA Drag Boat Nationals right here. And he would love to get the trophy for this one. Helping him out, Lucas Oil, NGK, Reed Trucking and Excavating, CP Carrillo, Hughes Oilfield Transportation with Steve Sparks, Billy Mendola, and Andrea, all helping him out. His crew, not only is Andrea a crew, but she's also his wife. But, hey, Pro Modified, 560 is the index.
Sean Reed's had a pretty good weekend so far. Ended up as the number 3 qualifier. But he's been pretty close to the number. He actually only had the one pass that got him that number 3 was the only one on the right side of that 5-6 index. But he's been super close the whole time. If he can just kind of keep that speed down, I think he'll be in good shape. Kate Janisek on the other side had the same issue, though. He was running fast all weekend and really only had one good qualifying time. In fact, he didn't have any on the right side of that 5-6 and ended up qualifying with a 6:53. So his job is going to be slow it down just a hair. Hopefully his crew's been out there working hard trying to get that done. Slow that boat down just a hair. Sean Reed's crew probably did the same thing. Steve and Billy probably back there like, you know what, we're going to take a little bit out of this thing and maybe run a little fat, something, just to try to keep it from running too fast.
Put a couple turns in the throttle stop.
Yeah.
And hope Sean don't break it, because he's that kind of guy. So the right lane taking its position out on the holding rope.
Waiting for our boats to get lined back up again real quick. Remind you about our sponsors. Want to thank RJS Racing Equipment, Funk Racing, RacingJunk.com, RacerDirect.com, House of Color Motorsports, Fatheads Eyewear, Pat Kinsey Drywall, Trinity Racing Ministries, Nitrous Outlet, SoCal Jet Boats, RESP, Racer H2O, IGTG, Perimeter Innovation, Sunoco Race Fuels, and WCR Construction, all helping to sponsor us here for the SDBA's 2022 Drag Boat Nationals, the mother of all drag boat races at Firebird Lake in Chandler, Arizona. There's old Jace Menard over there doing his thing. He's already put up a couple of really cool videos on his Facebook. You need to go take a look at that. If you haven't given him a follow, you need to do that. JPM 1.0. I know Ashley Box is out here somewhere with Elite Reels. She's done a couple of great videos already this weekend as well. And man, you need to go check those guys out. Hers is Elite Reels. His is JMP 1.0. Got 10 seconds left on the countdown. Tough luck for Sean Reed.
Yeah, he couldn't get the boat to move, but I'll tell you what, all or nothing, Cade Janisic never looked back. 0.69 reaction time, actually an 0.59, runs it through at a 5.80 at 153. Boy, that's a tough one for the top secret Sean Reed machine. There's no doubt about that.
It's a long trip back to Washington. Trying to think about what happened or why it didn't go. I don't know. It was running, so I don't know if it just didn't go in gear or what happened there. Excuse me, what happened there? But either way, not able to make the pass, and we're going to need truck and trailer for boat number 716 back to the in-ramp. Truck and trailer for 716 back to the in-ramp. And speaking of trucks and trailers, once again, I am forced to remind you to not stop on the road to the out-ramp, please. I do see that we have a wee bit of a traffic jam over there, but please do not stop to watch the race. You create an issues, bottlenecks us up, we get traffic jams, and then we end up with boats in the wrong order or trailers in the wrong order when we're trying to get them out of the water. So please keep moving. In the IGTG IT Solutions left-hand lane, boat number 326 is Shelby Ebert. Driving for Todd Ebert. Calls the boat, can't touch this. It's a Cass Hydro. Sponsored by Lucas Oil Marine Products, ENR Machine, Mom, Dad, Star Cards, NGK Spark Plugs. 2022 KDBA Pro Mod High Points Champion is Miss Shelby Ebert. And over in the WCR Construction right lane, your number 14 qualifier, boat number 200, Rob Berkland. Calls the boat the Pearl, sponsored by Nitrous Outlet, BFP Garage, MD Designs, WBG Racing, Simpson Race Products, and special thanks to Mom, Margie, Samantha, Lane, and the crew. Shelby Ebert came in as your number 2 qualifier with a 5.608. Rob Berkland, your number 14 qualifier with a 5.632. But anything can happen on a Sunday. All right, starter called for the lights. 27 seconds on the countdown. Shelby Ebert can't touch this. In the right lane, or left lane rather. Rob Berkland, the Pearl, in the right lane. Talked about the rescue crews and how we wanted them to sit tight, but you see those guys now, they're in action. Got a small fire back there. They'll go get that taken care of. Check on the driver, make sure he's okay.
5.59 with a 4, 169.61 on the mile an hour. Can't touch this. Shelby Ebert.
Gary looks a little shook out there. That was, hopefully he's doing all right too.
Yeah, we've seen stuff fly up in the air. You never know if it's going to fly which direction, but they have blower restraints on their machine. So again, spraying down that motor.
Well, I think it was the scoop that went and some burst panels. I didn't see the blower go anywhere.
No.
I think it's still up there.
Is it a nitrous boat?
So we all got focused down here at the start, and Looks like they're going to get Rob off the boat and onto the rescue real quick just to make sure he's safe, and then they'll continue to work on making sure that fire is out and everything's cooled down. They'll tow it back. But Shelby Ebert took the win, by the way. Johnny just reminded me he got it done. She went a little fast. Sorry, buddy, I didn't mean to doubt you.
No, but, you know, that's one of those things, you know, she played with a little fire there. There was fire going on.
Right.
But broke out by 6 thou. But, hey, you know, got the win. They probably told her, don't worry, he's not coming off the, he's not going to make it down the racetrack. But great effort there, 5:59.4, 169. And Shelby, with that round win, is going to square off against the Woody in the next round.
Race fans, don't move. There's more racing on Racer H2O coming up right after these messages. Please be sure to subscribe to this channel or follow this page for more amazing watercraft racing coverage. Thanks again for watching Racer H2O.
For the Mike DeClark, out of California, Little White Lie, sponsored by DSR Marine, GS Marine, also Infinity Plumbing, Black Oil, S&J Plumbing, and Freedom and Fuel.
RacerH2O.com is the place to go to find easy-to-use links to our social media. Watch, read, listen to, and enjoy our content on demand for free on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and RacerH2O.com.
Race fans, welcome back to Racer H2O. Before we return to the show, please remember to subscribe to this channel or follow this page. Thanks. Now, let's get back to the racing.
Right across from our food court area. Keep in mind, we got the barbecue stand. We've got the ice cream Boy, nothing like a chocolate vanilla swirl on a beautiful day watching the drag boat races. You got the Alta Cone serving up delicious, delicious Mexican food. And also, of course, you've got the Sonoran Grill with chicken tenders and burgers and fries and funnel cakes. And then they got the beer booth right next door. And Lovemore hot dogs. Nothing like a hot dog, caliente, woof woof, at a drag boat race.
So we got just a few little rollers down there right at the 1,000-foot mark. It looks like it's moving off toward the island, so we'll let that clear before we turn these guys loose. I want to thank our sponsors once again for making it possible for us to be out here for the 2022 Drag Boat Nationals at the Southern Drag Boat Association. I want to thank WCS Racing Equipment, House of Color Motorsports, RacingJunk.com, RacerDirect.com, Funk Racing, Fatheads Eyewear, Pat Kinsey Drywall, Trinity Nitrous Outlet, SoCal Jet Boats, Racer H2O, RES, WCR Construction, Perimeter Innovations, IGTG IT Solutions, and Seneco Race Fuels. All of those folks helping to sponsor us here for the 2022 Drag Boat Nationals, and we appreciate them very much. When do we get a green course? Daryl Mad Max Ehrlich, out of reach, lined up in the right lane. Jeremy Schmidt, no excuses, lined up in the left. Jeremy Schmidt, hey, they just fired up the fuel boat. I hear it back there. Jeremy Schmidt comes in as your number 6 qualifier, and Daryl Ehrlich comes in as the number 9. The winner of this run will have Cade Genesek in the next round.
Red light, red left lane. Jeremy Schmidt runs 5:62 with a 9, but he went red. How about out of reach? Daryl Ehrlich for the win. 5.804, 160 at a mile an hour. And talk about out of reach. How about a double 0-2 reaction time for the out of reach? Daryl Ehrlich,
So
who got that round win.
So the old dog will face off against the new young gun in the next round, and we'll see how that one works out.
At the SDBA merchandise. Yeah. Yep. And you can put your name in for the event shirt too. They're sold out, but you can still put your name in to get one. Okay. Yeah, she's got them over there too. Yes, sir. Yeah. Good to see you.
All right. Here comes our last pair for Pro Modified. In the IGTG left lane, boat number 493K. Another one of the KDBA folks over here, all the way from the middle of the country. That's Tyler Salzman, calls the boat Hillbilly Express, comes in as your number 5 qualifier. That boat's a Curtis powered by Chevrolet. He is the KDBA Pro Mod High Points runner-up, sponsored by Salzman Farms, Salzman Automotive, Lucas Oil, Speedway, Urbana Stockyards, and Fisher Cattle Company. Thanks to Mom, Dad, Michael, and Kyra for their help. And in the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 115S is Greg Lempar, another one of our SDBA racers. Came all the way over from Comfort, Texas to race here this weekend. Calls the boat Anger Management. Only managed to work his way into the number 10 qualifying spot this time around. Sponsored by Jeff Bose, the Cocky Rooster Bar, Jeff Hill's Trailer Sales. Thanks to Jamie and Jerry. 21 seconds on the countdown.
How about your winner left lane? How about a 569 with a 159 in the mile an hour? That KDBA hitter, Hillbilly Express, Tyler Salzman with the win over Greg Lempar, the Anger Management. Anger Management runs a 570 with a 7, 159, and he lost a 10th. He was behind a 10th on a leave, and Anger Management could not make it up at the top end. How about that Tyler Salzman, this round winner?
And that's going to do it for Pro Modified in the first round.
The semifinals.
Absolutely, yeah, you win that one. You got yourself a ride through the next round anyway.
But points don't play into the picture. Again, this is not a points race for any of the organizations, any of the many organizations out here racing this weekend at this SDBA Drag Boat Nationals here at Firebird Lake, Wild Horse Pass Raceway. But points, it don't matter. It's the win. You want to get the win at possibly the last race ever. Bad Temper, Carl Snyder is going to be in that TG, Computer Solutions side of the racetrack. Runner-up at the La Paz County last month. Don's Hot Rod Shop, Mile Reach Vapors, East Valley Performance Machine. Special thanks to Jeff and Carrie Alt, Scott Arriaga, Jet Car Driver Extraordinaire, Brother Matt and Brandon and the boys at East Valley Performance. How about Jimmy Howard, Out of Control, one of those hound doggers. McLogan Supply, Hound Dog Racing, Reese Motorsports, Typhoon Cooling, Tommy Typhoon himself, and Lifeline, Bear Trailer, LA Golf Carts. Special thanks to the Out of Control crew, Hound Dog crew, RMS Linda crew for making this happen for the dog. Hound Dog Jet Ski Nation out there. All the race teams that help out throughout the years. Special thanks to the SDBA for this race to get all the clubs together. Thanks, Gil, for being with him throughout the years. And Lovely for just Linda for hanging in on him with him. Yeah, I got it. There you go. Out of Control. We're 15 seconds away from the countdown. We are in our Pro Eliminator. 650 index. Number 3 and number 12 qualifiers. Who's going to get this round win? Here they come. Your winner, Bad Temper, Carl Snyder. You could see him glance over, had a big advantage on the leave, an 0.71 reaction time. Out of Control, Jim Howard, a little trouble getting off the line, runs a quicker 6.71 at 126, but the win goes to the Bad Temper, Carl Snyder machine over the Out of Control, Hound Dog, Jim Howard machine.
All right. Sorry about that. I had to step away for just a second. But in the IGTG left lane, boat number 438 is Jeff Weimer out of Independence, Kansas. They call that boat Family Ties. Comes in as the number 5 qualifier. It's a Cheyenne powered by Chevrolet, sponsored by CNS Construction, Larry's Auto Repair, Berkson's Family Dentistry, All Out Motorsports, Shirley Weimer, Jonna Weimer, and Terry Berksons. And in the WCR Construction right lane, Dr. Don Toplift, boat number 84. They call that one Late Life Crisis. Brand new boat for him. Crew Chief Don Fox, wife Linda, brother Tim help out. comes in as the number 10 qualifier. Let's see what they can do with it.
Late Life Crisis. Don Toplift for the win. Looking for that 650 number. How about a 6.565, 133.61 in the mile an hour. Had the advantage on the leave and had the better ET at the top end, taking down the Family Ties Jeff Weimer machine in that left lane. Weimer with a 6.57 at 123.90. Your winner. Late Life Crisis, boat 8-4 in that right lane.
We're the announcers.
Oh, thanks.
That's a big thing. Keep trying, right?
Some barbecue nachos. I mean, not nachos, but tater tots. Look, these guys sent us food. Thank you very much, Butcher's Choice. Sent us some food. Here's your next pair. In the IGTG left lane, boat number 508 is Dave Lipinski. He races out of Madera, California. Sponsored by Auto Machine Specialties in Fresno. Thanks to the crew. Thanks to Chet Kels for helping Jay and Michelle this weekend. Calls that boat Hot Shot and comes in as your number 4 qualifier. In the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 444K is Bill Delvey. Calls the boat Bad Idea. 2021 KDBA Top Eliminator High Points Champion. Sponsored by Royal Purple. Indy Racing Experience. Big thanks to Diane and Aaron for all the help this season. Bill comes in as your number 11 qualifier with a 656 on a 6.5 index. Pro Eliminator.
There, and how about hitting the win? 656, 214.47. The hot shot, Dave Lipinski. An 0.75 reaction time. Bad Idea, Bill Delvey. Not a bad leave and not a bad ET. Just wasn't good enough to get that round win over the hot shot, Dave Lipinski. 658 with a 0, 124.81 for the Bill Delvey machine. Bad Idea that just lost in that right lane. And bringing some more boats up. Whoa, look at this. Barbecue sauce all over Mike Starr's shirt from the Butcher's Choice. Yeah. That looks like pulled pork, man. Pulled pork on tater tots. Woo, man. So again, some machines taking their positions. Hey, as I mentioned, Racers Emergency Support Program is going to be having that drawing at 1 o'clock. You know, Mike, we've got one more drag boat race coming up this year, the SoCal Jet Boats West Coast Finals drag boat races featuring racers from the NJBA, ADBA, and the CDBA. It's all going to be happening up there at Lake Ming in Bakersfield, California, the weekend of November 19th.
Yep.
So
Going to be a heck of a show. That is also, by the way, just by way of a sidebar, when the RESP raffle winners will be drawn for that Yeti 500 that they've been working to raffle off all year. I think they might have some tickets available down there at the RESP booth.
Oh, no, it's all good. Canoe stuff. It's okay.
Blown.
Attention out there. Blown gas flat bottoms, come on down, let's play.
Alcohol flats, warm up. Hey, you alcohol hydros, stand ready. Larry Sieben out with us. Man, I'm telling you, cool.
Here's our next pair of pro eliminators in the IGTG left lane. Boat number 298 is Bob Prigmore. He came in as your number one qualifier, 6507. Got more accomplishments on this list than I could hope to read off in the amount of time I have. But suffice it to say that this gentleman has a winning history. Sponsored by D&E Motorsports Development in Costa Mesa, California, Peterson Boat Specialties in Lake Havasu City, and Marine Performance Designs in Costa Mesa. In the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 924, the Beaver Retriever. That's going to be Jerry Allen driving for Mike Stuckey. Sponsored by Magic Mike's Machine and Marine. Mike Stuckey, Dan Stuckey, Mike Folk, and Josh Womack. Also thanks to Ray Allen.
Well, that Beaver Retriever might be able to hunt, but not in the case of the abracadabra Bob Prigmore machine. He waved his magic wand. He had the advantage on the leave by a bunch, and he got that round win in the left lane. Slowed to a 683 with a 6 at 106, but he had the advantage over Jerry Allen in the Beaver Retriever. And Beaver Retriever runs quicker, a 667 at 124, but he could not put the front of his boat out in front of Abracadabra. He wouldn't let him reach out and grab ya.
Next pair's in the lanes in the IGTG left lane. Boat number 588 is Cole Billings. That boat's a Canyon powered by Chevrolet. They call it Gunslinger. Comes in as your number 2 qualifier. Sponsored by Bougie Bus of Lake Havasu City, Andrew Race Engines, and The Gambler. Thanks to Team Roseway, Scott, Rob, Rich, Jeff, Cody, Andy, and special thanks to Stephanie in the WCR Construction right lane. Boat number 323K, Jeff Miller driving for Mark Creel. That boat's a Curtis 501 Hydro, powered by Chevrolet. Thanks to Jan Little, Ray Beth, and Wayne Fox and the Alabama RV. They call that boat Patriot.
Now, Mikey, I've heard of the yellow bus. I've heard of the blue bus.
The Bougie Bus.
The bougie bus.
That's a fancy bus.
Man, I'm telling you.
That's a fancy bus
We're
right
going
there.
tonight. I'm going to go down. We're going out to some different clubs.
It's going to take the
bus.
Bougie Bus.
Gunslinger. Getting ready to draw down on a Patriot. Sounds terrible, but hey, it's racing. It's your pro eliminator category, 650 index. the Gunslinger, Cole Billings. Number 588 gets that round win. So Cole running through, looking for that 650 number, gets a 673 at 107. Good lead for him, an 064 light. Patriot, Jeff Miller, little trouble getting off the line, hitting that start line. Runs a quicker 661 with a 5 at 138, but could not get in front of the Gunslinger. Gunslinger mowed him down. Next out, we got the High Plains Drifter, Ty Bolweg, and Dad's Pocketbook, Dawson Dickerson, to do battle in this Pro Eliminator category.
Yes, indeed they will.
Bolweg, Electric and Refrigeration, Wicks Truck and Trailers, Kansas City helping out the High Plains Drifter, Ty Bolweg, while the Harry's Machine, Affordable Engine, Olson Pilings, Swats Speed and Marine, Dawson Dickerson, Dad's Pocketbook Machine. Who will it be in this pairing of our Pro Eliminator category getting the win?
I do not know, but I bet we're going to find out here momentarily. There's 3 seconds left on the countdown.
And your winner is left lane, High Plains Drifter. The High Plains Drifter runs through with a 659 with a 6, 131 in the mile an hour. Pretty evenly as both machines, but coming out on top was Ty Bolweg over the Dad's Pocketbook, Dawson Dickerson. Dawson Dickerson ran a 6.601, 113.20. And the margin at the stripe, just 33 thou. High Plains Drifter going to stroll into that next round and square off against Carl Snyder. I'm sorry, yes. So we're setting the stage.
Right now we got David Schmidt in the IGTG left lane, boat number 937, calls that one just another quickie. Dave Schmidt Truck Service, Erlinger Crane Service helping to sponsor. I'm assuming that means Cersei Elrod was broke and unable to make the start. So Dave Schmidt taking a competition single.
And David Schmidt runs a 655 with a 6, 133 in a mile an hour. Just another quickie on that legal single. Not a bad job there for the 937 machine. I'm sure he would have loved to have squared off against Elrod, but hey, you just take what you can get, and that gets him one round closer to the championship of this day, this weekend, this race, the SDBA Drag Boat Nationals, Firebird Lake.
And that's it. Made it through all of Pro Eliminator. Gonna switch now to Top Eliminator.
Top Eliminator, 9 boats in the class. Still gonna have 4 rounds of eliminations. Got a tough field here. Shea Harrington's going to come out with the single in round 1. Bill McGuinn's going to square off against Justin Chandler. William Erkelen's against Sammy V. Villavicenzio. And Bill Frew up against Tony Dunlop. And Matt Cruz in the Gotta Produce More against Jerry Branham.
That's Justin Chandler. Calls the boat Slush Fund out of Aransas Pass, Texas. Here we go.
No clue. He had a clue there. Bill McGuinn gets the win. 7-second index. How about throwing down a 7:06.8, 110 in the mile an hour with an 08 reaction time. Slush Fund, Justin Chandler, closer to the 7-second number, but he was behind in a leave, and you could bet that Bill McGuinn was just backing out of it a little bit, taking that stripe by 11 feet and taking the win, was he? So Slush Fund, Justin Chandler gone in the round one. No clue. Bill McGuinn on to the next round.
Here comes your bye run. Shay Harrington running into the next round with the Mental Warfare Machine, boat number 411K in the WCR Construction right-hand lane, sponsored by West Marine, Daryl Nichols Fabrication. Special thanks to Mom, Dad, Kyle, and the twins. Number one qualifier with a 7:02 on that 7-second index. Taking a bye run into round two.
Didn't have to play no Mental Warfare there, but I'll tell you what, the number one qualifier throws down a 7:044, 119 on the mile an hour. So I guess that it was a little Mental Warfare, like come get me in the next round, Bill McGuinn, no clue, because he'll be ready for you.
Yep.
So Shay Harrington, and we need our alcohol flats, I believe.
Oh, attention on the flats.
Alcohol flat bottoms, come on down, let's play. Alcohol hydros, yes, warm them up. Personal watercraft, get ready. Boy, I seen Brian Marble, man. He's like like a cat
Chomping
on a
at the
tin
bit.
roof, man. He's been just pacing back and forth. He's so nervous. Man, I had to give him a Band-Aid. He chewed his fingernails off. I mean, talk about a nervous cat.
Your next pair for top eliminator in the IGTG left lane, boat number 032, Matt Cruz. Driving for Greg and Mel Johnson. Calls the boat Gotta Produce More. Sponsored by Rogue Shop Racing, RRT Racing Logistics. Thanks to David, Priscilla, Garrett, Carly, Melody, and of course, Bob the Snake. And in the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 715, Jerry Branham. This boat is for sale, the Back in Black Machine. Racing out of Tyler, Texas.
Oh, Matt Cruz, you could see him like he was not happy. He knew that he red lit, and he went red by 42 thou. Back in black, Jerry Branham with an 029 reaction time, a 6:99 with a 115.85 on the mile an hour. Man, heartbreak for Matt Cruz, and they got to produce more in the Greg and Mel Johnson machine. That was a tough one, but that was a big matchup, and he knew that the back in black, Jerry Branham, who's been hitting those numbers, would be a tough one in this round, and tried to squeeze the trigger and just squeezed it a little too much. Ran a 7:003, 115 on the mile an hour. Boy, they had that boat working.
He would love to have that run back, I can guarantee it. All right, here we go in the IGTG left lane, boat number 786, William Erkeland, out of American Canyon, California, calls the boat Danger Zone. Number 3 qualifier with that little outboard. Sponsored by American Canyon Training Center, Kohler Marine Specialties, Quality Boat Care Repair, Custom Painting and Composite Repair. And in the WCR Construction right-hand lane, boat number 097, Sam Villavicencio. Sammy V calls the boat Fire Me Up out of Ojai, California. Many thanks to the crew chief, Dave Filichowski and Wayne Metler for his guidance with the setup. Thanks to Lisa and Angie. Dave Ebert from D&E Motorsports.
Whoa, man, I'm telling you, you have to say, the Fire Me Up boat, Sammy V, he's been struggling in qualifying, but he was up for this round one, got the win. Red light, 007 red was William Erklin's, the danger zone. Runs a 724 at 106, but Fire Me Up, Sammy V, gets the round win. Wow. I wouldn't want to be there when William Erklin's picks up the time slip.
It's actually a good run, and or at least a good run to have, because now he's got himself a bye run into the final round or semifinal round. Hopefully he's got a little more in that boat, though. That 758 is not going to cut it when he comes back around, because he's going to be facing either Shea Harrington, who came in as the #1 qualifier, or Bill McGuinn, who has already proven that he's a solid machine and a solid driver. So Sammy V's got his work cut out for him, gets a little breathing room in the next round, but after that, he better be on his game.
Yeah, he's got a tune-up in the next round, so he better take advantage of it.
Yep.
But
So,
better to get an opportunity to take advantage of it than not.
absolutely. In the IGTG left lane, boat number 222A is Bill Fury. Calls that boat Riser Above. #2 qualifier with a 704 and 2. In the WCR Construction right lane, your #10 qualifier is Tony Dunlop. Boat number 187 calls it El Diablo. Sponsored by Civil Works Contracting, Brian's Fine Finish, RB Prop. Special thanks to Cherish, Wes Kahn, Bill Diaz, Dan Nelson, and Scott Kelso. The whole Wet Trail Racing team.
Unfortunate there for Tony Dunlop. I heard the starter yell go. Riser Above, Bill Frew. He was off and rocking. Runs 725, 108 on the mile an hour. 691, 121. El Diablo, Tony Dunlop, had no chance of getting in front of the Riser Above, Bill Frew machine. He was late on the leave, and but I'll tell you what, Riser Above, Frew made him pay at the top end.
They were both kind of late coming off. Looked like they both got caught napping. But so the way top eliminator will line out, Bill Fury will have Jerry Branham in the next round. Shea Harrington will have Bill McGuinn. And Sammy V rides a bye run into the semifinal. And that'll do it for top eliminator. Moving now into Pro Comp Flat. Got 8 boats in the field.
You know I'm going to take care of you, man. That's right, Jeremy. You got that, John D. I talked to him earlier. But right now, getting some boats, taking their positions out there, and as Mike Starr just pointed out, you got this Pro Comp Flat, very interesting category. So they'll race to the 1,000 foot. Now keep in mind, there's only one category out here this weekend that's not going to race to the 1,000 foot mark, and that will be, of course, our Pro Jet category. Yep. They race to the 8th mile, but and of course 2 actually, I should say, because fuel will run to the 875 mark. And you know what's interesting? We'll talk about that later, though. We don't need to talk about fuel now, because keep in mind we got a tremendous pair of fuel boats that's going to come out and run at some point. We're going to give you enough warning, so if you're down there at the Butcher's Choice, grabbing yourself some of that fantastic barbecue, or you.
Now, let me just tell you, this thing is amazing. Thank you very much for sending that up here. And if you get the chance, go down there and see those guys at Butcher's Choice. They got some food, and it's good.
Man, love that barbecue sauce. And, you know, I'll tell you what, you know, I was mentioning ice cream cones. They got EGs. They got all kinds of really great items right across the way there at the ice cream stand. Sundays and all kinds of stuff right next to Alta Cone, serving up those delectable delights, Spanish style. You got Javier and his lovely wife serving up those delectable delights. They're going to be opening up a Mexican restaurant, I believe, on about 15th Avenue and Grand Avenue, should you live here in the Phoenix area, right over by where they had the Arizona State Fair. And right next door, the Sonoran Grill. They've got funnel cakes. They got fresh strawberries. They got caramel. Is it caramel or caramel, or what dialect depends?
I say caramel, but, you know. Hey, here comes our first pair of Pro Comp Flat. This is a dial-in class, and then after that, it's just a heads-up race all the way down. In the IGTG left lane, boat number 415 is Joe Martin. Calls the boat Flat Confused. Sponsored by Hutchison Racing and Engines and Gross Props. There we go. He's dialed in at a 6.2. In the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 094 is Sean Rogers, the Barbarian. Dialed.
How about that Barbarian? How about a 6.86? I know. Look at those numbers up on that scoreboard out on the island. How can a 6.86 take down a 6.34? By virtue of a 4/10 advantage on the leave. Sean Rogers, Barbarian, showed no mercy with that 6.86 at 1:16. Flat Confused. Joe Martin, when he gets his time slip, you'll feel, man, what happened to me on that lead? But he runs through with a 6.34, 130 on a mile an hour. The Barbarian. Sean Rogers to the semifinals.
Both running on the slower end of the index. So Pro Comp Flat, like I said, is a dial-in class and then first to finish. But they do have an index they have to run within. So it's 5.8 to 6.8. So those boats have to dial in, but they dial in somewhere between that 5.8 and 6.8. And both of these guys dialed in the 6.2, 6.4 range. So on the slower side of that index. And I expect here in a minute we'll see some of those a little bit faster times coming up. We still got Jeff Luring out there, Bill Diaz. Tim Ortiz, rather. Speaking of Tim Ortiz, he's up there now in the IGTG left lane, boat number 331. Calls the boat Never Satisfied. He's dialed in at a 6.6 out of Conroe, Texas, sponsored by Pat Kinsey Drywall, Pat, Rhonda, Archie Gage, and Cash. And in the WCR Construction right name, boat number 187J is Kevin Hibden. Visual Noise out of Peralta, New Mexico, sponsored by Budlong Motorsports. And he's dialed in at the 6.6.
How about this? The Wayne Machines, I think, are 0 for 2 here. Never Satisfied, Tim Ortiz. He'll have to be satisfied with that run. Was looking to run a 660, runs a 666 with a 5 and at speed of 118.51, and didn't have as good a reaction time. Took the stripe by 39 thou and took that round win over the Visual Noise. Kevin Hibden with that run of 6.81 was looking to run a 660. 112.58 was the mile an hour for the Visual Noise. Kevin Hibden in that right lane, but Tim Ortiz with the win.
Obviously, I wasn't sitting in the boat with Kevin, but I suspect what may have happened. Give him credit and say that the boat would run the number he wanted, but I think he left a little early. He may have looked over his shoulder, didn't see Tim right there, and so he's like, okay, I can kind of go easy. And maybe just went a little too easy, and Tim Ortiz was right on the number and just right behind him, and he got past him right there at the very end. All right, here we go. We got a 588 in the left lane. In the IGTG left lane is Jeff Loring and Nasty Rumors, sponsored by Jay and Lori Crocker, Jerry and Jessica Hardwick, Jeff Lindemann. Dialed in at a 588 in the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 565, Justin Stewart. Stewie driving the Wingman out of Austin, Texas. He's dialed in at a 6'8", right at the bottom end.
Justin Stewart gets the win. So the Wingman, Justin Stewart, goes to the semifinals with that round win, running it through with a 679 with a 7. And
Jeff Loring with the red light.
Boy, that was tough.
My goodness.
83 thou, too quick was he, and running it under, breaking out by 3 thou. But again, Wingman didn't have to worry about that because it was a red light for the Nasty Rumors. It's no rumor. He's out of here. He red lit. But the Wingman, Justin Stewart, with the win.
So Justin Stewart has been crewing for Bill Diaz for quite some time, and decided he wanted to get his own boat. He's actually been running, what class was he running, Miss Tanya, do you remember? Stewie. No, during the season. I think he's been running TE. Modified top, somewhere in that neighborhood. I can't remember off the top of my head, but now came out here with a Pro Comp flat, working his way in as a driver. In the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 308 is Brian Dunn. He calls that boat I Candy. Builder of Bullet Outriggers, Bullet Fiberglass. Tim and Pat Dunn and his wife Sandra all helping to sponsor. He's dialed in at a 5'9". He's the number 1 qualifier with a 591. And he was supposed to be competing against Kevin Dedman, who I'm assuming did not make the call. So that will make this a legal single or a competition single. Right in.
I lost a top end, had a misfire, and blew the top of the motor off while you're laying on the drag bike laying on both. And so I come up, so I have straps, you know. I come up and it broke the front of the frame, and it stopped. I did it about half track, and I still broke the lights at 130. But I'm watching the front of my frame bouncing, you know, and I got hit with a head bolt in the leg. I was wondering, and I thought it was in my leg because of the impact of it. And so I questioned it all. No, well, right. Well, that was the whole thing. It snapped the frame. Like I said, I had a bolt. It didn't get me, but I went down.
Racers Emergency Support Program, and half will go in your pocket or your purse or your man bag. I don't care. You know what it is. You never know.
All right. First up, going to be 00 Sean Garreau, blown gas flat, taking a bye run into the semifinal round. NJBA blown gas flat record holder, sponsored by Rich Hutchison Racing, Garreau Boats, Bergeron Marine, Hawkins Props.
Wow.
Well, I'm glad that he stayed in the boat, and I'm glad that he looked like he was okay. I saw him slam the steering wheel. He was mad. I'm sure they'll check on him. I bet you he's going to be sore.
Man, I'll tell you what.
Can't get whipped around like that and not be hurting.
It'll be nice to see that on RacerH2O.com when I go back and watch this race, because Sean Garreau, 00 Sean Garreau, that's, you know what's interesting, there's the last two leaves he had, that machine wanted to jump up, but Garreau
launched up and to the right.
Yeah,
he did a hell of a job saving that deal, that's for sure.
Absolutely, a tremendous driver is he, a great shoe, and you could bet that they're going to be making some adjustments there, but coming in as the #1 qualifier, did a fine job of saving it, and he will be back for the next round. In fact, he's going to get a freebie in the next round. Let me see. Nope. He's going to be going against either Cole Eyrich or Tom Riggs.
We're about to find out who that's going to be right now. In the IGTG left lane, boat number 235 in is Tom Riggs. Calls the boat Drag This, comes in as your #4 qualifier. Sponsored by Pete Fleming Racing Engines, TPC Plumbing. The crew is Tyler, Pete, and Michelle. And in the WCR Construction right lane in the 542 machine, driving for Jerry Yerricks is Cole Eyrich. In the Almost Normal machine, sponsored by L&L Landscaping, Bill Diaz, Dave Conley, Joe Mack, Lou Larson, his beautiful wife Beverly Barter, that's Jerry's wife, not Cole's. And a big thank you to the Fast Track and ISCO Generator. Here we go.
How about Drag This? How about Tom Riggs? How about a double 08 reaction time for the win? Almost Normal. Cole Eyrich, 6:25 with a 7, 129 in the mile an hour, but that double 08 reaction time, Tom Riggs carries it for the win. So your #4 qualifier rips off a 6:10, 130, and goes to the next round in this blown gas flat category.
On a good day, that Cole Eyrich run would have been absolutely amazing. He laid down a lick, but man, that whole shot will get you, and it sure did. All right, in the IGTG left lane, boat number 440 is Jeff Martin, driving for Shane Westerfield in the 440 machine they call Blown Smoke. Shane Westerfield busy doing some driving at the NHRA this weekend and couldn't be here. Sponsored by Westerfield Motorsports, Lucas Oil, CP Carrillo, and Nick Rose Insurance. And in the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 026 is Mike Chadwick. Calls that boat Ricky Bobby 026. Sponsored by Eddie Built, Mad Dog Blowers, North Shore Mobile Home Estate, Our Tunnel Vision Photography, Team Chicken Burrito. If you ain't first, we're last. Let's go.
Blown Smoke, Jeff Martin. How about a 6:087, 136.04 on the mile an hour. So the win going to that IGTG side of the racetrack. And that, of course, Blown Smoke, Jeff Martin over the Ricky Bobby 026 Mike Chadwick machine. Chadwick throws down a 6:32 with a 2, 134 in a mile an hour. A 10th advantage on the leave. And the win at the top end, Jeff Martin in the left side.
So Shane Westerfield hanging out over there doing his own thing, but I'm sure he'll be happy to see his boat moving in competition and moving on. Speaking of people watching their boat move on, Matt Brown, the owner of the Bottled Hell machine, GW Golf, is driving in the IGTG left lane. Boat number 540N, 2021 World Champs, sponsored by Matt Brown Trucking, Jet Performance Marine, Bank of America, Mobile Force Refueling, and thanks to Matt Brown saying thanks to his lovely wife, Cello, in the WCR Construction right lane. Boat number 787, Wyatt McAllister. Boat is called Hair Trigger.
GW taking care of business. Bottled Hell. He let it loose there. Runs through with a 6:049, 144 at a mile an hour. Got that win over the Hair Trigger, Wyatt McAllister. Wyatt McAllister with a 6.81, 113 at a mile an hour. He was behind in the lead, and you wonder if he started letting out of the throttle at the top end, his mile an hour was going down, and probably realized, man, that GW's on a run, and I'm probably not going to get him.
Man, and you know, looking at it from here, it looked like a crazy hole shot, like there was a lot of space in there. But when you look at the timing, it was only a 1/10 of a second difference between those two boats. But, man, GW Golf just laid down a lick, 604 with a 944 mile an hour pass. And so now, Jeff Martin will face off against GW Golf for the semifinal round. And 00 Sean Garreau will have Tom Riggs to try to get into the final.
Well, that's, yeah. I mean, when I went down to Denver, you know, it's like, I had built the bike and get that one before, you know, steps in and, you tear the crap out of it.
Alcohol Flat Bottom's going to be next. Alcohol Flats. Yes, taking their positions out on the holding rope. Then we're going to go with our Alcohol Hydros, PWC. They should be warming up. They'll be coming out there and zipping around, milling around. We let them go out on their own and they just hang out in the background, and then they do that. Does he whistle?
Yeah.
You know, I can't whistle as well anymore. Let me hear you whistle. Oh.
So here on the right side of the ladder is going to be Jeff Stewart. He's in the IGTG left lane, boat number 213. They call it Flat Hammered. It's a Canyon powered by a Brad Anderson engine, sponsored by Greg Turner Construction, Stewart Floor Covering, A Secure Towing, in the WCR Construction right lane. Your number 3 qualifier, boat number 775, is David Gipe, driving for Brian Gipe in the Battle Born machine. Sponsored by BRG Homes, DC Plumbing, Patterson Racing Engines, Alan and Katrina Bader, Jet Set Luxury Brokers, Advanced Precision Machine, Great Basin Water Supply, Ray and Karen Foot, Mad Mike's Nitro Rub, Menace Motorsports, Calibrated Concrete. Special thanks to our sister and brother-in-law, Jason Spicer Gipe, Mike Patterson, Mike Thompson, Gary Morrill, our wives, Angela and Michelle Gipe, for the support, and of course the kiddos, Westerfield Motors, and Cliff Campbell, Joey Gross, and Jason and Michelle Opio. Special thanks to Precision Craft Marine, and Joe Shelfo. You know, you were talking about you haven't checked your numbers yet. Maybe you ought to keep track of this Jet Set Luxury Brokers. If you win, you might need those guys.
Yeah. You know, I got that look in my eye like I'm a jet setter, right?
There you go. See, you could be hanging out with Jimmy Todd down in Aruba,
or a Toontown.
Whoa!
Maybe I can get a ticket. Alcohol Flat Bottom.
You take about 4,000 or 5,000 horsepower. You put that on a flat bottom rocket, and then you put a little wing on the back to try to keep the butt down in the water and keep the prop down there, and that's what you got right here. Top Alcohol Flat, the funny cars of drag boat racing. Here we go.
Wow, right lane, Battleborn, David Gipe. That machine looked like he was going to make a turn for the Toontown, And Flat Hammer, Jeff Stewart with the win. 5:53, 161. Battleborn, David Geip, I'd swear that boat was up in the air. Runs it through at a 5:64. He stayed in the throttle, just that the prop wasn't in the water. 147.64 at a mile an hour for the Battleborn. He was red, but I'll tell you what, flat-hammered Jeff Stewart was definitely getting with it and got the win. And Stewart, with that win, is going to the final.
Yes, indeed.
Attention in the pits, personal watercraft, we need you to the ramp now.
Stock eliminator, we need you to warm up. We need modified eliminator to stand by. Personal watercraft, you should roll. Stock eliminator, warm up and be ready. Keep in mind, we don't have a whole bunch of those personal watercraft, and we know we got a lot of you in that second round. So we're going to be going into our second round, but right now, we, of course, are in this alcohol flat category. Then we're going alcohol hydro, and we have now calling the personal watercraft, PWC, warm up to stock eliminator, and yes, we are going to throw a couple of top fuel hydros out there. One of the crew members from Nitro Nuts was just up here. He was all excited. I think they're back there finishing up lunch. Is it too early for lunch? Don't ask Mike Starr.
Never too early for lunch.
Yeah, with that barbecue.
Thank you again, Butcher's Choice. Appreciate it. Man, that hit the spot. Check this out. This is a treat right here and has every bit of the potential we need for an absolutely mind-blowing run right here. A couple of huge names and a couple of big heavy hitters in the business. These guys both have built a name for themselves driving these machines, and this is going to be fun right here. You got Bill Diaz. War Party rides on in the IGTG left lane out of Brownwood, Texas. Sponsored by RB Props, Rob Banks, Brian Letterly at Jet Set Luxury Brokers, Aquatic Balance Pool Service, Infamous Brewing, Remembering Sam Stacks, Happy Hunting, the crew, Jeff, Todd, Ashley, Daryl, Ricky, and Bobby. And in the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 339 is Mr. Tony Scarlotta, driving for Matt Brown in the Shazam machine. He is the #1 qualifier. Currently holds the records for top alcohol hydro, or top alcohol flat rather, does Tony Scarlotta, with a 5.0 ET and 173.49 mile an hour pass. Sponsored by Matt Brown Trucking, Jet Performance Marine, Wozencraft Insurance, East Valley Performance Machine, Mobile Force Fueling, Bank of Oklahoma. Special thanks to Matt and Shelley and the Urshan family, along with Dan and Brian Nelson and their crew for helping out. Tony Scarlotta comes out of Locust Grove, Oklahoma. Couple of big, man, these guys, both of them can just lay down a race.
And since we have called personal watercraft, I do hope all of the alcohol hydros that are going to run in this first round are in that launch area. So all of those alcohol hydros, you should be in that launch area. Stay in front of those PWC, please. Stock eliminator, you're warming up. Stock, you're warming up. Modified eliminator, standing ready. Getting close to going into that round number 2. Keep in mind, we'll get to see these boats come out. When they lose, they be gone. The winners go on to the next round until we crown the champions in all of our categories. Here, ladies and gentlemen, round 1, alcohol flat bottoms. Here, we got the Shazam, Tony Scarlotta. We've got the War Party rides on, Bill Diaz. Who's going to the final? Who's going to meet the flat-hammered Jeff Stewart machine? Let's watch. Let's see. Here they come. Shazam. Wow, tough one there for the War Party rides on. Bill Diaz. But a 5:33, 157.04. Tony Scarlatta. I'm not sure, maybe a throttle cable broke on the War Party Rides On. But hey, Tony Scarlatta, you can bet he didn't even look back. Did not look back, I'm sure of that.
You know, it's always hard as an announcer, especially in these kinds of sports where you're, you know, you build up a race and build up a race because you know it's got the potential to just be epic, and then something just doesn't go right, and all of a sudden you're like, well, sorry about that, guys. But truthfully, a couple of heavy hitters up there with some absolutely solid machines, and had everything gone as planned, that could have been an absolutely mind-blowing run right there. But so tough luck for Bill Diaz and his crew. They'll take the War Party Rides On, put it back on the trailer, take it home, see if they can figure it out. Tony Scarlatta will be standing around waiting for the next round. He's got Jeff Stewart there waiting for him. We'll see them toward the end of the day. All right, and now we're going to be moving into top alcohol hydro. Pulling Marty Logan out there now. We got Mike DeClark in this class, Andy Reynolds, the Running with Scissors machine, Darren Dunnigan, Alan Cole, or Cole Allen rather, Kent Price and Black Dragon. Just an absolutely top-of-the-notch list of names right there. Going to be a whole lot of fun. Before we get there, though, let me just take a second and thank our sponsors. I want to thank IGTG IT Solutions, Perimeter Innovations, Sunoco Race Fuels, WCR Construction, SoCal Jet Boats, Racer H2O, RESP, Nitrous Outlet, Trinity Racing Ministries, Pat Kinsey Drywall, Fatheads Eyewear, RacingJunk.com, RacerDirect.com, House of Color Motorsports, and RJS Racing Equipment, and Funk Racing, helping to support us here for the 2022 SDBA Drag Boat Nationals at Firebird Lake. Super stoked to have all of those folks on board. Super stoked to be able to put on this show for all of you folks that came out here to watch this weekend. We are going to be running Top Fuel here just shortly. I have not been told that they're headed to the ramp yet, but I do know that they're pretty close to ready, so we should have those guys out here in just a little bit. Don't forget to go back and see the folks in our midway. Got all kinds of food vendors back there. Got Sonoran hot dogs, got barbecue from Butcher's Choice. EG's is set up back there if you want some ice cream or you need something cold. Emily is set up back there with the SDBA merchandise trailer. And she has small all the way up to 3XL event shirts from previous SDBA races. She's already run out of event shirts for this race, but you can still get those ordered. You just need to put your name on the list. She also has run posters from the run last night where we had a top alcohol hydro and top alcohol flat grudge match. And actually has a bunch of chewed up parts from Marty Logan's boat that will be for sale over there as well. So if you want a little piece of history, you can go back and get that as well. She's selling those previous race shirts for $20 a piece, and those posters, the Top Fuel, Top Hydro posters, are $10 a piece.
Mikey, oh my gosh. I can feel it, man. Do you feel the ground shaking?
Not yet.
Fuelers are rolling to the launch area.
Oh. Okay, I don't feel it yet, but it will.
Ooh.
In the IGTG left lane, boat number 881 is Marty Logan out of Midlothian, Texas. Calls that boat Living the Dream. Comes in as the number 2 qualifier, 424 and 2. Into WCR Construction right-hand lane. Boat number 904, coming all the way up from Porter, Texas, is Kent Price. Calls the boat Black Dragon, sponsored by Onyx Services. Special thanks to Ronnie, Danny, Brian, and Corleen. And Kim Price came in as the number 5 qualifier with a 477 and 9. Got 15 seconds on the countdown. Top Alcohol Hydro. Marty Logan living the dream in the left lane. Kent Price, Black Dragon in the right. Capsules are down. Here we go.
Marty Logan. The machine did not want to move when he wanted it to. He stayed with it. Runs a 4:34, 207 on the mile an hour. But the winner, 4:33, Black Dragon, Kent Price. He was ready, he was off, he was rolling, and got that round win. That was monster. 4:33, 195.70. Number 5 qualifier takes down the number 2 guy. Boy, Heartbreak City for living the dream, Marty Logan.
Well, when I first started racing fuel bikes, Sun City, there was a little track out there, grass growing through it. And we used to have to run out there. There was hardly, there was nothing out there. I ran, well, my first 7-second run.
I just did a whole bunch of talking, realized my microphone wasn't even on.
But I was running 7.
You sounded great.
Thank
man,
you.
with
I
all
appreciate
that
that.
barbecue sauce there, drizzling down your lip.
Hey, man. That's why I have this little goatee right here. I can have soup later.
You know, Marty Logan, you talk about a tough weekend. I mean, here it was Friday,
Right.
spectacular qualifying. He came out, set both ends of the record,
Yep.
and then all of a sudden that crazy chaos machine came out and just snatched those right out of his hands. But they had hurt a motor. They fixed the motor. They came out last night and put on a spectacular match race with a Top Fuel Hydro,
Right.
the Liquid Voodoo with Kevin Kinsley. And not sure maybe what had happened, but you know that team goes through everything with his crew, and just something wasn't right there. He kicked it in gear, and she just wouldn't move on him.
Yep.
He stayed with it, but just tough break for
Yeah,
Marty Logan. But
Worked the problem and got off the line in time, and like I said, I'm sure they'll go back. They'll take a good look at that, and now they have the off season to sort of play with it and figure out what they're going to do, and try to come back with a more solid program next year, which sounds funny when you talk about Marty Logan and his crew, because their program is really solid to start with. But I know Marty, he's kind of a perfectionist. He's going to be looking for, how can we make this better? What can we do to try and not run into this situation again? So, yeah, absolutely.
what can he do? Because he had told me one time that he was in pursuit, I think, of 15 championships in his lifetime.
Yeah.
So I got a feeling, though, he's going to be changing that number soon, because he's got to be awfully close. He might be at about 14 or so.
I honestly couldn't tell you.
Because he won the championship this year with the SDBA.
SDBA, yes, he did. I know he raced over in KDBA a couple times this season. I don't think he raced the whole season with him over there, though. It would have been kind of tough because those seasons are right up on top of each other. So, but yeah, I mean, he put in a lot of time and effort on the water today, or this year.
Well, I'll tell you what, the people listening in on RacerH2O.com from all over the world, YouTube and Facebook, and we've added to our list. We got people, and now here's the crazy thing. There's people watching from in Arizona. You know what I'm saying? If I was in Arizona, I would want to be right here. You know what I'm saying? But hey, we're glad you're out there. And you maybe just didn't have the right outfit. I changed 3 times this morning figuring out what I was going to wear. What did I wear? Okay.
It's turning into flip-flop weather in shorts now.
Just about. Almost 80 degrees
Getting
here
there,
today.
yeah.
But California, Arizona, Virginia, Nevada, Texas, Pennsylvania, Utah, and Arkansas. We got some Razorbacks out there, some Gator folks. What are Floridians?
Floridians?
You call somebody from Florida, Missouri, We got the people from Missouri listening in, and Washington. Boy, they love it when I say the R in there, Washington. Oh, God. But there was a guy from Hermiston, in fact. He pointed that out to me one time. He says, you don't wash anything up there in Oregon. And, but I'll tell you what, we've got some alcohol hydros getting ready to take their positions here on the holding rope. Our girlfriend in Russia was listening in. She's made it to New York, and she asked me to send another $5,000. She thinks she could make it to Phoenix.
I think you better give her some money.
My last girlfriend
Hopefully
in Russia,
you got that ticket won, right?
I did that, and she made it as far as New Mexico with 3 different stops, and finally I hit 20,000 with her, and I thought maybe this ain't working. My daughter just slammed me upside the head.
I saw that, actually.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to say anything because, you know, that's family business. But
Don't tell Mom. I don't have my list for rescue. We should give them a hit. Rescue all the guys on there. Yeah, I can't. Damn, man. Why don't I have it? No, I know I. Attention in the pits. Attention. Stock eliminator, stock eliminator. Head our way, please. And I should say our way being the launch area. So stock eliminator, you are now called to the launch area. How about modified eliminator? How about you warming up? How about quick eliminator? Stand by. So right now we invite stock eliminator for round number 2. Modified eliminator, put some heat in your motors. And quick eliminator, start grabbing your gear, make sure that plugs in the boat, and a rescue crew over here just looking so good right in front of us.
They are indeed, and you know, we saw them get called into action a little bit earlier and got business taken care of, and let me just tell you who our rescue crew is here this weekend. We got Jimmy Todd as the rescue director, and he's down there on the Rescue 2 boat over here. Boat captain over here on Rescue 1 is Mike Grover. Gives a wave right there. Richard Hobson, rescue diver out of Payson, Arizona. Chris Rabarski, rescue coordinator and diver out of Liberty Hills, Texas. Not sure which boat he's on over there. Edward Tidwell, rescue diver. Preston Irwin, rescue diver. Jared Truair, fire medic. John J.D. Doan, also a medic. And those guys are out there, like I said earlier, they've got medics, they've got divers, they've got firefighters. They are ready to handle just about anything that might get thrown at them out there on the water. And what we really like to see is for them to be doing exactly what they're doing right now, which is just enjoying the race just the same as you and me and everybody else. It's fun to watch them sometimes, though, when the different classes of boats come up. They get different gear. They start getting dressed for different stuff and ready, and you can kind of tell, you know, they're paying attention. They know what's up. I still don't have numbers for the guys on the lanes, but as soon as I do, I will let you know who that is. But it's one of the next. We got 2 more pairs of top alcohol hydro.
Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen. Getting ready here.
It's going to be Darren Dunnigan, boat number 521N, driving for Glenn Sweezy. And that Total Chaos machine that already took 2 records this weekend, driven by Cole Allen out of Fort Smith, Arkansas. Boat number 150 is in the WCR Construction right lane. Sponsored by Allen Motors, Shuttles Dirt Moving, Paul Wright Race Engines. Number 1 qualifier with a 4:19.7, which is what he set the record with yesterday. Here we go.
Wow. Your winner out of the right lane, Cole Allen, Total Chaos. How about a 4:22, 210.90? He comes out of this weekend so far with the record in ET and mile an hour. Didn't reset either, but hey, got the win. Is going to get another shot at it. Darren Dunnigan, little trouble getting off the line, runs it through at a 5:22, 185 in a mile an hour. Total Chaos. Cole Allen. Wow, what a run, Mike.
Darren Dunnigan, I don't know if it was on purpose or not, but he watched the boat coming off the line. He dug that right sponson in and really took a bath for a second there and was able to get it saved. And we've seen some really good driving so far today. But he got that thing pulled back up and got it right-sided and made the pass the rest of the way down. But unfortunately, it had already been sort of held up enough that there was nothing he could do about keeping Cole Allen out of that winner circle over there. So Cole Allen now has a bye run all the way to the final.
Yeah, he's gonna be racing for the trophy with that round win.
That was a good win to get.
Here. He could come out, make another run, but do you really need to reset your record?
Well, and especially when there's no points involved. I mean, you know, maybe does, maybe doesn't. We'll see what happens.
Hey, one of our top eliminators is broke. Thank you. Thank you so much for letting us know. If you're not able to make a round of eliminations, please let us know as soon as possible, like you just did, and it just really helps us out because, you know, we want to see everybody get to run for the trophy, and we will wait, and if you let us know that you won't be able to make it, we really feel for you, but it helps us out and just keeps things rolling along because can't wait to see who's going to be carrying home these trophies. The 2022 SDBA Drag Boat Nationals, Firebird Lake.
One thing is for sure, it won't be you and me.
Yes.
We will be stuck over here on the sidelines.
Oh, man.
Hey, you know, I was talking about, you know, big names in the business. Here we go with a couple more in the IGTG left lane. Boat number 537 is Mike DeClark out of Anaheim, California. Sponsored by Infinity Plumbing, S&J Plastering, Lat Racing Oils, GS Marine, Precision Craft Marine, SoCal Jet Boats, D21 Enterprises, BFP Garage. Thank you to my beautiful wife, Gina and Eddie Pasilio, for all their help. He comes in as your number 3 qualifier, and the boat is called Little White Lie. And in the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 414, Andy Reynolds, running with scissors. Sponsored by GeneratorSuperCenter.com, Invisible Fence Brand, Bullet Cams, Duncan and Kathy Clark, Kathy Kalman, Sold Realty Incorporated, AndyOnTheLakeWiley.com, Mr. John Partridge, the Carolina Boys, Chris Rod, Freeman Machine, Daryl R. Noonan Race Engineering, Direct Air. Special thanks to Big Mike at Trinity Racing Ministries. Here we go.
Wow. You could hear Greg Shoemaker squeal. Man, I'm telling you, how about Mike DeClark? 436 would have won. 201.52 in a mile an hour. Taking down Andy Reynolds, running with scissors. That was a big matchup there. Odds makers were throwing money the other way. But how about the Little White Lie, Mike DeClark? They took care of business. 438 with a 9, 206. Running with scissors, Andy Reynolds, but it's Little White Lie. Mike DeClark, who's going to go up against Kent Price. Kent Price and the Black Dragon Machine to see who goes to the finals.
And that is going to bring us to personal watercraft. In the IGTG left lane. Sup, Mad Max? What? It's going to be Colton Byler. Calls that ski stretch. Dialed in at a 12.8. In the WCR construction right lane, boat number 6'5" is Raven Broadway. Calls that one the Golden Child. Sponsored by Family Power Sports, Spring Creek Marine and RV Park, where strangers become family. Petroflex Oil Field Services, RV Repair Crew, Kent Elliott Roofing, Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars, Miss Matthews, T-shirts and more, bottled up, and Papa with a bald head. So Raven Broadway going to be your winner. In that right lane, it gets past Colton Byler on a hole shot. Took 1.3 seconds for Colton to get off the line. And Raven Broadway just under a half second, but he made the run 10.64 with a 2 at 58 miles an hour. And that'll be good enough to move him into the next round. Addison Lees is your number one qualifier, and she has a bye run into that semifinal. So she'll have Raven Broadway to face when she gets there. Only have 5 personal watercraft this weekend. Right now we do have Addison Lees, the WCR construction right lane, boat number 412K. Driving for Chris Lees, sponsored by Just Ducky Charters, Key Largo, Florida. KC Steel, Mama, Papa, Ebert Racing, and racing in loving memory of Donna Lees. She's dialed in at 11:15. Came in as the number one qualifier with an 11:105.
Edison. Whoa, look at this. Dead on 5. Dead on 5. Take that. Watch out, Golden Child. Ratham Broadway. She just threw down.
She put solid all weekend long, and that just one more example.
That was cool. They had a few dead-on runs. One I think back on is Caitlin Funk. Boy, that was a tough one in that stock eliminator category. But, hey, you know what? Somebody's got to lose, right? Or it'd be here forever, and it'd be like Groundhog Day. And you notice all those piles of dirt out here? What are those creatures, man? You see that? They come out at night. Look at this. See that? Boop. There's one poking its nose out. Wonder if those things are edible. We got to keep it away from you, Mike, because you're eating everything.
You know. Modified Eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Modified Eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp. Quick Eliminator, need you warmed up, ready to go. Pro Outlaw, you guys are on deck again. All right, here we go. In the IGTG left lane is Lynn Blackburn, doing time 2, boat number 19. And in the WCR construction right lane, boat number 923A, Brian Captain Marble in the American Freedom Ski.
Whoa!
And Lynn Blackburn, go.
Taking care of business is she. 1040 on a 35 dial, 67.92 on the mile an hour. Taking down the big dog, American Freedom, Brian Marble machine. So Lynn Blackburn, the doing time 2 machine, doing it all in this round 1. And with that round win, goes to the final. Cool deal. American Freedom, Brian Marble was looking to run a 10:20, ran a 10:23. But how about Lynn Blackburn throwing down a double 05 reaction time? Brian wasn't expecting that, but hey, good job by that young lady. So we got our fuel boats backing down into the water. Got a rescue all suited up. So this is a cool deal. We're moments away. Again, if you're in line, if you're grabbing yourself some barbecue, as Mike Starr did, from the folks from Butcher's Choice.
Say, in all fairness, I did not grab that for myself.
Yeah,
I ordered it, but I appreciate it.
Yeah. Or grabbing some Spanish food over at the El Tacon, maybe a quesadilla or some street tacos, or grabbing yourself a burger, some French fries, or whatever you might be grabbing. You might want to grab those items quick and then mosey on over to a spot along the racetrack that you can watch this pair as they're putting out in the water. Ladies and gentlemen, Top Fuel Hydro in that
indeed.
IGTG Computer Solutions side of the racetrack. We've got Mike Robbins, your #1 qualifier. He ripped off a 320 with a 2 yesterday. 9A Ranch Bucking Bulls, JP Sport Fishing Tours, Integrated Metal Products, Mac Tools, Victory Valves, Woodham Equipment, Menkins Propellers, Jarco Supply, Floaters Apartments, Parker Strip, Arizona, Winberg Crankshafts, Garrison Contractors, Hammer Superchargers, Roger Way Racing. Special thanks to the crew for all their hard work. 2018 World Champion, SDBA mile per hour and ET record holder. Very special thank you to Connie Coletta, the bounty hunter, for all the contributions to the team. The 1250 Club, Bob Genther, Robert Mills, Dennis Lurie, Joe Dutra, Cowboy Bob, David Kirkland, David Carroll, Randy Ball, Mickey Snyder, John Woodard, Generator Super Center of Virginia, and Duncan and Cindy Clark. In that right lane, Liquid Voodoo, the Kevin Kinsley machine, the Carol Haas Racing machine, and sponsored by WRC Construction, coming out of that WCR Construction lane, as a matter of fact, Innovative Global Technology Group, RJ's Racing Equipment, DMP Awnings, Scott Palmer Racing, Technicoat, Broken Spine Designs, Perimeter Innovations, Fatheads Eyewear, Advanced Precision, Conway Automotive, CP Carrillo, Menkins Racing Propellers, Kinsey Race Cars and Marine, Broken Arrow Powder Coating, and Danny Day Racing. So, taking their positions out on the holding rope, we got our Top Fuel Hydros, and down here, wouldn't want to miss this for anything, is Daryl Ehrlich. I tell you, Daryl, this is really a cool deal, man. It's a couple of great machines that are going to do battle here.
Oh, we got a couple of super mean hot rods, no question. I mean, Nitro Nuts has been laying them down right and left, and the whole Kevin Kinsley deal is making some monster strides.
You know, yesterday, and you know, really, it's it's hard to talk about this because we watched the match race between an alcohol hydro, of course, Marty Logan living the dream, and we watched, of course, the liquid voodoo, and we were watching the numbers on there, and it meant nothing, but those numbers were almost like record runs. Now, Robbins has the records in the category, but these guys really don't care about records. They want to get to the finish line first. They want to get the win here at the last possible drag race at Wild Horse Pass Raceway.
Well, there's no question the driver wants to win. The crew chief and the owner, he wants every record there ever was. So we can all satisfy this by just doing it all at the same time, right?
You wish you were out there?
Oh, man, like you can't even imagine.
Well, I'll tell you what, of course, you've been out here racing this weekend. This is such a great event. You have an opportunity to run into so many racers that you squared off against in the years. And you know what's interesting, and Mike Starr, I brought this up with him too. Not only do you see racers from throughout the years, but I bump into fans that have been here for 20, 30 years, like the Toon Bunch down there. And it's really great to run into people that have been following you the whole time.
Oh, this thing feels like the world's biggest family reunion, man. We're surrounded by our peeps. Good stuff, man. And this drag race is about to be a pretty amazing adventure, guys.
I'll tell you what a difference, the dual prop, single prop. Have you ever had an opportunity to try the dual prop thing?
Actually, yeah, I licensed here way back when in a single prop boat, and that was a messy ordeal anyway, but the dual props made us go from maybe 3,500 horsepower to 10, 11,000, just like almost overnight. So it's been a pretty incredible adventure, and you just watch. I mean, this is the Carol Haas deal right now with Kevin in there. They're just pushing it, and man, I have no doubt those guys would probably run 280 miles an hour if we let them.
Darrell, you had mentioned you've run single prop. They say when you run the single prop, the boat, you want to line it up a little off-center. The double prop, straight and true.
Yeah, the double prop, wherever you're pointed at, that's what you're going to run over. And the single prop, you never knew what, right, left, upside down, sideways. That was the joy of that deal. Hang on and just put the bucket strap in play.
What do you think they're going through right now? What kind of checklist do you go through with the Top Fuel Hydro?
Well, the simplest version right now, if I'm Mike Robbins, I'm taking a little nap because it's real calm out there. It's beautiful. I mean, there's no breeze today.
I don't know. This is something he comes up with, taking a nap. I'd be excited to the max, speaking of max.
Everybody really is, but these guys, I mean, honestly, they're the coolest of the cool. They're just comfortable. They're in the place that they want to be more than anywhere else on the planet. So nerves aren't it right now. This is all about, I got to win.
And, you know, they got great teams, everybody going over everything. Todd Haas and Tom Conway and that bunch down there. Scotty Palmer is supposedly out here. He never came by and said hi or anything. And, of course, you got Mike Robbins, of course, and Roger Way and all that bunch. So they go over everything they can. But I'll tell you this, and, you know, like when you're out there, you're all by yourself, man. You got to hope that everything was checked off on that checklist.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. It either works or it doesn't, right?
There you go. I like that. But if you were a betting man, which way are you going to lean?
Whoever gets to the other end first, I'm going to have them in.
I like that. He doesn't want to stick his neck out.
That's the way to hedge right there, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah, because they probably got the radio tuned in to 87.9. They're not listening to the star, right?
Their peeps are listening.
Yeah, that's for sure. If they miss it, somebody else will catch it. But, you know, and Kevin, we talked to him Friday. He came by and said hi to Mike Starr.
Came by visiting with us for a while?
Yes, and he was mentioned, he says, man, I don't wear no earplugs. And I said, you got to have ear protection, all that stuff. He said, no, I'm going to hear that motor sing. How about you?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. In fact, it's kind of funny. I had a sealed helmet before, and it was pretty loud, but I got one of those open jobs for a while, and oh my gosh, you can hear it sing. Hey, look, let's listen now, guys.
All right, Darrell Ehrlich hanging out with us here at the top.
Top Fuel Hydro, Liquid Voodoo, Kevin Kinsley in the left lane. Mike Robbins and Nitro Nuts in the right lane. First time we have had side-by-side Top Fuel Hydro at Firebird Lake since 2018, am I right? We'll talk in a minute.
Wow. Nitro Nuts, #1 qualifier at a 320. How about throwing down a 318 with a 9, 233 in a mile an hour? Nitro Nuts gets there first. 0.78 reaction time. Liquid Voodoo. Kevin Kinsley, left lane. How about that mile an hour? 249.24, just off the record that he has. 328 with a 9. And Nitro Nuts, Mike Robbins, man, was he on the gas.
And on the numbers, too. I mean, we were talking yesterday, and they told me they were going to lay down a 3:15. But you know what? I'll take a 3:18 all day long, and that was absolutely amazing run. What I was trying to say before they ran, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, when Lucas Oil sort of stopped everything and went away, that's the first time we've had side-by-side top fuel action on this lake since 2018.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And
So
of course,
4 years later, we finally put a pair of top fuel hydros on Firebird Lake.
yeah, and it was the Liquid Voodoo, Kevin Kinsley, just killing it that weekend. And in fact, we were running a little further distance, and you know, they've, in the interest of safety, we have shortened the racetrack, so to speak. We run to the 875 mark. They were running to the 1,000, and of course, Liquid Voodoo has both ends of the record. But look ahead. I mean, the record is 3.176, Liquid Voodoo, but 3.189. He said he wanted to go for a 15, but I'll tell you, that teen was a beautiful, beautiful run.
Absolutely. And if, just for a sidebar here, that 250 actually was set yesterday during that other deal, I believe, because 249 was the previous record. So during that grudge deal is where that 250 came from. But yeah, just absolutely mind-blowing what these boats are able to do and how they're getting it done. And I'm just stoked to be a part of it for sure. All right, and that's going to bring us back around to Stock Eliminator. Running on a 9-second index.
Wow. Man. How about these Stock Eliminator guys saying, whoa.
How do we follow that?
Yeah. Man. But really cool deal. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Now, we're going to start our second round of eliminations. And this is going to be wild. Paring it down.
Quick Eliminator, I need your votes at the in-ramp, please. Quick Eliminator. Need your votes at the in-ramp for round 2. Quick Eliminator. Pro Outlaw, need you warmed up, ready to go. Pro Mod, stand by. Here comes your first pair for round 2. Stock Eliminator in the IGTG left lane. Boat number 40 is the Meatball. John Murray calls that boat Hot Water 6 out of Kingsland, Texas. It's a Mirage with a Mercury 142 for power. Sponsored by LBJ Partners Realty and Marshall Marine. In the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 0647 is Garrick Snyder driving for Mickey Snyder in the Young Gun Machine. Sponsored by Rio Medina Truck and Auto, Rio Fab and Weld, Lilly Construction, Custom Powder Coating, Four-Way Bar, Long's Machine, Jeff Gibson Insurance, Guild Mortgage, Reagan and Angie Everett, Rowdy Tees, R&S Construction, Trinity Ministries, Twisted Tags and Embroidery, Illuma Lighting, and thanks to my family and crew, he's dialed in a 9 flat, the Meatball's dialed in a 9 flat, it's a heads-up drag race.
So the hot water 6, John Murray up against Garrick Snyder. Round number 2 in this stock eliminator category. 5 rounds to determine the winner in this prospective category. The winner gets Bruno Knopp, who got the win over Natasha Cruz earlier. Garrick Snyder got a win over Kaylin Funk, who went dead on with a 5, while the John Murray got a win over Sean Martirosen to get to this round number 2. Got rescue, just easing back into condition. My captain, Jimmy Todd down there. Just making absolutely certain there's no rollers out on the race course. We want to make the conditions ideal for absolutely every category. Safety, the number 1 concern with the SDBA, and I'm sure with all the other boat organizations that are racing out here with us this weekend. I want to give a big shout out to David Carroll, who put this whole thing together. He had a dream, and I'm telling you what, we want to thank him so much for doing it. So Garrick Snyder, Young Gun, Rio Medina Truck and Auto, Rio Fab and Welding, Lilly Construction, Custom Powder Coating, 4-Way Bar Longs Machine, Jeff Gibson Insurance, Racers Insuring Racers, Guild Mortgage, Reagan and Angie Everett, Rowdy Tees, RS Construction, Trinity Ministries, Twisted Tags and Embroidery, Illumin Lighting. Special thanks to family and crew. Young Gun getting ready to square off against the Hot Water 6, John Murray. A Mirage Merc, 142 cubic inches. So that outboard, she's a runner. Meatball Murray helping them out. Still alive. LGBJ Partners Realty and Marshall Marine side by side. Look at them glance at each other. Look at them watch each other down the racetrack. And who gets the stripe? Who gets the win? It is, how about John Murray? So John Murray taking the win over Garrick Snyder. Good job there. You can see each of the drivers glancing at each other and coming out on top, running a 9-10 and a 9 dial. Both of them looking for that 9 number. 9-10 at 81 with an 0.87 reaction time. Young Gun, Garrick Snyder, drew a little quick. .142 red, runs 9:21, and he out of here in the round. So round number 2, John Murray with the win. Next pair out, waiting to get their info. We'll relay it to you in the stock eliminator category, round number 2. Rescue right down in front of us. Getting the information from the Thunderstruck. Scott Dozel, Heart Attack, Randy Melvin. These guys have squared off against each other so many times with that Arizona Drag Boat Association. Jeremy Denny, I believe, out here looking on today. The Super E champion, KDBA 2020 top eliminator runner-up, Lucas Oil River Racer champion, and Greg and Melody Johnson helping them out. Rogue Shop Racing, Auto Image, Darren Dozel, Arizona Hot Boats, Civil Works Contracting, Solar Fix of Arizona, all your solar needs. Heart Attack, of course, sponsored by the Melvin & Sons Builders, A&M Graphic Wraps, and coming out on top, the AC/DC machine, Thunderstruck, Scott Dozel. He was looking to run 967. Gets the win with the 988, 75.22. Heart Attack. Randy Melvin was behind in the lead, did what he had to do, put the nose of his boat out in front of Thunderstruck, Scott Dozel, but in doing so, he broke out and ran a too quick 917 with a 7 at 80.43. So how about Scott Dozel? Scott Dozel going to the next round in the stock eliminator category. That takes him right to the semifinals. I'm sorry, it does not. Takes him to the 8s. Next, we got the number 1 qualifier. Because he was number 1 qualifier, he squared off against that young lady, Natasha Cruz, in round 1, the Cracker Jack, and got that round win. This checkered past gets the single here. He, sponsored by Snyder Motorsports. Special thanks to Gary Snow at Performance Marine, and his wife Courtney, daughter Charlie, and the race crew. He's looking to run a 963. Ran a 960 with an 8 in qualifying, but the weather conditions here are so different. Man, I'm telling you, you should have seen. We were out here on Thursday, and we were just about shoveling snow. It was cold, it was rainy, and a lot of people have been busting my chops. Steve over there asking if he could wash my truck. Right, Steve? You were feeling guilty? Yeah, sure. But every day it's just been getting better and better weather-wise, but actually performance-wise, these aren't the best of conditions that we've seen. It's a little warmer, but you know, hey, as Herb Graffis would say, it gives them an opportunity to have to tweak on their motors and squeeze a little more out of them. Checkered past, he can't really hurt himself here. Of course, if he runs outside the race course, that might not be a good thing, but he getting ready here. Checkered past, Bruno Canap. Kind of got that boat up and out and rolled. Canop goes red, runs it through 973. 973. He was looking for that 963, so not far off the number, but I'll tell you what, he better work on that reaction time, but he is maybe just setting the stage saying, yeah, maybe I am vulnerable in the next round. So 973, 78.53 for Bruno on that single. So Bruno with that round win is going to square off against John Murray. John Murray in that hot water 6. Repeat offender, William Wilson, coming out in the IGTG Computer Solutions side of the racetrack. And William Wilson doing that driving. The Landers Chevrolet Cadillac of Joplin, Missouri. Midwest Tool Incorporated. Hardy Cole Dump Trucks and Danny and Christy Morales helping out. Hotchkiss, Kevin Hotchkiss. The Bloodshot, Julie Hotchkiss, the owner of that machine. ADBA World Finals champion in 2020 and runner-up in 2021. This is the Arizona Historic Masonry, Angry River Barbecue, Level 10 Audio, Jet Performance Marine, T&R Powder Coating, Adams Concrete Cutting, Greg's Garage in Greer, Arizona, Martin Superchargers, Arizona New Horizon Realty. Julie looking on as we all Kevin Hotchkiss. Julie, he had that guilty look in his eye. He had a big advantage on the leave. Julie's over here doing cartwheels, but he gets that round win, was looking to run 11:26. Kevin taken down. William Wilson, the repeat offender, he runs dead on 8. 9:05 is what he is looking for. Runs a 9:05.8, but almost a half a second reaction time. Hotchkiss, Bloodshot with the win.
All attention in the pits.
Attention in the pits. We need Pro Outlaw. Pro Outlaw to the launch ramp. Pro Modified, you should be warming up. Pro Jet, how about standing by? So Hotchkiss, 11:38, 68.17. Dead on 8, 9:05.8. Repeat offender, William Wilson. He's gone in the round.
And here's your next pair for stock eliminator. In that IGTG left lane, boat number 1967, Keith Funk and Rat Rod. He's dialed in a 9.10. And in the WCR construction right lane, boat number 111 is David Beers. Grounds for Divorce, the name of that machine. He's dialed in at a 10 and 21. Sponsored by the Beers at Desert North Realty, Saboteur Racing, Foots In It Racing, and On Tap Exterminating. And Keith Funk going to take the win in the left lane. Runs a 9.204 on a 9.1 dial-in. 2.96 for a reaction time. David Beers dialed in 10.20 run, ran a 10.24, but 5.28 for a reaction time was not enough, and he just couldn't overcome it. And that's going to do it, I believe, for stock eliminator. We should be moving into modified eliminator now. And first up is going to be the bye. That's going to be Tara Scribner and the Wicked Pickle. Boat number 225 on an 8-second index. It's a DeMarco powered by Big Block Chevrolet. Sponsored by Mr. T-Shirt, Mom, Dad, Scott's Custom Paint. Number 3 qualifier. Took a win in the first round, got herself a bye run into the semifinal round. Tara Scribner taking a bye run with an 8.04 and 3. 8.04 and 3 for a 99 mile-an-hour pass. 2.56 on the reaction time. And she'll need to wait a little bit to see whether it's going to be Hardy Cole or Rudy Romero on the other side of the course when she comes back next. All right. Next up in the IGTT left lane, boat number 345 is Jeremy Alexander. Calls the boat Blue Bayou. And in the WCR construction right lane, boat number 612A, Carrie Alt. Mama's Midlife Crisis out of Tucson, Arizona. Sponsored by Don's Hot Rod Shop in Tucson. Carl Snyder at Mile High Vapors. Special thanks. "21 boats in this modified eliminator field. 21 of them. We've whittled it down to 11. Now we're down to, we're working on whittling it down a little bit further. We should be 6 remaining at the end of this round. Quick eliminators should already be headed to the in-ramp. Pro Outlaw should be warmed up, ready to go. Pro Mod should be standing by. You guys will be coming up after that. All right. Gary Gray called for the lights. Jeremy Alexander, Blue Bayou in the left lane. Carrie Alt, Mama's Midlife Crisis in the right. And Carrie Alt going to take the win. Jeremy Alexander spun out at the end. I think that happened to him yesterday too, except this time he's out of the boat and the boat just sunk. We'll get rescue down there, go check on him. I think I see him bobbing there in the water. So that boat spun out yesterday as well. I remember that. That time he was luckily able to stay in it. So obviously there will be a short delay while we figure this situation out and get everything squared away. They will get Jeremy loaded up onto the rescue boat and they'll bring him over, have the ambo crew check him out, make sure he's doing okay. And they'll figure out what they're going to do about his boat. I can't tell for sure if it went all the way under or if it's still sticking part way up. So we'll just hold tight and wait for that. As I said, Carrie Alt got the win, got across the line first by about 27/100ths of a second, so she'll be moving to the next round, and a good time to get a win. But definitely not what she wanted to happen on the other side of that course. So indications we're getting from the rescue team is that Jeremy is doing okay. Obviously they're going to bring him in and have the ambulance crew take a look at him and see what they decide. But Pro Outlaw, we still need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Pro Outlaw, need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Outlaw, we need your boats to the in-ramp. They're going to bring the spider boat out there and see if they can get Jeremy's boat up and at least get it out of the race course. What they'll do with it beyond that, I'm not sure. Pro Outlaw, we need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Pro Outlaw, need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Outlaw, we need your boats at the in-ramp. Pro Mod, we need you warmed up, ready to go. Pro Jet, stand by. Be calling you shortly. After that, it'll be Pro Eliminator, Top Eliminator, Pro Comp Flat, Bone Glass Flat, and Personal Watercraft.
Jackie just went back there to give it to you.
So while we do have a little break in the action, want to thank our sponsors making it possible for us to be out here for the 2022 Drag Boat Nationals here at the Southern Drag Boat Association. We want to thank Racer H2O, Nitrous Outlet, Trinity Racing Ministries, Fatheads Eyewear, RacingJunk.com, RJS Racing Equipment, Funk Racing, House of Color Motorsports, RacerDirect.com, Pat Kinsey Drywall, RESP, IGTG, Perimeter Innovations, WCR Construction, and Seneca Race Fuels. And also just, you know, take a minute and just, wow, what an event this has been, and what an event we were able to pull together. Hey, y'all, they're telling me that if everything goes as planned, there will be another Marty Logan, Kevin Kinsley drag boat grudge match. So top alcohol hydro, top fuel hydro paired up against each other, running side by side. This time, there's 2 cases of beer on the line. All right, so what I was telling you, what an amazing event. This may very well be the very last drag boat race ever to be held at Firebird Lake here at Wild Horse Pass Motorsports, Motor Park. And man, are we excited to be able to put this thing on and excited to be able to pull it off. We have racers representation from every other major drag boat racing association in the country. Hello, Savannah. How are you? Oh, I'm doing fine. It's good to see your smiley face. I'm telling you, this thing, it's like we had a family reunion and a drag boat race broke out. It's exactly what it's like out here. Let's see what else. Anyways, we got folks from NJBA. We got folks from ADBA, CDBA, KDBA, Oklahoma Hot Boat Association. I know for sure I've seen some of those. New Mexico Hot Boat Association. And of course, SDBA. And it's just awesome to have that kind of representation and be able to bring all of those machines together. We've got racers here from North Carolina, South Carolina, Washington State, Oregon, California, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, Oklahoma, Missouri, Kansas. We even have a boat here from Langley, British Columbia, Canada. Came all the way down here to race in this event. And we are absolutely excited about the event. Man, it is just amazing to be able to pull this off, and it is a shame that it might not happen again. And I guess if we're going to try and make it happen again, we're going to have to find a different venue. We shall see. They keep saying this place is done, and then they change their mind and delay it a little bit. And so who knows? You know, we might get to do it again. That's why I keep saying quite possibly, because the plan is for the NHRA event, Winter Nationals here in March, to be the last event on this property. But, you know, I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see what happens. So I see they've got Jeremy's boat hooked up over there. And it looks like that spider boat's working pretty hard trying to get it moved over to the side of the course. Now, whether they'll take it to an out ramp and get it out of here right now, or whether they'll leave it sit and get it out later this afternoon, I am not sure, and that will really depend on what kind of room they have to work with. They've already got Jeremy off the water. Medical's over there checking him out right now, and as soon as I have any kind of an update at all, I will let him know. This is also a really good time for me to tell you, we've already talked about our rescue crews, but there's another very important group of people who are in action right now as we speak, and that is RESP. And those folks, you know, they just kind of stand around, hang out here. They do a little bit of work. They work hard, actually. But their whole reason for being here is to provide support for racers, their families, their teams when an event like this occurs. Those ladies jump into action, men and ladies, they jump into action, they run over there, they're there to help, even if it's just as simple as holding Jeremy's wife or girlfriend's hand. They are there to do that, to provide them with some dry clothing if they need it, to help them figure out housing if they have to go to the hospital. There's so many things that they do that you just, I almost can't put it all into words, but it is absolutely amazing. And the thing that's important to know about RESP is that they are 100% membership and donation funded and fundraiser funded. So there's nobody with deep pockets back behind the scenes that's helping to keep that thing moving or make it happen. So your memberships, when you member up, that helps provide them with the money they need to do the job. When they have a raffle, you buying those raffle tickets, that's where they come up with the money to do that job. When you make a donation, that's where they come up with the money to do that job. So by all means, please, if you're a racer or a crew member, or if you spend any time at all on the racetrack, go down there, talk to them, and member up. Costs you like $40 a year, but their service is just amazing. And then, you know, when they have raffles and fundraisers and silent auctions and that kind of thing, dig a little deeper into that pocket, find a few extra dollars, and make that donation, buy that ticket, whatever the case may be. So there's my plug for RESP. When we get a green course, which looks like it'll be pretty soon, we're going to go back to modified eliminator. And in the IGTG left lane is going to be boat number 018. That is Hardy Cole, driving for Mickey Harlow. They call the boat Booger Red. Out of Joplin, Missouri, sponsored by Jet Boat Bills Performance in Tulsa. Sonia Owensby in Odessa. 4A Pest Control in Odessa. Ted Aim Racing in Odessa. Carol McKinley in St. Louis, Missouri. Dirty Bottom Racing in Joplin, Missouri. Ellison Systems in Odessa. LOB Racing Products. And J&S Bizzle in Odessa. And in the WCR Construction right-hand lane, boat number 357A is going to be Rudy Romero. Fool's Gold, the name of that boat. Started out in 2021, in stock eliminator. Went up to modified eliminator, made another motor change, now trying to run TE, but he was not able to make the number in qualifying this weekend. So he came up and declared back to modified eliminator, which is part of the reason why he ended up in the number 18 qualifying spot. But he's looking to make his way in toward the final. Let's see if he can get that done. Sponsored by Jet Boat Garage, Trenton Imaging, and East Valley Performance Machine. Big thank you to his wife Tiffany for letting him race her boat. And his son flew all the way down here from Washington to support him this weekend. And he wanted to give a big old shout out to him as well. So both of these guys have already had a win in the first round. Cole Hardy went past Mike Ledford to get that win. And Rudy Romero, not a small ask, but he got past Grant Snyder to move into the next round. Win this time, whoever wins this race will have Tara Scribner in the semifinal. Carrie Alt already won her race on the other side. And so now we've got Mike King and Hunter Pritchard going to be facing off here momentarily to see which one of them will square off against Carrie Alt in the semifinal round to try to make their way to the final. So again, we're just holding up. They pulled Jeremy's boat off over to the side. Get that thing cleared out and out of the way. He's over there with medical right now, getting checked out. As soon as we know something there, we'll let you know. But the word was from the rescue crew that he was doing okay when they got to him. So we'll see what happens after that. All right. Rescue says the water's good. Starter says, let's do this thing. Hardy Cole, Booger Red in the left lane. Rudy Romero, Fool's Gold in the right lane. So your winner is going to be over in the left-hand lane. Hardy Cole going to take the win and move into the next round. Where Tara Scribner will be waiting. All right, here's our next pair. In the IGTG left lane, boat number 1111 is Steve Walls. Happy Hour, the name of the boat, out of San Angelo, Texas. It's a Curtis powered by Chevrolet, sponsored by Fastline Fabrications, Buddy Johnson, Walls Tractor Repair, Machine Works Incorporated, Schaefer Oils, O'Reilly Auto Parts in San Angelo, Joe Yarbrough, FPC Services, James and Judy Sheffield, Wayman Pitchford Incorporated, William R. Pascal and Sons Fine Woodworking, and special thanks to my wife Dawn for being my tow. Sella, Steve, Bruce, Cody, Mandy, Michelle, Marvin, Billy, and Tag all helping out. And in the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 722 is Hope Helm, sponsored by Todd Schwartz, Circle B Electric, Performance HVAC, J.D. Henderson, and Superior Fiberglass. They call that boat Liquid Assets. There we go. Your winner's going to be in the left lane, Steve Walls, taking the win into the next round. Ran an 8:07 and 3. Hope Helm could only put down an 8:34 and 6, and it wasn't enough. And she had the better start, 2:05 for a reaction time, but just didn't have enough at the big end of the course, and Steve Walls runs it out the other end and into the next round.
Mickey Snyder over there looking on, looking happy. Always good to see Mickey happy, right? I wonder if they think about everybody at home, that really nobody's there.
There's nobody left in Rio Medina, right? Nobody? You all here? That's what I thought. Well, Tyler's still over there somewhere, right? Y'all didn't bring him.
Just two
Tyler
people.
and Blackie, the only ones left over there. All right. Here comes our next pair. Peyton Ewell's got her work cut out for her right now. She's in the WCR Construction right-hand lane, boat number 239K. And I'm not saying she can't do it. I'm just saying it's going to be a run. Calls the boat, You'll Be Sorry, sponsored by, well, a big thank you going out to Robert and Roger Lees, my dad and mom, stepmom for the whole Wildfire team and the whole Wildfire team. Man, I can read, I promise. Special thanks to Debbie Lees for keeping us all fed in the IGTG left lane. Boat number 517, Jesse James Jr. out of Tyler, Texas. Calls the boat Outlaw, your number one qualifier with an 8007. Sponsored by Lone Star Millworks, David and Carrie Muller, Cedarbilt, Eagles Motorsports, JCD, Steve Ray, Butch Carter, Carter Rig Services, and Jimmy and Priscilla Kemp. Winner will find Steve Walls waiting on the other side for them. And then we still got one more run to go to find out what the other side of this ladder is going to look like. We got Mike King and Hunter Pritchard got to face off still. All right, Gary Gray says, let's do this thing. Starter starts the lights. 25 seconds on the countdown. Peyton Ewell, You'll Be Sorry, driving for Robert Lees. Jesse James Jr., the Outlaw, in the left lane. About 18 seconds from now, we're going to find out who's moving to the next round and who's going home.
How about Jesse James? How about an 8:02, 96.73 in a mile an hour, 0:54 light? Well, I'll tell you what, Peyton Ewell had that big round win in round one, taking down Tanya Scribner, but did a great light, 0:22, better on the reaction time, but went under the number. Took a little too much stripe. 16 feet at the top end and breaks out. 797 with a 56. At 101, Jesse James goes to the next round.
All right, Pro Mod, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Pro Mod, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp. Pro Jet, I need you warmed up, ready to go. Pro Eliminators, stand by. You guys are up next. Next pair of modified eliminators in the IGTG left lane. Boat number 427 is Mike King. Out of Coweta, Oklahoma, calls the boat King's Side Piece. Happy 14th birthday to his granddaughter, Caitlin. I don't know if that was today or earlier this weekend, but I didn't see it before, so I'm guessing it was today. Sponsored by McKinney's Modern Dining and Toast. Tailwinds Inspection, Midwest Turbine Inspection, Harper Land and Cattle, Kane's Overhead Door, Huffman Performance, Brandy's Sassy Style, Bent Creek Dozer. Special thanks to Mom, Dad, Huffman Performance, my grandchildren, my lovely wife Anissa, and my friends and family. In the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 777X is Hunter Pritchard, driving for Jerry Oaks in the Chaos Machine. Sponsored by Highway 48 Marine in Manafort, Oklahoma, Oaks Fabrication, Worry Be Gone, Big Bass Liquor, AZ Construction, Jet Boat Bill Performance,
Chaos. Hunter Pritchett with the win. 8:099, 93.85. King Side Piece. Mike King, 8:12, 87.96. Didn't have as good a reaction time. Chaos. Hunter Pritchett for the win.
All right, and I believe that's it for Modified Eliminator. Did you get all of them? And should be moving us into Quick Eliminator on a 6-second index. And your first pair is going to be in the IGTG left lane, boat number 910. Out of Las Cruces, New Mexico, Mr. Larry Flores calls the boat Hydroclimatic. Number 6 qualifier with a 602. Sponsored by Dynamic Racing Engines, Pine Top Construction. Thanks to his wife, Kim Flores. Special thanks to Tom Garcia and the Shop Boys, the Body Works, and the Good Lord above. And in the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 77 is David Wehunt. Calls the boat Purple Haze Racing from Georgetown, South Carolina. Comes in as the number 5 qualifier. Sponsored by the Marshall Tucker Band, Super Clean, NGK Spark Plugs, Jet Set Luxury Brokers, Brian Letterly. We're dedicating this race to our beloved friend, crew member, and fans. Friends, crew members, and fans. The Purple Haze Racing Nation fans. Y'all are incredible. Like and follow them on Facebook, Instagram, and TikToks. They've got shirts, hat, posters, stickers, and hoodies available at their pit. Here we go.
How about your winner? How about Larry Flores, Hydroclimatic, 6:13 at 143 for the win, and a 6:24 Purple Haze Racing, David Wehunt, and he had an 078 better reaction time, but hitting that top end of the racetrack with at 11.4 feet for the win. Hydroclimatic, Larry Flores.
Your next pair of quick eliminators in the IGTG left lane. Boat number 128 is Dwayne Thornton. Calls the boat Born Insanity. Sponsored by Gary Kincaid Racing Engines, Campbell Technologies, that's Carl and Susie Campbell, Keith Campbell at Babby Building Specialties, and Tom and Chris Wellman at Dusty Duds Excavation. In the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 385K, Ronnie Jennings from Macon, Missouri. Sponsored by Ronnie Jennings Garage in Macon, Missouri, Steel Towing in Maine, Missouri, and 195 Self Storage in Jackson, New Jersey. Ronnie Jennings calls that machine Hammer Time.
Hammer Time, Ronnie Jennings, 6:11 on that 6-second index, 130.47 seconds, and a triple zip Actually, 8/10,000ths reaction time. Boy, he squeezed it. Hammer time, Ronnie Jennings. A 6:10 was quicker, but a tremendous lead for Ronnie Jennings. Dwayne Thornton, born insanity, he's going to be shaking his head when he sees that time slip. Wow, what a run.
It's not often you get a 125 and get beat on a hole shot, right? 0008. My goodness. Up next in the IGTG left lane, boat number 110 is Ken Jenkins. Through the Fire, the name of that machine. He comes in as the number 20 qualifier, but he's looking to make that right. Dedicating this race to Jackson. Special thanks to Gary Gray, Stacy, Rich, Sarah, Todd, and the volunteers for a great job as always. And thank you to Big Baron's Top End Grub for the great food all season. And in the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 487 is Blake Thurlow, driving for Jim Robertson.
Wow. You know, we say you can win from anywhere. Ken Jenkins took down the number 1 qualifier, round 1. He goes to the next round again, taking down Blake Thurlow. So how about a 6'11" with a 2, 143 in a mile an hour, and Ken Jenkins, who couldn't put it together in qualifying, but man, he's got it together so far today. Blake Thurlow in that right lane just didn't have enough for that great run by Jenkins.
Yeah, Ken Jenkins ran too fast all weekend in qualifying and ended up sitting in that number 20 spot. And like I said, that's an unusual place to find Ken Jenkins. And I think he's on a mission now to make that right and work his way through to the leaderboard. And we'll see what happens there. But yeah, that was definitely a well laid down trip for sure.
That was a twofer. That'll take him right to the semifinals, so that's big in a class of 20 boats. Coming in as the last qualifier, and now he's to the semifinals. That's big.
Here's your next pair in the IGTG left lane. Boat number 689K is Barry Salzman. Fish Killer out of Buffalo, Kentucky. Thanks to the crew, Jimmy Gold, Donna Salzman, David Dangerfield, Michael Boone, Tyler Salzman. That is a Curtis Craft powered by Ford 2022 KDBA High Points champion and quick eliminator. In the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 920K. Somebody he's probably raced a few times before. Another one of the KDBA racers is Rick Kornowski, driving for Chris Delamater. They call that boat Del Corn Special. Sponsored by Kornowski Custom Marine, Chris Delamater, Beyond Redline in Green Bay, Wisconsin, and Competition Products. The winner of this race will have Ronnie Jennings to face in the next round.
Your winner, Barry Salzman, Fish Killer, 6:06.5, 139.56. Better reaction time, carried it down the racetrack. Kornowski, Del Corn Special, runs a 6:10 with a 6, 139.95. He out of here, left lane is your winner.
Next up in the IGTG. Left-hand lane, boat number 114A, Greg Vanderwindy, calls the boat Hydro Silver. Sponsored by Harder Surfaces, Westerfield Motorsports, Fine Line Concrete, VX5 Racing, thanks to my wife, Gibson, Elliott, Mom and Dad, Garper and Austin, and of course Uncle Buck for making all this happen. Also thanks to the SDBA for hosting our 2022 Harder Family Reunion, driving for Gary Harder. And in the WCR Construction right-hand lane is your number 2 qualifier, Gavin Snyder. He's driving Mickey Snyder's 6 to Midnight, boat number 657, sponsored by Snyder Motorsports, Napa, Rio Medina Truck and Auto and Marine, Rio Fab and Weld, Custom Powder Coating, 4-Way Barn Grill, Trinity Ministries, Lilly Construction, Long's Machinery, RTS Construction, Regan and Angie Everett, Guild Mortgage, Postal Annex, Rowdy Tees, Twisted Tags and Embroidery, Illuma Lighting, and thanks to the family and crew. Winner of this round will have Larry Flores waiting for him in the next round.
Greg Vanderwendy went red. How about the 6 to Midnight? Gavin Snyder for the win. So Gavin Snyder going to the next round. 6:10 with a 6, 146 with an 097 reaction time. Greg Vanderwendy and the Gary Harder machine ran a 6:003, 143. Stepped up on the ET, but went red. A little anxious on the leave was he.
So Gavin Snyder and Larry Floaters will face off next time they come up. And the winner of that will get a bye run into the final. So a big race on the line right there.
Pro Mods, you should be there. Pro Jet, come on down. Pro Eliminator, you should warm up. And how about Top Eliminator, stand by. So Pro Jet, you can start rolling our way. Pro Jet, roll our way. And Pro Eliminator, warm them up.
Here we go, moving into Pro Outlaw now. On a 5.2 second index in the IGTG left lane, going to be Cody Childress, boat number 077, Bad Influence. In the right lane, the WCR Construction lane, boat number 521, Rick Blethroad, Wild Thing. Couple of Texas boys squaring off against each other again.
He broke the beam, though. He broke the beam, so he's going to get the win, I believe. That's over 5 second reaction time. This will be interesting. What happened was the Bad Influence, Cody Childress, went red. He went red, ran through to 529 at 170.43 in a mile an hour. So the right lane, as you see out there, Rick Blethroad, the Wild Thing.
So Cody won?
He hit it. Yes, Cody's the winner.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, he could not break the beam for over 5 seconds. So therefore, Bad Influence, even though he went red, he will get the round win. The competitor, if he breaks the beam within that 5 second time frame, he could have got the win, but he couldn't do it. He missed it by just a bit. So Bad Influence, Cody Childress, gets that round win.
Pro Jet, we need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Pro Jet, we need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Pro Jet, we need your boats at the in-ramp. All right, here we go. Your next pair of Pro Outlaws in the IGTG left lane. Boat number 247 is Troy Ferry. Haven't had that boat on the water in 12 years. 12 years. Puts it out there now, calls the boat You're Next. Making a showing of it. Sponsored by Troy Ferry Trucking, S&S Automotive, David Sharp. Special thanks to Rob Steele. The crew, Justin the Love Doctor, Sammy, Jimmy, Bob Verne, and Get Better Soon, Joey G. In the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 006, Brian Nelson. Rude Awakening. Number 1 qualifier. Sponsored by Jet Performance Marine, Parker Garage Doors, Outlaw Custom Boats, Matt Brown Trucking, Brian Letterly at Jet Set Luxury Brokers, East Valley Performance Machine, and special thanks to the crew, Dan, Dustin, and Vince. And a big birthday shout out to Brianna Nelson, having her 20th birthday today.
You know, on Racer...
I need truck and trailer, I need truck and trailer for boat number 521. Back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for 521. Back to the in-ramp, please.
So the folks on RacerH2O.com, we got some folks listening in now. We got some cheeseheads out there from Wisconsin. Want to welcome them watching on California, Arizona, Virginia, Nevada, Texas, Pennsylvania, Utah, Arkansas, Florida, Missouri, Washington, and some people from across the borders. We got some folks up there in Canada, and also some almost like down under. Down under is considered Australia, and right across the pond is the New Zealanders, the Kiwis. I spent a little time down in Martinborough picking grapes. Love the wine down there, but was fortunate enough to hang out in New Zealand for a while. Squished a couple of their toads. They got toads all over the place, man. Tell you, crazy deal.
Just don't mix them up with the grapes, you'll be all right.
Oh, they taste great. You cook anything, you know.
All right, starter called for the lights. We got Brian Nelson, Rude Awakening in the right lane. Troy Ferry, you're next in the left.
How about a 5:27, 155.02 with an 0.92 reaction time. Rude Awakening. Brian Nelson gets the win over Troy Ferry in the Your Next boat. Troy Ferry had a better reaction time in 0.50, missed the number a little bit at the top end, 5:35, 143. Well, I'll tell you what, 38,000 separating the two at the top end, just a distance of 9 feet. And I'll tell you what, Troy Ferry, the Your Next boat, hadn't raced in 12 years, came out here, and what a tremendous effort they threw forth. But Brian Nelson, your number 1 qualifier, gets that round win. Big matchup there.
There's only an 8-foot difference between those two boats at the finish line. Here's your next pair. In the IGTG left lane, boat number 199 is Ken McKillican from Langley, British Columbia, Canada, all the way down to Phoenix, Arizona to run this weekend. More Wasted Money, the name of that boat. Sponsored by Lucas Oil, NGK Spark Plugs, GNS Freight, High Performance Engines, Hot Wired Images, Lordco Auto Parts, Nats Repair, Bits Custom Boats, Stealth 2.0 Racing, Stillwater Trucking, and Mountain View Solutions. Races up in Canada with the Fraser Valley Drag Boat Association. My dad lives up there in Richmond. I'm going to have to go check that out next time I'm in town, because I definitely want to go meet some of those folks and get a chance to maybe watch them race. I think that would be super cool. Racing on the Fraser River. In the WCR, because you got to watch for lumber on the Fraser River, because they run lumber down the river. In the WCR Construction right-hand lane, boat number 538 is Harley Ritson, driving for Todd McAnally. They call that boat Mayhem. It's a Curtis 501 Hydro with a Honda 112 cubic inch engine for power, and that thing flat smokes coming down the lane. It's crazy. Sponsored by Mike Rose Insurance, BFP Garage, Game Box Racing, Money Gone Racing, Brian Latterly of Jet Set, Concept Powder Coating, Snap-On, Dement Landscaping, Hampton Blowers, G&J Aircraft, Lucas Oil, DJ Safety, Dirt Bike Kids, Elite Reels. Ashley Box out here somewhere getting videos. There she is. What's up, girl? The crew, Andy, Randy, Dick, Anthony, Justin, Jeff, Tim, Jana, Cindy, Kat, and Mascot.
Oh, attention, Pro Eliminator, we need you. Pro Eliminator, we need you. Top Eliminator, warm up. Pro Comp Flat, stand by.
All right, tow vehicles, one more time. Let me put this out there. Please do not stop on the road to the out ramp. Keep moving. You are screwing us up at the out ramp.
And your winner is left lane, more wasted money. Ken McKilligan, and he runs through with a 549, 159 in the mile an hour, did Ken. The Mayhem Harley Ritson machine went red, ran a 513 at 116 on the mile an hour on this 520 index. But red light came on, Mayhem out of here, more wasted money. Ken McKilligan, he is your winner.
All right, here comes your new set. Ken McKilligan continuing on for the Canadians. As I said earlier, it'd be nice for him to run that thing through for them. Those folks up in the Vancouver area, Canucks with a disappointing season so far and a disappointing loss last night. And so maybe Ken can give them a little glimmer of hope up there. In the IGTG left lane, boat number 324, Brandon Davis. Calls the boat New Sense. It's a Bits 501 powered by Keith Black Hemi. Sponsored by Davis Trucking, D&E Motorsports, CP Carrillo. Thanks to Mom, Dad, Frank, Dave, and a huge thank you to his wife Jamie and his baby girl Brooklyn. And in the WCR Construction right-hand lane, boat number 103, Justin Schmidt driving for Robert Lees. In the Wildfire machine, comes in as your number 3 qualifier, sponsored by Kegel Soil Service, Red Fox Bar and Grill, Sales Miss Midwest, Lake of the Ozark Shootout, Parker's Electric, Gary Sellon Performance, and running in loving memory of Donna Lees. Thanks also to Dave Schmidt Trucking.
How about Wildfire? Justin Schmidt for the win. 5:39 with a 2, 161.62 on the mile an hour, 0:36 reaction time. Brandon Davis, New Sense boat, 588, 154.30. So Justin Schmidt, Wildfire with the win.
Pro Eliminator, we need your boats at the in-ramp, please. We've only got 2. Pro Eliminator needs you to the in-ramp. Top Eliminator needs you warmed up, ready to go. Pro Comp Flat, stand by. All right, so the next round, semifinals, for Pro Outlaw will look like this. Brian Nelson will square off against Ken McKillican. And Cody Childress will have Justin Schmidt to get by in the next round if he can. All right, that's going to bring us to Pro Modified. Running on a 5-6 index. We got 3 pair and a bye to find out who will be in the semi-final round. We know Terry Kane will be there. He's got a bye as long as everything stays together. But who will the rest of them be? We're going to find out in moments. Right now, though, Terry Kane going to take that bye run. Comes in as the number 1 qualifier. Had Josh Hayden in the first round. Got past him, and now a bye run into the semifinal. He'll be in the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 420. Calls the boat Racing Cane. It's a Curtis powered by Chevrolet. Racing out of Los Alamos, New Mexico. Special thanks to Los Alamos Napa Auto Parts. All kinds of painting. Thanks to Jeff Bear and Clay and all the Canadian support this weekend. Some of the folks from that McKillican team that came down, Terry Kane showed up and didn't really have a crew, and so they volunteered to help him out, and that's that brotherhood that we see all the time in drag boat racing, and it's absolutely amazing. You will never see a boat broke or without a crew or missing a part that somebody else isn't trying to help them get that put back together, get their boat in the water, whatever the case may be. You can count on your friends and neighbors to come help you out. So Terry Kane making the bye run 15 seconds from now into the semifinal round.
Terry Kane, 570, 155.38 on the mile an hour. So a 570, 155.38. Nice. Nice run for the number 1 qualifier, Terry Kane.
All right. Here comes your next pair. Woo! This one has epic written all over it, too. In the IGTG left lane, boat number 255. Cade Genesek, the young gun. Brand new machine this season. They've been working on it. They've had struggles, but they finally got that thing dialed in, and it's running pretty well. Cade's doing a good job doing it. They call the boat All or Nothing, boat number 255. Sponsored by JP&E, Eric Dement and the Real Bad Boys, David Kirkland Racing, RESP, and Trinity Racing Ministries. And the wily old dog, sorry, Daryl, Mad Max, Daryl Ehrlich. The Outer Reach machine going to be in the WCR Construction right-hand lane, looking to school the young guy. Let's see what happens. He's driving for Doug Mader out of Round Rock, Texas. Sponsored by Daryl's Equipment, IRAs, Social Security, and Retirement. Thanks to his whole crew, Daryl and Angie, Chris, Randall, Yvonne, Mackenzie, Angela, and Dan. Special thanks to Travis Tuttle for helping him out a little bit this season.
I want to thank Daryl for hanging out and doing color with us during that Top Fuel Hydro race that we had earlier with Mike Robbins taking the win over the Liquid Voodoo Kevin Kinsley machine.
So,
Final call pro eliminator. Final call pro eliminator. We now need top eliminator to come to the launch area. Pro comp flat. Warm-up call. Blown gas flat. Stand by. Larry and Linda Smiley out there for Racers for Christ listening in. Good to know they're checking out this drag boat racing here at Firebird Lake, Wild Horse Pass Raceway. who will go to the semifinals. How about Cade Janasek? Cade Janasek, 594.6, 156 for the win. So the all or nothing, he threw it out there. An 0.83 reaction time out of reach. Daryl Ehrlich runs through at a 5.852, 157 in the mile an hour. Better ET, but the left lane taking care of business. Better reaction time and running it down the racetrack. Going to the semifinals.
So if we could get the truck and trailer for Jeremy Alexander, boat number 345, back around to the out ramp. Truck and trailer for boat number 345, Jeremy Alexander, back around to the out ramp. They're going to bring that boat around and be ready to help you get it on the trailer. If you could bring that 345 trailer for Jeremy Alexander back around to the out ramp, they're going to work on bringing that boat around so that we can get it back on the trailer, okay? All right. Shelby Ebert running a legal competition single. IGTG left lane, boat number 326, driving for Todd Ebert. Can't touch this, the name of the boat. It's a Case Hydro with an AJPE engine. Sponsored by Lucas Oil Marine Products, E&R Machine, Mom, Dad, Star Cards, NGA Spark Plugs. 2022 KDBA Pro Modified High Points Champion. She was runner-up in 20 and 21. Kevin Helm was her competition, but unfortunately they are broke and not able to make the start, so Shelby Ebert will make this competition single into the semifinal round, where Cade Janasek will be waiting. Nice run. 568 with a 3, 166 in a mile an hour, an 0.75 reaction time. Can't touch this. Shelby Ebert, she's going to square off against Cade Janasek and the No Excuses machine. Now we're just waiting to set the stage on the other side of this semifinal. Will it be Jason Brandt or will it be Tyler Salzman? Hillbilly Express, Tyler Salzman coming out of that left lane. The Salzman Farm, Salzman Automotive, Lucas Oil Speedway, Urbana Stockyards, Fisher Cattle Company. Special thanks to Mom, Dad, Michelle, and Kyra. The Hydro Hysteria, Jason Brandt going to be alongside from Ingram, Texas. The Brandon and Ashley Lofstrom out of Brady, Texas, helping them out. Guild Mortgage, Felix Gomez Jr., Manahan City Limits Bar and Grill, MTR Racing. Special thanks to wife Callie, family, and crew. So Jason Brandt, Hydro Hysteria, WCR Construction side of the racetrack, IGTG Computer Solutions lane, Hillbilly Express, Tyler Salzman up against Tyler Salzman, who got the win over Greg Lempar in that round one, the anger management machine with his Hillbilly Express, while the Jason Brandt, Hydro Hysteria, got a win over Robin Reed, the Wound Too Tight. But that was then. This will
be now. Who's going to go to the semifinals? Terry Kane just sitting there waiting. Actually, he'll go back and service his machine because he gave it an all-out shot. That was interesting because Shelby Ebert, who just came up, she could have just rolled down the racetrack and just took a nice easy pass and just top off the tank, maybe make a couple adjustments, but it's like, hey, you don't have a drag strip that you can practice on all the time, a drag boat. So she says, what? Might as well see what we can do. Let's see what these two can do. Hillbilly Express, Tyler Salzman, Hydro Hysteria, Jason Brandt. The countdown now begins. Reaction Advantage, the win. Left lane, Hillbilly Express, Tyler Salzman. Going to the semis against Terry Kane. So Tyler runs through with a 5.78.3, 145.89. Hydro Hysteria, Jason Brandt runs through with a 6.14 at 143. Behind in the lead by a couple of hun. And Hillbilly Express taking care of business at the stripe in that IGTG Computer Solutions lane. Procom Flat, we need you to the launch ramp, please. Procom Flat to the launch ramp. Blown gas flat, warm them up. Personal watercraft, stand by. So Procom Flat to the launch area. Blown gas flat, warm up. Personal watercraft, get ready. And after those categories, we're going to go into our round 3. Eliminations.
All right, so that brings us back around to Pro Jet. They only have 2 rounds, this one and then the final. And first up in the IGTG left lane is boat number 356. Little red boat over there. They call that one the Honey Badger. Out of Owasso, Oklahoma, that is Robert Ledbetter. Came in as your number 2 qualifier with a 362 and 2. 2022 Smoke on the Water Top Fuel Champion. Thanks to Dave at DNA Motorsports, Amber, Scott, Kevin, and Godspeed Gary. And in the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 537N is Rick Allen. Calls that boat Hangman out of Fort Smith, Arkansas. Sponsored by SoCal Jets. So Pro Jet only runs to the 660. They're going to go to those yellow buoys out there, and that is their finish line. They're going to do that in like 3.5 seconds, 3.5 to 4 seconds, somewhere in that neighborhood. It is a first to finish race, but there is a speed limit of 145 miles an hour. Anything faster than that will earn you a DQ and a trip to the trailer. And Robert Ledbetter has struggled a little bit with that. Gets a little fast on occasion. So hopefully that will not be the case today, and he can keep that thing down a little bit, and we'll see how this race goes.
You know, it's a tough deal. You got to worry about going too fast in drag racing, but
yeah.
You know, we see it all the time at the drag strip. Once you get into another category, it's a whole different set of rules, and that's pretty much what it is. It's a safety aspect. So once you get over that 145 mile an hour mark, you need a lot of different equipment, a lot more money per se, and it's all for safety.
For my own personal sake, I would love to see these guys run out to 1,000 just to see what they could do. I think there would be some absolutely amazing runs, but for, as you say, for safety's sake, they're like, nope, sorry guys, this is where we're going to stop it. Both motors running, diverters doing their jobs. There's 10 seconds left on the countdown. Rick Allen and the Hangman in the right lane. Robert Ledbetter, the Honey Badger, in the left.
Honey Badger qualified with a 362, just ripped off a 3.68, 135 in a mile an hour. Rick Allen, the Hangman, runs through with a 431. He slowed, and he didn't want to do that in eliminations, 125.06 in a mile an hour. But how about that Honey Badger, Robert Ledbetter, with that awesome 368 at 135 to the 8th mile they raced.
You know, he came in holding the ET record this weekend, and then Jeremy Dickerson took it away from him with the Can't Quit boat. And he was right there. Like, the record right now is 362. And Robert was running a 368. But I think, you know, at this point, he's in competition. He doesn't want to take a chance, get himself disqualified. And so, wisely, he decided to just kind of keep it there. And he had the win. Look behind. He knew that Rick Allen was behind him, so decided to just take the safe route, not worry about getting that record back. Speaking of Jeremy Dickerson, he's in the WCR Construction right lane now. The 987 machine that he calls Can't Quit, racing out of Lake Charles, Louisiana. Number 1 qualifier with that record-setting run, 362.02. And basically taking his bye run into the final round. Where he will face Robert Ledbetter. These two guys have faced off before. They kind of know what to expect from each other. And I would be willing to bet, you know, at least part of the money I have in my pocket, which is really only about 50 cents. But I would be willing to bet that that is going to be an epic race. Those guys are going to push each other. There might be a breakout. Might be a whole lot of things happen right there, because those two guys compete with each other all year long. They know what to expect, and they're going to push. Look, I told you I had 50 cents. 25 seconds. Jeremy Dickerson Can't Quit, making a bye run. Prokop flat, this is your final call.
Number 1 guy, 3.963, 123.69 for Jeremy Dickerson in that Can't Quit boat. So the stage set for the final in Pro Jet. Pro Eliminator up next. They're taking their positions out on the holding rope. So Pro Eliminator coming out. There were 14 when we started. Prigmore, we know, is already in the semifinals. We're going to have some battles going on to find out who else will go. Just another quickie, David Schmidt going to be coming out in that IG TG Computer Solutions side of the racetrack. And will go up against the gunslinger, Cole Billings. Dave Schmidt Truck Service, Erlinger Crane Service, helping out the Just Another Quickie of David Schmidt. Gunslinger, Cole Billings in that WCR Construction side of the racetrack. The Bougie Bus of Lake Havasu helping out. Andrew Race Engines and the Gambler. Thanks to Team Roseway, Scott, Rob, Rich, Jeff, Cody, Andy. Special thanks to Stephanie. So we got Cole Billings, Gunslinger, coming out of the right side, the near lane. And just another quickie, David Schmidt in that left. want to thank the Racers Emergency Support Program and all their efforts to procure funds and doing such a fine job of doing so. They had their drawing at 1 o'clock. I believe the winner was like right there, and they
I think so.
handed them the money. So
hey, real quick, let me interrupt you. I got something I want to add to that. Cole Billings announcer card real fast. She was over here just giving me the information. You know, they had an issue, lost the drive shaft and a prop earlier, and they were able to get some help. I told you a while ago, you know, this community will help each other out. Actually, Cole Billings gave the shaft, to Brian Dunn, who's coming up here in just a minute in eye candy. But dropped off the drive shaft and said, here you go, let's get that to work. So big thank you to Cole Billings and his crew for helping out.
does that mean there's another prop out there in the collection?
Yes, it does.
Blown gas flat is your final call. Blown gas flat. Never mind. Go to the ramp. Blown gas flat. Go to the ramp. Personal watercraft. Start warming them up. Stock eliminator. Stand by. You're on deck.
Let me try that again. Blown gas flat. Bring them to the in-ramp, please. Blown gas flat. Bring them to the in-ramp. Personal watercraft. Start warming them up. Get ready. Stock eliminator. Stand by.
And Gunslinger, Cole Billings with the win. The Gunslinger with a 670 with a 9, 120.97 in the mile an hour, and 084 reaction time. Just another quickie. David Schmidt, he out of here runs a 657, 133, and you got to feel that Cole Billings, that Gunslinger, looked over, didn't see his competition, and started easing out of the throttle and got that round win. Because it's a 650 index, slows to a 670 mile an hour at 120. So he had the big advantage on the leave and carried it down the racetrack, he did.
Indeed. Here's your next pair for Pro Eliminator in the IGTG left lane. Boat number 508 is Dave Lipinski. Out of Madera, California, he calls the boat Hot Shot. Sponsored by Auto Machine Specialties. In Fresno, crew, special thanks to Czech Kelsey for helping. Also Jay and Michelle this weekend. In the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 84 is Dr. Don Topliff. Late life crisis. Crew chief is Don Fox. Wife Linda, brother Tim helping him out. Comes in as the number 10 qualifier. He's already made it through one round. Let's see what he's got now. Dave Lipinski could be some tough competition. Let's go.
Getting off the line, 655 with a 3. Dave Lipinski, he had no trouble. He got the win in his hot shot boat in the left lane. Late life crisis, Don Topliff. He had a .9 reaction time, runs a 6.665, 130.03 in a mile an hour. And your winner, Dave Lipinski, who will square off against Bob Prigmore in the semifinals. And you know they've squared off before.
Indeed they have. That will be a good run right there. It'll be tight unless something goes wrong. Pulling Carl Snyder out to the line right now. I think Ty Bolweg's already out there waiting for him. In the IGTG left lane, Ty Bolweg is there in the High Plains Drifter machine, boat number 895K. That boat's a watercraft hydro with a Keith Black Chevrolet for power, sponsored by Bolweg Electric and Refrigeration, Wicks Truck Trailers of Kansas City. In the WCR Construction right-hand lane, boat number 626 is Carl Snyder, out of Tucson, Arizona. Boat's a Curtis 501 with a blown alcohol engine, sponsored by Don's Hot Rod Shop, Mile High Vapors, East Valley Performance Machine. Thank you to Jeff and Carrie Alt for the help. Scott Arriaga for his help, his brother Matt and Brandon and the boys at East Valley Performance.
We need our blown gas flats. Blown gas flats. Personal watercraft should be warming up. Stock eliminator standing by. Yeah, Scott Arriaga. How about Jet Car Scott helping him out?
Yep.
I like that.
He ran a drag boat with us for a little while a couple of years ago, and man, that cat can drive. He was running a quick eliminator. He's got Don Clark driving his dragster, his jet dragster, and then he's driving like a little, I don't know, like a Pinto or something.
Red light, bad temper, Carl Snyder. See him make a little move out there. And I'll tell you what, Ty Boweg, High Plains Drifter, an 0.20 reaction time. Bad temper, Carl Snyder. Almost looked like he tried to pedal it a touch. Looked like he was taking off too quick and runs a 666 with a 5 at 119. He's out of here. 8.05 left lane for the Ty Boweg machine with that 0.20 reaction time.
Would have been a great run. He tried to feather it right there. I think he knew he was out early and he was trying to get back on his number, and it was too late. Damage was already done, and otherwise he laid down a great run. Would have been perfect, but that red light will hurt you more times than not. In the WCR Construction right-hand lane, boat number 298 is Bob Prigmore, number 1 qualifier, making his bye run into this semifinal round. Calls the boat Abracadabra, sponsored by D&E Motorsports in Costa Mesa, California. Peterson Boat Specialties in Lake Havasu City, and Marine Performance Designs in Costa Mesa. He's made a few runs this weekend that were too fast, but I think they've got it dialed in pretty well now. We'll see what happens.
Abracadabra. He went red, but he was just playing with the light, maybe trying to pick a different number, seeing what he would do. I think he'll go back to his normal routine. Runs it through to 690 at 114.69. How about it? Stock eliminator, stock personal watercraft. You should be rolling to the lanes. How about stock eliminator? Stock eliminator, warm up, modified eliminator, stand by. So personal watercraft, come on down. All you blown gas flats should be there. And stock eliminator, throw some heat in your motors for your round number 3 of racing.
Here comes our first pair for top eliminator now in the second round. In the IGTG left lane, boat number 411K is Shay Harrington. Calls that boat Mental Warfare. Your number 1 qualifier with a 702. That boat's a Sanger Howdro with a Chevy for power. Sponsored by West Marine, Daryl Nichols Fabrication. Special thanks to Mom, Dad, Kyle, and the twins. In the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 383, Bill McGuinn. Came in as the number 5 qualifier with a 705, if you can believe that. The difference between the number 1 qualifier and the number 5 qualifier was 0.03 of a second. That's also a Curtis, or it is a Curtis rather, powered by Chevrolet. Sponsored by Lifeline. Special thanks to Joe Shelfo, Larry Flores, Richard Anderson, Mickey McGuinn, Lifeline. Peggy Owens crewing for Bill McGuinn this weekend. Shay Harrington had a bye in the first round. Bill McGuinn had to get by Justin Chandler. So maybe, just maybe, Shay got, a little bit complacent, had a big lunch, kind of just laying back. That's what...
kind of like you.
That's what Bill McGuinn's hoping for. We'll see how that goes.
Big lunch. You heard that big lunch deal?
Yeah, I did. And Sammy V is waiting because he's got a bye run into that semifinal. So whoever wins this match face off against Mr. Villavicencio in the next round. The other side of the bracket has Bill Fury and Jerry Branham And whoever wins that one will have a bye all the way to the final.
Clue. 7-second index. How about a 7:006 with a 0009 reaction time? That was a big win. 15 pack for Bill McGuinn. Boy, he had a clue there. Say goodbye to your number 1 qualifier. And Shea Harrington, Metal Warfare, runs a 7:19 at 109. But man, Bill McGuinn, he had it all together on that run.
Putting on a clinic for sure. 7:006, 009 for a reaction time. It doesn't get any better than that. Just absolutely amazing. Here's your next pair on the other side of the bracket for top eliminator. In the IGTG left lane, boat number 715, Jerry Branham out of Tyler, Texas, driving the Back in Black machine. Back in Black, back-to-back high points championships for Back in Black, sponsored by WeSellGrass.com, Eagle Motorsports, Lone Star Pump, FloatFix.com, Pumps by Chop. He is trying to sell this boat, running it out this weekend, and then he's going to try to change into something else. So if you're looking to maybe get into the boat racing, or maybe get back into boat racing, or maybe you just want to move up a class or two, we'll talk to Jerry Branham, see what he's got to offer for you. On the other side of the course in the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 222A is Bill Fury. He calls that boat riser above. Number 2 qualifier with a 7:042. Winner of this round will have a bye run straight into the final.
In Black. How about a 16 thou reaction time? Jerry Branham, Back in Black for the win. 7:20 at 96. A quicker 7:07 for Bill Fruey, the riser above, but he was behind in a leave. Spotted him like 4/10 on a leave, and he tried to rise but couldn't rise above that Back in Black Jerry Branham machine. So that takes Jerry to the final in this top eliminator category.
All that remains is to find out who will be on the other side of the bracket when he gets there. And it will either be Bill McGuinn or Sammy V. One of those two guys will be there. We'll find that out in the next round. Sammy V lining up right now to take his bye run into that semifinal.
So the boats taking their positions out in the holding rope. Pocount Flat, the Barbarian, Sean Rogers, Eye Candy, Brian Dunn. Brian Dunn, the Bullet TR4, 460 cubic inch dart motor. Builder of Bullet Outriggers, as a matter of fact, Bullet Fiberglass. Jim and Pat Dunn, his wife Sandra, who won that Racers Emergency Support Program drawing the other day. Bullet Fiberglass, home of the world's quickest and fastest outrigger hydros. Sean Rogers, Barbarian. Rogers Family Circus, Rogers Construction, Matt, Paul, Mitch, the Pounder, Snack Bar, and Luke, Superstition Hobbies, Whiskey Lane, and Carter's Farm, all helping out. Okay. Wow. Brian Dunn, Eye Candy, with the win. 665, 111 on the mile an hour.
Sammy.
And the Barbarian, Sean Rogers, 696 at 116.07. And Brian Dunn, Eye Candy, goes to the next round. Sammy V up here, man, I'm telling you, what a wild weekend it's been for you. And you got a problem. You're not going to be able to make the next round?
No, Johnny, you know what? It's been a great weekend. The fans are great. The racing's been awesome. It's, terrible we're going to lose this, but yeah, this venue's so awesome, and I broke the motor, and we're not going to make it to the semis. We're really disappointed.
Boy, talk about when you reflect back on this race, the challenges that you overcame. I mean, a tremendous effort that your team threw forth.
Yeah, I think we're going out as winners. We won our last round. We were going to make it to the semis, and you know what? It's just great being here.
Well, I'll tell you. Great watching you.
It's been great being here. Thank you, Johnny. Thanks to everybody at the SDBA. You guys put on an awesome show.
Sammy V, Villavicenzio.
Hey, real quick, while I got Brian Dunn on my brain, that was the boat that actually threw the shaft and the prop, lost the prop. Cole Billings came up and gave him a drive shaft. Bill Diaz found a prop for him and put that on, and they wanted to send out a big old thank you to those guys from Brian Dunn and his crew. To Cole Billings and Bill Diaz both for their help getting that boat back on the water, and looks like that was a good effort since he was able to take the win and move into that next round. I need stock eliminator to the in-ramp, please. Stock eliminator to the in-ramp, please. Stock eliminator, need you at the in-ramp. Modified eliminator, I need you warmed up, ready to go. Quick eliminator, stand by, you guys are up after that. Stock eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp. Racers, I know I talked about this morning, but let me just remind you, I know we're in the middle of the action and whatnot, but we really do 150 boats on the property, and we got to keep moving or we will not get done in time. So please, when your boat is called, when your class is called, we need you to make a move and get to the in-ramp. If you cannot and you miss the start, well, then you will just be out of competition. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, but we do need you to move expeditiously when your class is called. We're sending out the text messages. We're putting out the word over the radio. So please come when you're called. Get your boats to the in-ramp. Let's get them on the water so that we can move this thing through and not run out of daylight.
Yeah, you don't want a half a trophy. We don't want to put this one in the book as co-winners. We want everybody to dice it out on the racetrack. Don't want to say we got that close. It's all up to you. We want to crown champions. We need you to help us in that effort. So please come when you are called. We need you. We need you, please. Looks like some blown gas flats out there.
Here comes our next pair of Pro Comp flats in the IGTG left lane. Going to be boat number 331, Tim Ortiz out of Conroe, Texas. Calls the boat Never Satisfied. Sponsored by Pat Kinsey Drywall. Pat, Rhonda, Archie, Gage, and Cash helping out. Thanks to his wife supporting him in this crazy venture. Big thanks to Milton and Jen Tolan for their help, and TX Arsenal in the WCR Construction right lane. Boat number 565 is Stewie. Justin Stewart out of Austin, Texas, calls the boat Wingman. Came in as the number 6 qualifier, hoping he can get past Tim Ortiz. That is a 1981 Hondo with a 527 cubic inch Chevy for power. He won Waco with stock eliminator. He is now owner of Party to the Max Top Alcohol Flat. I did not know that. Sponsored by Aquatic Balance Pool Service, Infamous Brewery, RB Props, Robin Banks, Dement's Landscaping, Tommy Thompson Motorsports. Thanks to Bale Diaz, Bob York, Andy Dement, the Brady family, and the good Lord above.
Final call, stock eliminator. And Justin Stewart went red, ran a 7:13 at 110 on the mile an hour, but the win goes to the never satisfied. He'll be satisfied with that win. Tim Ortiz, 675. He was looking to run a 665 at a speed of 109. But Tim Ortiz, never satisfied winner. Justin Stewart went red, the wingman. Red out of here in the round. So again, stock eliminator, your last call. Modified eliminator, come on down. Quick eliminator, warm up. Pro mod, stand by.
All right, here we go. Now we're moving into blown gas flat. And first up, we got our number 2 qualifier, GW Goff. He's going to be in the IGTG left lane in the boat they call Bottled Hell. Matt Brown owns that machine, and Shane Westerfield owns the machine in the left lane, in the right lane rather. Jeff Martin doing the driving this weekend. Shane Westerfield over in Vegas doing some NHRA stuff. They call that boat Blown Smoke. It's a coal powered by Arius, sponsored by Westerfield Motorsports, Lucas Oil, CP Carrillo, Nick Rose Insurance. The crew is Tom, Cole, Cliff, Frank, and Steve. Semi-final round for Blown Gas Flat. Winner goes to the final. It'll be Jeff Martin driving for Shane Westerfield, or it'll be GW Goff driving for Matt Brown.
So the Blown Gas Flat Bottoms taking their positions out on the holding rope. I've yet been able to find out how Shane Westerfield's doing in Vegas. Every time I go on NHRA.tv, they're running a different category. But right now, we're ready to run Blown Smoke. Jeff Martin in that Shane Westerfield machine. Matt Brown owned, GW Goff driven, Bottled Hell in that IGTG Computer Solutions side of the racetrack. 10 seconds away from the countdown. They picked their number. First. How about GW Goff Man, I'm telling you, had a great leave. 0.88 reaction time, 5.95, 142 for the win. Number 2 qualifier goes to the next round, and Blown Smoke, Jeff Martin, was behind in the leave and runs it through with a 6.06, 133. It's Goff with the win, going to the final against the winner of this next pair.
And this next pair includes Sean Garreau, who is the number 1 qualifier. So it's possible we have the number 1 and number 2 qualifiers in the final. We'll see how that works out. In the IGTG left lane, boat number 235N, one of our NJBA friends came over. Tom Riggs calls the boat Drag This. It's a Cole powered by Chevrolet, sponsored by Pete Fleming Racing Engines, TPC Plumbing. The crew is Tyler, Pete, and Michelle. And in the WCR Construction right-hand lane, another one of our NJBA friends is Sean Garreau, Double O Garreau, NJBA Blown Gas Flat record holder, sponsored by Rex Hutchison Racing, Garreau Boats, Bergerain Marine, Hawkins Props, Dog and Andy V-Drive Run, Andy Dement. The crew is Blaine White, Scott Perry, Frank, Tim, Scott, Randy, Michelle, and Gil. Tom Riggs, your number 4 qualifier, looking to upset the number 1 guy. Let's see if he can make it happen right now.
Wow, 6.11 with a 0. 127 and 061 light. Tom Riggs, the Drag This. Sean Garreau had a little trouble getting off the line. That is not like him. He's known to really be good on his leaves, and that time he struggled. Runs it through with a 625 at 134. Tough luck for Sean, but Drag This, Tom Riggs, he goes to the final against G.W. Goff in the Bottled Hell in the Blown Gas Flat category.
That's going to be a race right there. I want to see that one. I'm going to get to see it, you know, I mean, obviously from right here. But, yeah, I'm looking forward to that one. So the number 4 qualifier will face off against the number 2 qualifier to finish out Blown Gas Flat.
Final call for Modified Eliminator. Final call for Modified Eliminator. This is the first call for Quick Eliminator. Pro Modifieds. Pro Modifieds. We need you to warm up. Pro Eliminator, stand by. Eliminator, come on down. Pro Mod, warm them up. Personal Watercraft on the line. On the rope. Is that Brian Marble out there?
Here comes your first of the personal watercraft, and that is going to be Lynn Blackburn, taking a bye run into the final round after she got past Brian Marble on the first round. Calls the boat doing time 2. Dialed in at a 10:41, sponsored by Ted Sacco DDS, Sports Medicine Associates, Richard Stiffen MD, Courtney and Josh Edwards, JW Construction, High Gear Collision, Boats and Dock Rescue at Medina Lake. Came in as the number 2 qualifier. The number 1 qualifier is still in competition on the other side of the bracket, so we'll see how that works out here in just a little bit.
Yeah, Lynn Blackburn, man, threw down a 0.05 reaction time, first time out, to take down Brian Marble. And I'll tell you what, Lynn runs it through. Is looking to run a 10:41 and throws down a 10:44, so she's hitting the numbers.
Nice and solid.
Yeah, 68.51 in the mile an hour for the doing time 2 machine that's going to the final. Now, who's going to square off against Lynn Blackburn? Will it be Ratham Broadway, or will it be Addison, well, it will be Addison Lees and Ratham squaring off here to see who gets Lynn. Could be an all-female final. Well, it looks like it is.
Well, no, Raven is a guy.
Okay.
But in the IGTG left lane, boat number 512K is Addison Lees, driving for Chris Lees in the Firestarter machine, dialed in at 11.15, and currently your number one, well, she is the number one qualifier for the weekend. Sponsored by Just Ducky Charters in Key Largo, Florida. Casey Steele, Mama, Papa, Ebert Racing, and running in loving memory of Donna Lees. And in the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 65 is Raven Broadway, the Golden Child. Sponsored by Family Power Sports, Spring Creek Marina and RV Park, Petroflex Oil Field Services, RV Repair Crew, Kent Elliott Roofing, Hawkins Battery and Golf Cars, Miss Matthews, T-shirts and more, bottled up, and Papa with the big head. Raven was in school on Friday and couldn't be here to make his Friday qualifying runs.
Yeah, Rathan like tucking up right by the barge there. I didn't even see him when I glanced over.
He sucks it down, man. He's like right on top of the boat.
But I'll tell you what, we're going to get to see him again, yeah.
He's been solid all season long.
10:59 at 66.63 for the win. 060 reaction time. Addison Lees, Firestarter, got beat on the leave and runs at 11:34 at 64.20. She was looking to run 11:15, but right lane, Golden Child, Rathan Broadway, going to go up against Lynn Blackburn and that Doing Time 2 machine. Congratulations to Rathan, and a good job there by Addison Lees, just coming up one round short.
Couple of SDBA racers right there. They have faced off against each other in the past, and they will do it again here momentarily. We'll bring them back around for that final shortly. Quick Eliminator, we need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Quick Eliminator, we need your boats at the in-ramp. Quick Eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp, please. And we are back around to stock Eliminator now for round number 3. And I got Scott Dozel in the IGTG left lane, boat number 777N. They call the boat Thunderstruck. Sponsored by Greg and Melody Johnson, Rogue Shop Racing, Auto Image, AZ Hot Boats, Civil Works Contracting, and Solar Fix. And in the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 311A is Kevin Hotchkiss. Driving the boat they call Bloodshot, sponsored by Arizona Historic Masonry, Anger River Barbecue, Level 10 Audio, Jet Performance Marine, TNR Powder Coating, Adams Concrete Cutting.
Kevin Hotchkiss tried to squeeze the trigger by 31 thousandths of a second. He went red in the Bloodshot machine. Thunderstruck. Scott Dozel goes to the final with that run. Scott runs through with a 991 and a 980 dial at 76.39 in the mile an hour. Kevin Hotchkiss was looking to run 11:36, runs at 11:50, 66 in a mile an hour, but by 31 thousandths of a second, he broke Julie's heart. But hey, somebody's got to lose, or we'd be here forever and ever. But the
Absolutely.
Hotchkiss clan.
That's why they call it racing, not finishing.
Yeah, doing a great job out here this weekend.
All right, let's see who's going to be on the other side of that, because Scott Dozel just got himself a bye into the final. In the IGTG left lane, it's going to be the meatball. John Murray calls the boat Hot Water 6, boat number 40 out of Kingsland, Texas. Sponsored by LBJ Partners Realty and Marshall Marine. Number 6 qualifier. And on the WCR Construction right lane is the number 1 qualifier. That's Bruno Canop. Calls the boat Checkered Past, sponsored by Snyder Motorsports. Special thanks to Gary Snow at Performance Marine and his wife Courtney, daughter Charlie, and the race crew. Boat number 064. He's dialed in at a 9 and 73. John Murray's dialed in at a 9 flat. These outboards are so cool to watch, Johnny. They, man, there's nothing but about
if you think outboards are cool to watch, you're going to get to see that one again. Hot Water 6, John Murray with an 0.74 reaction time, runs through with a 9.081, 83.51 on the mile an hour. Bruno Knopp, he went red by almost a quarter of a second. Checkered past, runs a 9.71, 80.35 at a mile an hour. Was looking to run a 9.73, ran a little under the number, but the red light is what cost him the race.
And Keith Funk now taking a by run into the semifinal where the meatball will be waiting for him. Boat number 1967 in the IGTG left lane calls the boat Rat Rod, dialed in at a 9.13. Ran a 9.11.8 in qualifying for the number 9 spot. Scott Dozel actually came in the number 8. And John Murray in the number 6. So all of your folks going to the semifinal are from the middle of the pack. So Keith Funk taking that by run, runs a 9:21 and 3 on a 9:13 dial in for an 80.78 mile an hour pass, 5:78 for a reaction time, and that will put him in the semifinal round against John Murray.
Yeah, well, Doze will just be sitting there twiddling his thumbs, right?
Waiting to see which one of them's headed his way.
Attention in the pits, Pro Modified. Pro Modified, we need you to come to the launch area. Pro Mods, come on down. Pro Eliminator, warm up. Top Eliminator, stand by. Then we're going to go with alcohol hydros, yeah. So just completed stock eliminator. We're going to go into our mod eliminator, then quick eliminator, pro mod. You've been called pro eliminator. You're warming up. Top eliminator standing by. Just pairing them down. The old 2 go down, 1 comes back shuffle. Here at Firebird Lake, Wild Horse Pass Raceway. SDBA, Drag Boat Nationals. Don't forget, if you didn't get an opportunity to pick up an event shirt, you can go over to the booth and they'll direct you to the website. You can order some and they'll send them to you.
All right, here comes your next pair for Modified Eliminator. In the IGTG left lane, boat number 777 is Hunter Pritchard driving for Jerry Oaks in the Chaos Machine. And in the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 612, Carrie Alt, Mama's Midlife Crisis out of Tucson, Arizona. Winner of this race will get a bye into the final. So a lot at stake for this particular run right here. And I know
And a smile on Jeff Alt's face.
Right?
0.93 reaction time. Yeah, she ran under the number, but she got the win. 7.972, 116.07 of the mile an hour by 15 thousandths of a second. Hunter Pritchett, Chaos, went red. So Mama's midlife crisis, Carrie Alt, gets the round win in that WCR construction side of the racetrack here at Firebird Lake, Wild Horse Pass Raceway.
And that win puts her with a bye run now all the way to the final. So now we just have to run out the other side of the ladder to find out who her competition will be.
Yeah, and we got some monster matchups coming off of that side. Wicked Pickle, Tara Scribner, and of course Booger Red, Hardy Cole, going to be our next pair.
Paired up right now with the Wicked Pickle. Tara is not one to tool with or play with. This young lady absolutely can take care of business. She is the number 3 qualifier in this deal. And she ran TE a little bit last year. I don't know why they went back to ME, but that's probably one of these days. Sponsored by Mr. T-Shirt, Mom and Dad, Scott's Custom Gear. And the WCR Construction right lane is Hardy Cole. He's driving for Mickey Harlow out of Odessa, Texas. Hardy comes out of Joplin, Missouri. They call the boat Booger Red. Sponsored by Jet Boat Bills Performance in Tulsa. Sonia Owensby in Odessa. 4A Pest Control in Odessa. Day Racing in Odessa.
Attention in the pits, Pro Mod, final call. Pro Mod, final call. Pro Eliminator, come on down. Top Eliminator, warm up. Alcohol Hydro, stand by. Your winner is, with an 0.51 reaction time, the Booger Red Hardy Cole machine. Looking to run 8 seconds this index. How about an 8.031, 93.27 on the mile an hour for that win. Too quick was Tara Scribner, and she could not put a nose out in front of that Booger Red machine. She was behind in a leave and couldn't make it up at the other end. She did everything she could. She ran under the number, but still could not get in front of that Booger Red Hardy Cole, the winner.
So let's find out who Hardy Cole's going to face in that semifinal round. In the IGTG left lane, boat number 517 is Jesse James Jr. and the Outlaw, number 1 qualifier with an 8.007. Out of Tyler, Texas, sponsored by Lone Star Millworks, David and Kerry Muller, Cedarbuilt, Eagle Motorsports, JCD, Steve Ray, Butch Carter, Carter Rig Services, Jimmy and Priscilla Kemp. And in the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 1111 is Steve Walls. Calls that one Happy Hour out of San Angelo, Texas. Sponsored by Fastline Fabrications, Buddy Johnson, Walls Tractor Repair, Machine Works Incorporated, Schaefer Oil, O'Reilly Auto Parts in San Angelo, Joe Yarbrough, FPC Services, James and Judy Sheffield, Wayman Pritchard Incorporated, William R. Pascal and Sons Fine Woodworking, and special thanks to his wife Dawn for being his tow. Steve, Sella, Bruce, Cody, Mandy, Michelle, Marvin, Billy, and Tag all helping out. All right, starter called for the lights. Jesse James Jr. and the Outlaw in the IGTG left lane. Steve Walls, Happy Hour in the WCR Construction right lane. These guys have seen each other in this exact same spot before. looking to see who's going to get it done and move on to face Hardy Cole in the semifinal round.
Jesse James outdraws another competitor. The Outlaw runs through with a 7.99.6, 94 in a mile an hour. He might have seen a flash of red come up for Steve Walls in the happy hour machine in the right side and ran it out the back door. He had a great leave, 0.47 reaction time, but Steve Walls tried to squeeze the trigger on that Jesse James, and it cost him. But Jesse James going to blow another little smoke off that barrel, and he's going to square off against the Booger Red, while Carrie Alt will be sitting back with her mama's midlife crisis boat, waiting to see who she's going to get.
Yes, indeed. Shaping up to be an amazing looking set of finals is what it's setting up to be. We'll see how this goes. There's still a lot of racing to get done.
Some more boats taking their positions out on the holding rope.
Should be quick eliminator now.
You know, actually, this is the second to the last drag boat race that they're going to have in this 2022 season. The West Coast Finals drag boat races, featuring racers from not only the National Jet Boat Association, but also the Arizona Drag Boat Association, are going to be up in Bakersfield, California at Lake Ming. The SoCal Jet Boats presenting that 2022 West Coast Finals. So it's going to be the weekend of November 19th. So if you're in the area and you want to go out and check out some more drag boat racing, or some of you competitors want to check that out, stop up. NJBA, ADBA going to be teaming up. And, you know, Mike Starr's been talking about this. We've got racers from every association, it seems like, in the nation out here this weekend competing at this SDBA.
And even
Drag
from
Boat
other
Nationals.
nations.
Yeah. Canada.
Yep.
Oh, Canada. They play hockey up there?
A little bit, yeah. Yeah. Every town has at least a junior hockey league. It's insane. Fraser Valley Drag Boat Association is where the More Wasted Money crew comes from. So yeah, representation from multiple countries even.
You think they'll get the cup back, Stanley Cup?
Oh,
No,
yeah,
it's
absolutely.
been hanging in America for a
Oh,
while.
absolutely.
Floridians.
Yeah, you know,
Oh,
it'll happen.
geez. Man.
All right, so we got Ken Jenkins taking a bye run into the the semifinal, excuse me. Through the Fire, the name of the boat, WCR Construction right-hand lane, boat number 110. He came in as the number 20 qualifier. That was the only run that he made that was above the number. Everything else was well, almost. He ran 5.8s, 5.9s all day. Dedicating this race to Jackson.
Ken Jenkins, 6:05:01:49.32 in a mile an hour with an 0.54 reaction time. Wow, man, coming out of that number 20 spot, the slowest boat in the field, knocked down number 1, took out a tough competitor in the next round, and boy, just keeps rocking and rolling and throwing up those kind of numbers. He's looking stout, yeah.
It's going to be tough. Let's see what the other side of that bracket's going to look like. We got a couple of wicked competitors right here as well in the IGTG left lane. Boat number 657 is Gavin Snyder. He's driving Mickey Snyder's 6 to Midnight, sponsored by Snyder Power Sports, Napa, Rio Medina Truck and Auto and Marine, Rio Fab and Weld, Custom Powder Coating, 4-Way Bar and Grill, Trinity Ministries, Lilly Construction, Long's Machinery, RTS Construction, Reagan and Angie Everett, Guild Mortgage, Postal Annex, Rowdy Tees, Twisted Tags and Embroidery, Illuma Lighting, and in the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 910 is Larry Flores out of Las Cruces, New Mexico. Calls the boat Hydroclimatic, sponsored by Dynamic Racing Engines and Pine Top Construction. Larry with a 6:02 ended up your number 6 qualifier. How crazy is that?
Gavin Snyder, 6:12 with a 3, 146.38, 051 on the reaction time, 6 to midnight. Wow, with the win. And Hydroclimatic, Larry Flores runs a 2 quick, 596 with a 2, 173 and a mile an hour, and could not get in front of the 6 to midnight, Gavin Snyder. Snyder taking a stripe by 15 thou, less than 11 feet, and he is your winner. Wow, big run there. And that is a ticket to the final.
Yes, it is. Larry Flores knew he was beat coming off the line, and he was trying to get caught up. That boat is capable, no question, but didn't get to the line, and even if he had got to the line, he might have been too fast when he got there, unless he could have lifted right at the very end. But that was a heck of an effort by him to try and make up for that hole shot. And tough luck for him, but Gavin Snyder gets himself a bye now into the final.
You know, maybe Larry Flores can start measuring that boat for capsule. And that was a jab thrown at his wife.
I know.
She probably heard it.
Oh, yeah. I'll be getting a text message here in a minute. In the IGTG left lane, boat number 689K, Barry Salzman. Fish Killer out of Buffalo, Kentucky. Sponsored by, I don't have any sponsors there, but it's a Curtis powered by Ford. 2022 KDBA High Points champion in quick eliminator. The crew is Jimmy Gold, Donna Salzman. Yep, I just got my text from Kim. She said negative. David Dangerfield, Michael Boone, Tyler Salesman. In the WCR Construction right lane, another KDBA boat. Boat number 385, Ronnie Jennings out of Macon, Missouri. Hammer Time, the name of that boat. He comes in as the number 17 qualifier, sponsored by Ronnie Jennings Garage in Macon, Missouri. Steel Towing, Maine, Missouri, and 195 Self Storage in Jackson, New Jersey.
You know, speaking of Fords, one of the fastest electric Fords on the planet is right behind us.
Right back there, yes.
They've been testing it on the drag strip, and it's pretty interesting here at Wild Horse Pass Raceway.
Miss Tanya said she wants to drive it later.
When are we going to see an electric boat?
Pro Eliminator, need your boats to the in-ramp, please. Pro Eliminator, need your boats to the in-ramp. Pro Eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Top Eliminator, you guys should be warmed up, ready to go. Top Alcohol Hydro should be standing by. All right, Top Eliminator. Now you guys to the in-ramp. Last call for Pro Eliminator. Top Alcohol Hydro, start warming those up and get ready. Stock Eliminator, you're back on deck already. Modified Eliminator, you're right after that. And then QE's going to turn right around and go back as well. So things are moving fast now. All right. Barry Salzman, Fish Killer in the left lane. Ronnie Jennings, Hammer Time in the right.
Winner gets Ken Jenkins in the semifinals. Your winner is, with a 6:07.5, Barry Salzman, the Fish Killer. Not as good an ET as the Ronnie Jennings machine Hammer Time, but a better reaction time. A 6:06.1, 139 Hammer Time. Ronnie Jennings out in the round. Fish Killer, Barry Salzman, your winner, your number 3 qualifier, going to the semifinals against Ken Jenkins, the Through the Fire. Gavin Flores is just going to be hanging back, waiting to see who he's going to get.
Gavin Snyder, yeah.
Gavin Snyder.
Pro modified now. And your first pair, couple of young guns out there in the IGTG left lane, boat number 326, Shelby Ebert. Driving for Todd and Jan Ebert in the Can't Touch This machine. Came in as the number 2 qualifier. Sponsored by Lucas Oil Marine Products, E&R Machine, Mom, Dad, Star Cards, and NGA Spark Plugs. And in the WCR Construction right-hand lane, boat number 255 is Cade Genesek. All or Nothing, the name of that boat, and he comes in number 13. Sponsored by JP&E, Eric Dement and the Real Bad Boys, David Kirkland Racing, RESP, and Trinity Racing Ministry. Cade Genesek actually ran too fast all the way through qualifying. But has actually got it slowed down just a little bit today, and both of his runs have been inside the number, although I'm sure they would like to be a little bit closer to the number. He ran a 5.809 and a 5.946, and he's going to have to do better than that. Shelby Ebert's been running 5.683, 5.59. Don't forget, we've got that top alcohol hydro, top fuel hydro rematch coming up this afternoon. 2 cases of beer on the line this time. Kevin Kinsley and Liquid Voodoo, Marty Logan, Living the Dream. Those guys are coming back. They're going to run it again. Looks like maybe they're waiting on something with Shelby's boat. I'm not sure. Maybe the capsule doesn't want to lock, or... All right, starter says let's do this. Shelby Ebert Can't Touch This in the left lane. Cade Genesek, All or Nothing in the right. Couple of hot rods right here.
Shelby Ebert with the win, going to the final. She runs through with a 569. Was looking to run that 560, so 569, 165, good for the win, and 046 reaction time. How about All or Nothing? Cade Janisek had an 010 reaction time, but he missed the number a bit at the top end, and it cost him 588 on that 560. So the All or Nothing, Cade Janisek, bows down to Shelby Ebert in this round. So Can't Touch This, gonna go to the final.
Tell you, these guys are, man, they're putting on a show for us, you know what? Absolutely amazing. Here we go. Let's find out what the other side of that final is going to look like. In the IGTG left lane, boat number 420 is Terry Kane out of Los Alamos, New Mexico. Calls the boat Racing Kane. It's a Curtis powered by Chevrolet, sponsored by Los Alamos Napa Auto Parts and all kinds of painting. Thanks to Jeff Bear and Clay for all the help. Thanks to the Canadian team for loaning us a hand as well. In the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 493K, Tyler Salzman. Hillbilly Express, the name of the boat. It's a Curtis powered by Chevrolet. Sponsored by Salzman Farms, Salzman Automotive, Lucas Oil Speedway, Urbana Stockyards, and Fisher Cattle Company. Blah. Special thanks to Mom, Dad, Michael, and Kyra for all their help. Terry Kane comes into this deal with the number 1 qualifying spot that he snagged at the last second on Saturday with a 5.607. Tyler Salzman comes in the number 5 qualifier. Got to get past Terry Kane if he wants to get to the final against Shelby Ebert.
This could be big for you, Mike. Got a text that the first electric boat's going to be coming out of the ADBA. What do you think? Give us the lights. Racing Kane, Terry Kane, Hillbilly Express, Tyler Salzman, one of the Kentucky Drag Boat Association members. Pro modified the category, 5 second, 560, the index. Number 1 qualifier kicked it in gear a little early and brought on the red light. Runs a 565 at 142, but it's the Hillbilly Express. Tyler Salzman, the man from the Kentucky Drag Boat Association, going to the final. 080 on the reaction time, 572, 163, going up against the Can't Touch This, the Hillbilly Express, Shelby Ebert.
Top Alcohol Hydro, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp, please. Top Alcohol Hydro. We are ready for your boats at the in-ramp. Stock Eliminator, need you warm up for round 4. Modified Eliminator, stand by. Quick Eliminator, be standing by. Pro Outlaw, you guys will be after that. All right, back to Pro Eliminator now. Semi-final round for Pro Eliminator. And in the IGTG IT Solutions left lane, boat number 508 is Dave Lipinski. Calls the boat Hot Shot out of Madera, California. Sponsored by Auto Machine Specialties in Fresno. Thanks to Chuck Kelsey for helping. Also Jay and Michelle helping him out this weekend. In the WCR Construction right-hand lane is your number 1 qualifier. That's Bob Prigmore. Boat number 298, Abracadabra, sponsored by DNA Motorsports Development in Costa Mesa, California. Peterson Boat Specialties in Lake Havasu City, Arizona, and Marine Performance Designs in Costa Mesa. Winner will go to the final, and then we will find out on the next pass whether it'll be Cole Billings or Ty Bolweg going to the other side of the bracket. I got a minute here. Let me just try and read some of this stuff on Bob Prigmore's page. 2002, 3, 4, 5, and 6 NJBA Modified Eliminator High Points Champ. 5, 6, 7, and 9 IHBA Division 1 ME Champ. 2008, 2009 HBI Division 1 Sportman Driver of the Year. 2010 Lucas Oil Run for the Ring National Champ. 2010 Smoke in the Cove 8-second Champ. 2011 ADBA Modified Eliminators High Point Champ and overall High Point Champ. 16 and 18 Lucas Oil Division 1 TE High Points Champ. 2019 and 20 NJBA PE High Points Champ. This cat.
Yeah, so what did he do? Take a couple years off or
right?
what? You know?
My goodness.
Jeez, what were you doing, Bob?
He might have just decided, you know, it's time to give up us a chance. That might have been it right there. Miss Tanya, it is way too early in the day for that. You're going to spread that around like wildfire. Quit it.
He maybe just decided to take his houseboat out on Lake Havasu and hang out for a while.
There you go. I don't know, but
Leah Pruitt's been hanging
that
up
is
there,
a pretty impressive career over the last 20 years, to be quite honest with you.
Oh, absolutely. Many, many championships for him. But I'll tell you what, he's got a tough competitor standing in front of him.
He sure
right
does.
now.
Dave Lipinski is no slouch by any means. I'm pretty sure he's been over there racing KDBA all season, I think. Came over and raced the entire season with us last year at SDBA. Parked the boat in Dallas in a storage unit. He would fly home to California, fly back over to Dallas, pick up the boat, drive to wherever the race was. And I don't know if he's just doing that just to make the tour of all the different racing associations. I mean, pretty cool deal if you could do it. See if you could pull down a championship in every one of them. That'd be pretty awesome, wouldn't it? Dave Lipinski, hot shot in the left. Bob Prigmore, abracadabra in the right. Couple of shots of nitrous going on out there. Let's see who's going to get it done. That is not what I expected.
Man, I'm telling you, Prigmore, I thought he was in trouble. Abracadabra was behind on the leave, and actually, he did not take the stripe. It was the left lane, Lipinski taking the stripe, but Lipinski went 8 thou under the number. Lipinski breaks out. Ooh, he's not going to be happy when he sees that time slip. Prigmore, though, abracadabra, I think he waved his wand and got that round win.
So it looks like Ty Bolweg did not make the start. I don't know if he was broke or what happened there, but so it is going to be a competition single for Cole Billings into that final round. He's in the IGTG left lane, boat number 588. Stock Eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp, please. Stock Eliminator, need your boats at the in-ramp. Modified Eliminator, be warming them up, get ready. Quick Eliminator, stand by, you're up after that. Pro Outlaw, stand by, you're up too. So Cole Billings, your number 2 qualifier, sponsored by Bougie Bus of Lake Havasu City, Andrew Race Engine, and The Gambler. Thanks to Team Roseway, Scott, Rob, Rich, Jeff, Cody, Andy, and special thanks to Stephanie for all the help. He got that number 2 spot with a 6:51. He is now going to take a competition single into the final where Bob Prigmore is already going to be there waiting for him.
Number 1 and 2 guys, isn't that how they write the book?
Right?
And Cole runs it down, 0.92 on the reaction time, the gunslinger, 6.61, 120.46 on the mile an hour. So Bob Prigmore, abracadabra, Cole Billings, gunslinger. That's your final in the Pro Eliminator category.
I know they're in totally different classes, but wouldn't it be cool if we could get the gunslinger and the outlaw out there to run together? That'd be cool. Single. That was who Sammy Villavicencio was supposed to run. And obviously he came up earlier and declared broke, so not going to be able to make the start. So Bill McGuinn taking a competition single into the final.
Bill, you should have went for it. 7020. 7020, 113. Now they just want to get another run in and, you know, sort the machine out. Want to psych yourself up for the final. Just don't want to be thrown into it, I'm sure. So Jerry Branham just watched the man he's going to run in competition, Bill McGuinn, the back in black boat.
Out of Tyler, Texas. This boat is for sale, by the way, so you know, maybe you're looking to get into racing or get back into racing or maybe move up a class or two, whatever the case might be. It's a solid machine. We've been watching it run all year. It's run back-to-back High Points championships. It's looking pretty solid today, making it into the final. So this little top eliminator right here is for sale. Excuse me. Sponsored by WeSellGrass.com, Eagle Motorsports, Lone Star Pump, FloatFix.com, Pumps by Chop.
He's the winner here last year. We need our stock eliminator last call. Stock eliminator last call. Modified eliminator, come on down. Quick eliminator, warm up. Pro Outlaws, stand by. Back in black, Jerry Branham. He sells grass. Five reaction time. How about a 7:03.8, 109.68 on the mile an hour for the Jerry Branham machine. So the stage set. No clue. Bill McGuinn, Jerry Branham, back in black.
They're going to be bringing those top alcohol hydros around the bend here in just a second. That should be next in our program. We have a bye run into the final for Cole Allen, and then Kent Price and Mike DeClark will square off to see who's going to be on the other side of that bracket. Before we get there, though, speaking of top alcohol hydro, let me remind you that we still have that grudge match coming up this afternoon with top fuel hydro and top alcohol hydro. If you were here yesterday, you saw that pass at the end of the day. Kevin Kinsley and Marty Logan put it all out there. They're going to do it again, only this time there's 2 cases of beer on the line. So we shall see. They got double dog dared or something. I don't know exactly how that worked out, but I'm sure glad to see it. We'll put that run on for you shortly. Let me just talk to you a little bit about our sponsors, making it possible for us to be out here this weekend for the 2022 Drag Boat Nationals at the Southern Drag Boat Association. Couldn't have done it without them, and we thank them very much. Racer H2O, IGTD IT Solutions, Perimeter Innovations, SoCal Jet Boats, WCR Construction, Sunoco Race Fuels, Nitrous Outlet, Racers Emergency Support Program, Trinity Racing Ministries, Fatheads Eyewear, Pat Kinsey Drywall, RacingJunk.com, RacerDirect.com, Funk Racing, RJS Racing Equipment, and House of Color Motorsports. All of those folks helping to sponsor us here for the mother of all drag boat races, my gosh.
Race fans, don't move. There's more racing on Racer H2O coming up right after these messages. Please be sure to subscribe to this channel or follow this page for more amazing watercraft racing coverage. Thanks again for watching Racer H2O.
RacerH2O.com is the place to go to find easy-to-use links to our social media. Watch, read, listen to, and enjoy our content on demand for free on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and RacerH2O.com.
For the Mike DeClark, out of California, Little White Lie, sponsored by DSR Marine, GS Marine. Also, Infinity Plumbing, Lat Oil, S&J Plumbing, and Freedom and Fuel.
RacerH2O.com is the place to go to find easy-to-use links to our social media. Watch, read, listen to, and enjoy our content on demand for free on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and RacerH2O.com.
Race fans, welcome back to Racer H2O. Before we return to the show, please remember to subscribe to this channel or follow this page. Thanks. Now, let's get back to the racing.
There's a lot of good stuff over there. EG's, they got ice cream and stuff set up over there. There's some Mexican food over that direction. Butcher's Choice is set up there with some quality meats grilled right. They sent, what did we have earlier? It was, man, that thing was good too, David. It was tater tots with pulled pork on top of it and then some barbecue sauce. Oh my gosh. Yeah, absolutely amazing. Funnel cake over there. Johnny Moto came up with all the blood powdered sugar off his shirt. While you're over there, stop and see the girls at RESP. Pretty sure Drag Boat Review's got her trailer set up over there as well. You can get your subscription to Drag Boat Review. Those guys follow every racing association in the country and post information about all of them. So if you don't travel a whole bunch or you don't want to travel a whole bunch, you can certainly get all of the information you might want about drag boat racing in the United States from that magazine right there. And maybe, just maybe, we can get them to go up and do an article on the Fraser Valley Drag Boat Association up in Canada. Who knows? Could happen. They sent a racer down here this weekend. I already found him on Facebook. Give him a follow. I'm going to check that out a little bit. And next time I get up there to see my dad, I'm going to try and see if I can figure out how to schedule that where I can go to a race. I think that'd be a whole lot of fun.
I like that little sticker you got there. What is that,
Those
light
are-
up?
That's the Illumilighting thing that Snyder Motorsports has on their sponsor list. Check this out. So you can barely kind of see it, but as you're talking, that thing lights up and moves.
Wow.
So as you're sitting here talking, it lights up with the music or whatever. So be kind of cool. I've seen them. They've got them on their boats, and they look really cool when they set them up for like a show and shine or whatever. So super stoked. They came over and gave me a couple of samples, so I'm pretty excited about that. Trying to figure out where I can put one on my motorcycle. In the IGTG left lane, boat number 150 is Cole Allen. Total Chaos holds 2 records that he pulled down this weekend out of Fort Smith, Arkansas. Sponsored by Allen Motors, Shuttles, Dirt Moving, and Paul Wright Race Engines. I run into the final round. My God, that is a rocket.
446, 161.35, and he clicked it off. Total Chaos, Cole Allen. He knows he's coming out of here with both ends of the record, ET and mile an hour. He set him in qualifying, a 419 with a 7, 211.12, and 049 in the reaction time. Just wanted to see how that boat would set. Got in it and rocked it down the racetrack.
I don't see him. Who am I calling?
Geez, we just missed a great opportunity. Todd Haas was down here watching as Cole Allen made a run.
Nice. Quick eliminator, this is your final call to the in-ramp. Pro Outlaw needs you to the in-ramp for semifinal round. Quick eliminator, your final call. Pro Outlaw needs you to the in-ramp for final round. And then I need personal watercraft, stock eliminator, and mod eliminator to be on standby for your finals. We'll be calling you very shortly.
Mike DeClark, wow. Big round win up against Andy Reynolds in that running with scissors and really stepped it up. Greg Shoemaker and Eddie Pacilio and Dale DeClark and Josh Walton all helping out. Gina giving them all the encouragement. BFP Garage, D21 Enterprises, SoCal Jet Boats, Precision Craft Marine, Greg Shoemaker Marine, Lat Racing Oils, S&J Plastering, Infinity Plumbing. So many accomplishments for that man. Brad Anderson Power Plant, 565 cubic inches. One of those DSR Curtis Hulls. Black Dragon, of course, Kent Price going up against him. The Onyx Services, special thanks to Ronnie, Danny, Brian, and Corleen. What a matchup we got here. Who's going to go up against the big dog?
Oh, I don't even know. That's anybody's guess, to be honest, at this moment. Kent Price racing out of Porter, Texas. Mike DeClark racing out of Anaheim, California. Got a SDBA boat in the right lane and an NJBA boat over in the left lane. Not that that really matters, but it's just cool.
Being out of Anaheim, he's probably got that Disneyland pass, right?
Right.
I'll tell you what, this is an e-ticket ride for sure. Mike DeClark. His excitement level must be high. He's also going to be having a race coming up the 19th, co-sanctioned, ADBA and NJBA. But right now he's focused on one thing. He is focused on Kent Price, the Black Dragon in that WCR Construction side of the racetrack, the IG, TG, Computer Solutions lane. Left side, Little White Lie, Mike DeClark. Top. Wow. 438, 199. Whole shot victory. 437.7, 195 for Kent Price. But Mike DeClark, Little White Lie, couple of hole shots today, and he is going to go to the final. Big run for the number 3 qualifier. And Little White Lie, Mike DeClark, getting that win.
That was an awesome run right there. Those guys both had it all the way in, all the way down, and just put on a show for everybody.
One of those little bitty hole shots.
Man, those things make a difference, don't they? That reaction time, 9 times out of 10, that decides the race right there. All right, that should be bringing us back around to stock eliminator for their semi-final round. Scott Dozel is up there. He's in the right lane. He's got a bye all the way into the final. I don't know. It looks like that will be first, and it will. He's in the WCR Construction right lane. Boat number 777, calls it Thunderstruck. Came in as the number 8 qualifier and has worked his way all the way to the final. Sponsored by Greg and Melody Johnson, Rogue Shop Racing, Auto Image, AZ Hot Boats, Civil Works Contracting, and Solar Fix of Arizona for all your solar needs. He's dialed in at a 9.9 for the buy run, which I guess makes sense. No sense pushing it too hard. He actually qualified in that number 8 spot with a 976, and he's been running 9.7s pretty much the entire weekend. Although his last pass was a 991 and 5, so maybe that's why he dialed in the 9.9. Either way, it's a buy run, so none of it really will matter right this moment.
You know, knowing him, he's probably got all the sandbags in there with him.
You'll see him throwing stuff out about halfway down the course. Get out of here. Scott Dozel, he's a pretty cool cat, man. He was one of the first guys I met when I started working for the Arizona Drag Boat Association, and was very friendly, taught me a lot of stuff, helped me out a little bit. I've really enjoyed watching him race over the years. He's done a great job both with this machine and with the Gotta Produce More machine when he was driving that.
Yeah, he really doesn't listen to Barry Manilow on his way to the lanes by any means.
You don't think he does?
No, Thunderstruck, AC/DC, it's more in his...
All right. I could see that.
We got the Suzuki truck. Whose trailer was that? I don't think that's a drag boat truck. Maybe they were just here spectating. Of course, we got a Honda running.
I know.
12 cubic inch.
Right? That's crazy, and that boat is fast.
That'd be even a smaller motor than a Formula One.
It doesn't look very big back there at all, but it's sure putting out a lot of power. I'd love to know how much horsepower they're putting out with that thing and how much torque it's putting out. Here we go. Scott Dozel, Thunderstruck. Just kind of low-key idling down there, not super loud, not big and showy, but man, that boat can perform. Emily says she has a dozen small event shirts left. Come and get them while they're here, or sign up to pick up for the reorder list.
Looked like Darren reached down, grabbed his camera, got a shot of Ashley over there with her blonde hair flowing in the breeze. and he runs it through with a 988.9, 78.11. He did not show his hand. That's card talk.
Yeah, no, he did not.
And he's definitely a card shark when it comes to racing.
0.82 for reaction time. I mean, he's got it down. We'll just have to see what happens. So Scott Dozel, by run into the final round. Keith Funk and the Meatball going to pair up right now to find out who's going to be on the other side of that bracket. John Murray in the IGTG left lane, boat number 40, Hot Water 6 out of Kingsland, Texas. That boat is a Mirage with a Mercury 142 for power, sponsored by LBJ Partners Realty and Marshall Marine. And in the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 1967, dialed in at a 9.19 is Keith Funk. Calls the boat Rat Rod. This is your number 6 and number 9 qualifiers headed to the final.
Look at that reaction time. 017 light. John Murray, Hot Water 6. Cutting it. 17th thou when that green light came on. He was at the stripe, runs it through. 9:18, 78.90 on the mile an hour. Keith Funk looking to run a 9:19, was close to the number, runs a 9:23 at 88. But man, he was not able to make up that tremendous advantage on the reaction timer put up by John Murray. So the Keith Funk Rat Rod machine out of here, and it's going to be Scott Dozel and Hot Water 6, John Murray for the trophy in that stock eliminator category. 18 racers coming in, and now there are 2.
Yeah, Keith Funk kind of had the advantage coming in with that 919 dial in. He had a little tiny bit of a head start, but he gave it away there at the start line, and that was pretty much all she wrote for that. So it'll be John Murray, Scott Dozel in the final. And now we're going to find out who the modified eliminator finalists will be. That is a busy, busy, busy sheet of paper. We had 21 boats in that field. We are down to 3. And soon we'll be down to 2. One of these 2 guys right here going home. In the IGTG left lane, boat number 517 is Jesse James Jr. and the Outlaw. Racing out of Tyler, Texas, sponsored by Lone Star Millworks, David and Kerry Muller, Cedarbilt, Eagle Motorsports, JCD, Steve Ray, Butch Carter, Carter Rig Services, and Jimmy and Priscilla Kemp. And in the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 018, Hardy Cole. Booger Red, the name of the boat. Racing out of Joplin, Missouri, sponsored by Jet Boat Bills Performance, Sonia Owensby, 4A Pest Control, Dead Aim Racing, Carol McKinney, Dirty Bottom Racing, Ellison. It just happened. Jesse James, I don't know if the boat ever fired, but he never left the line. He's looking back. Something must not have been right.
Wow.
But my goodness, that is not. I have not seen that all season long.
Boy, I'll tell you, I was looking at the odds makers, and they definitely had that left lane as a favorite. But
well, man, I wasn't picking a favorite one way or the other. These are both solid drivers, but
absolutely.
That program has been so solid all year long. I'm basically just shell-shocked to see him still sitting on the in-ramp or on the holding rope and not make a pass. That is crazy.
But I'll tell you what, Booger Red, Hardy Cole, he was ready.
Yes.
42 reaction time, 8:12, 92.31, and boy, he had that look like he glanced around a couple times like, where is he?
Yeah.
Where is he?
So I believe truck and trailer for boat number 517. Back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for 517. Back to the in-ramp. Tough luck for Jesse James and his crew. I don't know what happened, but wow. So Pro Outlaw should be at the in-ramp, please. Pro Outlaw, you guys should be at the in-ramp for your semifinal round. All right, here we go. Carrie Alt now in the WCR Construction right lane. Mama's midlife crisis. Looking to take her by run into the final. Hardy Cole already there waiting for her. Carrie runs out of Tucson, Arizona. It's a CNH Hydro with a big block Chevrolet for power. Sponsors by Don's Hot Rod Shop in Tucson, Carl Snyder and Mile High Vapors. Excuse me, and special thanks to the boys, Jeff, Jacob, and Brian for all of their help. So it will be a Hardy Cole Carrie Alt final for Modified Eliminator.
And Carey running it through with an 8.149, 114.01 on the mile an hour. So Mama's midlife crisis ready to come back for the final.
And now we're going to see who we're going to have for the quick eliminator final. And it looks like we're going to have our Gavin Snyder by run first, and then we'll have Ken Jenkins and Barry Salzman. Personal watercraft, stock eliminator, and modified eliminator. Need you guys back to the in-ramp for your final. I know that stock and mod are both down at the out-ramp. If you guys could just do a quick turn and bring them right back to the in-ramp, we would appreciate it. Gavin Snyder now in the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 657, 6 to midnight. Snyder Motorsports, Napa, Real Medina Truck and Auto and Marine, Real Fab and Weld, Custom Powder Coating, Four-Way Bar and Grill, Trinity Ministries, Lilly Construction, Long's Machinery, RTS Construction, Reagan and Angie Everett, Guild Mortgage, now when that boat hits second gear, it just planes out and just goes.
Man, I'm telling you,
It's
great
amazing.
lead, 065 for Gavin. He glanced over. He gave Mickey a wink, runs it through with a 6039 at 148.97. That was a wink. Coming after him, all right. All right. So Gavin Snyder, 6 to midnight. 603, he's ready.
He's ready.
I say he is ready.
So now let's find out who his competition will be on the other side of the bracket. In the IGTG left lane, boat number 110 is Ken Jenkins. The boat's a Cole powered by Chevrolet. Calls it through the fire. Came in as the number 20 qualifier and looking to make his way into the final with this run. Dedicating this race to Jackson. Special thanks to Gary Gray, Stacy, Rich, Sarah, Todd, and all the volunteers. Into WCR Construction right lane, boat number 689K, Barry Salzman. Fish Killer out of Buffalo, Kentucky. Thanks to the crew, Jimmy Gold, Donna Salzman, David Dangerfield, Michael Boone, and Tyler Salzman. Number 3 qualifier with a 6004 on a 6-second index. Winner goes to the...
Seen Ken Jenkins glance over. 6012, 149 in the mile an hour, 042 reaction time, and he left second. Barry Salzman, the Fish Killer, had an 023 reaction time, runs 6080, 139. How about that? Through the fire. Ken Jenkins coming out of the number 1 spot and going to the trophy round, and he's going to square off against Gavin Snyder. Wow, that's going to be a monster race.
Came out of the number 20 spot to get there. Gavin Snyder was your number 2 qualifier. Ken Jenkins was your number 20 qualifier out of 20 boats. Made it to the final. And it will be an all-Texas final here very, very shortly for Quick Eliminator. All right, personal watercraft. Need your boats at the in-ramp for final round. Stock Eliminator and Modified Eliminator. I know you guys just came off the line, and you're at the out-ramp probably getting out of the water, but if you guys could do a quick turnaround and bring them right back to the in-ramp, we would appreciate it. It would help a bunch. We have one semifinal round to go. Pro Outlaws, the only one we have left. And I can't find it. It's in here somewhere. There we go. Got a couple of West Coast machines for that final. Hey, check your pockets. If you're missing your cell phone, if you can come up here and describe it for us, we'll be happy to give it back to you. Here is the Pro Outlaw semi-final.
What are you doing, man? Yeah? Whose phone is this? Whose phone is this? This is Chip's phone? Whose phone is it? CBG? I did. I know, and I'm in Phoenix with his phone. So what's the name again?
They're coming looking for you, Tanya.
Hey, Steve. Steve, you out there? Steve, check your pocket. You got your phone? Huh? You know Chip in North Carolina? He said, go get your phone. Come on.
So Justin Schmidt in the 103 machine was supposed to be the competition in this round, and unfortunately they're broke and not able to make the start. So Cody Childress going to be in the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 077. He calls it Bad Influence. Going to be taking a competition single. Into the final round. Can't beat that, right? Just make the pass. That's all you got to do. And you're headed to the final. Cody Childress already won the High Points Championship over at SDBA. Looking to see if maybe he can win this Nationals event as well. We will find out who he's going to have to get around to be able to do that. It'll either be Brian Nelson or Ken McKillican, one of those two. But first, he just needs to make this competition single.
Is that a sweet looking run? How about a 524 and a 520 index, 171 in the mile an hour? Bad Influence, Cody Childress. Sweet. Looking good. I'm liking it. Pro Outlaw.
coming all the way down here from Langley, British Columbia in Canada. That boat's a Bitts Deaver with an Allen Johnson TFX for power, sponsored by Lucas Oil, NGK Spark Plugs, K&S Freight, High Performance Engines, Hot Wired Images, Lordco Auto Parts, Nats Repair, Bitts Custom Boats, Stealth 2.0 Racing, Stillwater Trucking, and Mountain View Solutions. Kent came in here as the number 13 qualifier with a 5:48 and 5, and he is currently paired up against the number 1 qualifier in Brian Nelson for the semifinal round. Brian Nelson and the Rude Awakening Machine in the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 006. He claims that is the world's quickest and fastest jet boat. Jet Performance Marine, Parker Garage Doors, Outlaw Custom Boats, Matt Brown Trucking, Brian Letterly at Jet Set Luxury Brokers, and East Valley Performance all helping him out. Special thanks to the crew, Dan, Dustin, and Vince. It's also his sister Brianna's birthday today, 20 years old. Hoping maybe brother can pull off a win. It's all up to him right now, though. Just got to keep it clean and make a straight run, and he'll be good to go. He's also got to get to the other end faster than Ken McKillican, who I think will have something to say about that, because he would also like his shot at Cody Childress. It's a long trip down here from Canada.
How about Brian Nelson? 520 is the index, dead on 6, 164 in a mile an hour, 053 reaction time. There was no rude awakening there. More wasted money. Ken McKilligan, he went red by 92 thou, runs a 547, a 161, going to the final against Cody Childress. Bad influence is Brian Nelson. How about dead on 6, Mike?
Yep, 5206. So it'll be Brian Nelson and Cody Childress in the final. Tough luck for Ken McKillican. And this final will be the number 1 and number 2 qualifiers. Ken McKillican had himself a great weekend and a really great run. It's a long ride back to Langley, but I think they can hold their heads proud. They made a good showing out of it today, and you know, I mean, it's kind of a bad deal when you beat yourself at the end, but man, you know, what a good weekend they've had, and they've had a whole lot of fun down here in southern Arizona. So thanks for coming down, guys. Super cool. And I'm going to go check out the Fraser Valley Drag Boat Association the next opportunity I get.
Hey, everybody out there, guess what? All we've got left is finals. We got a bunch of them, but all we got left is finals. Let's see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 trophies. Where will they go?
We're going to find out shortly. Stock eliminator, modified eliminator. Need you guys to do a quick turn and get back to the in-ramp, please. We need you for your final round. Stock eliminator, excuse me, modified eliminator. Need your boats for final round. Here's the final for personal watercraft in the IGTG left lane. Boat number 19, Lynn Blackburn, doing time 2. Comes in the number 2 qualifier, dialed in at a 10:43, looking for the win. And in the WCR Construction right lane, Raven Broadway, the Golden Child. Came in as the number 4 qualifier. He's dialed in at a 10:43.
How about that Golden Child? How about running a 10.56 and a 43 dial, 68.78 on the mile an hour, 073 reaction time for the Lynn Blackburn, and that'll help carry him to that trophy. And great job there by Lynn Blackburn getting to the final with her doing time machine. She ran a dead-on 4. How about that? A dead-on number. Looking for that 43, ran up with a 4, 67.95. But that Golden Child, Rathan Broadway, with a great leave, got him that round win.
So congratulations to Raven. That's awesome. He's had himself a pretty good season with the SDBA. Lynn Blackburn also had a pretty good season with SDBA. And they get paired up together just sort of through their own hard work. And there you go. All right, I need top eliminator, pro eliminator to the in-ramp, please, for final round. Top eliminator and pro eliminator to the in-ramp, please, for your final round.
I want to thank all those folks listening in on RacerH2O.com, listening in on YouTube and Facebook. I want to thank all you folks for coming out and hanging with us. We know that NASCAR was in town this weekend. They had the Truck Series event on Friday. Saturday they had that the other race category, and today the big cars, so to speak, were running. But we know that there's a lot of choices for you to spend your money, and we're so happy that you came out here and decided to hang with us this beautiful weekend here at Firebird Lake, Wild Horse Pass Raceway.
Just had to pitch in there. I wasn't trying to step on top of you, but holy cow. You know, we would have done this drag race without a single fan, but it's a whole lot more fun with all these people here to enjoy it and us to have somebody to talk to other than just ourselves. It's absolutely pretty cool.
Well, maybe we could have done it without any fans, but without that food court, without me having an ice cream cone, and without you having that pulled pork.
Oh, that was so good.
On the tater tots. I mean, gosh. Made your day, right? And made mine.
Top eliminator, pro eliminator, and pro comp flat. Need your boats to the in-ramp, please, for final round. Top eliminator. Pro eliminator, pro comp flat. Need your boats to the in-ramp for final round, please. Blown gas flat, quick eliminator, and pro jet. Need you guys to be standing by. Okay. you go. Hey, if you just happen to be walking around and you found a GoPro, or if you see a lost GoPro somewhere, if you would bring it to Brian at Jet Set Luxuries, there's a $200 reward for that GoPro.
Hey, you know, and Brian literally just came by and they lost the GoPro. You know, the GoPro probably isn't as valuable as what's on the GoPro to them. They would love to get it back. They're offering a reward, but, you know, hey, if you find something that you know is going to be very important to somebody, please get it to us. We'd be more than happy to get it back.
If you don't want to take it down there, you can bring it to us at the tower. No questions asked, just bring it back and let's get that done, okay? In the IGTG left lane, boat number 40 is John, the Meatball Murray out of Kingsland, Texas. Hot Water 6, the name of that little outboard. LBJ Partners Realty and Marshall Marine sponsoring him. In the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 777N is Scott Dozel, Thunderstruck. Sponsored by Greg and Melody Johnson, Rogue Shop Racing, Auto Image, AZ Hot Boats, Civil Works Contracting, and Solar Fix of Arizona. Your number 8 qualifier in the right lane, your number 6 in the left. They both made it to the final. John Murray dialed in at a 9 flat. Scott Dozel dialed in at a 985. And here we go.
Boy, if you could see John Murray in there, he was shaking his head. He was like, what's the Thunderstruck doing? He went red, left lane, Hot Water 6, gets the win. So John Murray takes the trophy. And out of Kingsland, Texas, John Murray with a 909, a 909 at 83 and a mile an hour. Good job there for taking the trophy. Dozel runs 10.00. Scott was anxious on the leave, had a .123 red, and he out of here. But he's runner-up. Great job by both competitors. Whole bunch of boats in a stock eliminator category just to get to the final. It took a heck of a lot, and just so happened, Hot Water 6, John Murray's taking that trophy back to Texas.
Absolutely. Great time by both of them. Actually, you know, while we have the opportunity, because I know some boats are already pulling out, I've been seeing a few of them working their way out through the pits and whatnot, but, man, just want to send out huge props to all of our racers, all of the competitors that showed up here this weekend and came to race. Everybody has done a fabulous job. They put up a strong effort. We couldn't have asked for anything better from these guys to put on a show, and they've done a hell of a job. So thank you to all of you guys that came and showed up to compete.
Race fans, don't move. There's more racing on Racer H2O coming up right after these messages. Please be sure to subscribe to this channel or follow this page for more amazing watercraft racing coverage. Thanks again for watching Racer H2O.
RacerH2O.com is the place to go to find easy-to-use links to our social media. Watch, read, listen to, and enjoy our content on demand for free on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and RacerH2O.com.
For the Mike DeClark out of California, Little White Lie, sponsored by DSR Marine, GS Marine. Also, Infinity Plumbing, Lat Oil, S&J Plumbing, and Freedom and Fuel.
RacerH2O.com is the place to go to find easy-to-use links to our social media. Watch, read, listen to, and enjoy our content on demand for free on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and RacerH2O.com.
For the Mike DeClark, out of California, Little White Lie, sponsored by DSR Marine, GS Marine. Also, Infinity Plumbing, Lat Oil, S&J Plumbing, and Freedom and Fuel.
RacerH2O.com is the place to go to find easy-to-use links to our social media. Watch, read, listen to, and enjoy our content on demand for free on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and RacerH2O.com.
Race fans, welcome back to Racer H2O. Before we return to the show, please remember to subscribe to this channel or follow this page. Thanks. Now, let's get back to the racing.
If you're interested, sponsored by WeSellGrass.com, Eagle Motorsports, Lone Star Pump, FloatFix.com, Pumps by Chop, and in the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 383 is Bill McGuinn. Special thanks to Joe Shelfo, Larry Flotus, Richard Anderson, Mickey McGuinn, Lifeline, and Peggy Owens. Your number 7 qualifier and Jerry Branham, your number 5 qualifier and Bill McGuinn, proving it does not matter. Anybody can win on Sunday. Final round, top eliminator. This one's for all the marbles. Here we go. Bill
Bill McGuinn, dead on 6, but he was red. How about your winner, Jerry Branham, back in black, 0.61 on the reaction time, runs a 2 quick, 6.98 with a 6, 111. Tried to get in front of the Bill McGuinn, not probably knowing that Bill went red. The no clue. Runner-up, the winner in this top eliminator category this weekend is Jerry Branham, back in black.
So Jerry Branham was the winner for the Nationals last year here at Wild Horse as well, and pulls it off twice in a row, as well as 2 back-to-back championships at home. So, yeah, man, if you're looking to buy a boat, this is a solid machine right here. He's looking to sell this thing so he can move into something else. Get with Jerry and have a visit with him, see what you come up with, because y'all might be able to work something out. Hey, want to while I have a quiet minute, send a thank you out to the Snyder Motorsports guys, Mickey and his crew. They sent me, I was talking earlier about the Illuminlighting, and it's pretty cool stuff, and they actually sent me down a couple to have for my very own. So I appreciate those guys. Thank you very much for doing that.
He's trying to figure a way to put it on his motorcycle.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how I can put that stuff on my motorcycle. I haven't figured it out yet, but man, be looking forward to seeing you guys next year. You're sneaking up on people like that. Here comes your modified eliminator final. Looks like we're going to have Carrie Alt, Mama's Midlife Crisis over there on the IGTG left lane. And Hardy Cole, Booger Red in the WCR Construction right lane. That's how that's looking to shake out for me. They're not quite in the computer yet, so I don't have the rest of their information, but I can see the boats. Final round. Carrie Alt. She had to get past Emily Urshan in round 1, had to get past Jeremy Alexander in round 2, and then Hunter Pritchard in round 3, and then had a bye run into the final finally in round 4. But she has put in the time and put in the work. And now sitting in the final, ready to go, Hardy Cole. He had Mike Ledford in round 1. And then he had Tara Scribner in round 2. No, he had Rudy Romero in 2. He had Scribner in 3. And then he had Jesse James Jr. And I don't know what happened there. Jesse James' boat didn't fire. And tough luck for Jesse, but good luck for Cole. Managed to get into that final spot. All right, guys, if you would. All right, here we go. Carrie Alt, Mama's Midlife Crisis out of Tucson. Don's Hot Rod Shop. Carl Snyder at Mile High Vapors, helping to sponsor their season, came in as the number 9 qualifier. In the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 018, Booger Red. Hardy Cole driving that machine. Sponsored by
For the trophy, Hardy Cole, Booger Red, getting the win. So Hardy Cole runs through with that time of 8:06.7, 91.57 on the mile an hour, a 141 reaction time. Carrie was a little off on her leave, 0.359, runs a good 8:15 with a 9, 111 on a mile an hour, but the trophy going to Hardy Cole, Booger Red from Joplin, Missouri. That's going to be a long.
Good job to both of those drivers and the hard work they put in to get where they are. Hey, you guys check your boats. That GoPro that they're looking for may have been mounted on one of the boats. So you could check that and just make sure that it didn't fall down inside somebody's boat, and maybe that's where it's missing at. So I need Pro Modified, top alcohol flat and top alcohol hydro. To the in-ramp, please. Pro Mod, top alcohol flat, top alcohol hydro. Need you guys to the in-ramp for final round. Pro Outlaw, be standing by. You'll be coming up shortly. So I had way too much going on up here, but that was Tim Ortiz, never satisfied, in the left lane, and Brian Dunn in the eye candy machine in the right lane, and Tim Ortiz gonna take the win. Lays down a lick with a 1:016 for reaction time, and a 671 and 8 on a 664 dial-in. Brian Dunn, 077 for reaction time, 604 and 2, but it wasn't enough. And Tim Ortiz gets to the line first. That was your number 1 and number 2 qualifiers. Tim Ortiz goes from the number 2 qualifying spot all the way to the winner for Pro Comp Flat.
Had a bad leave there for Brian Dunn in the eye candy machine. He had an 077 light, ran through it a 604 with a 2, and the margin at the stripe, 1/10 of a second, and hey, congratulations, never satisfied. He's got to be satisfied with that win. Tim Ortiz over Brian Dunn in the eye candy machine. Pro Eliminator up next. I believe somebody said the speakers aren't working off tonight, right? But we're going to keep talking, you know, right?
Cole Billings and the Gunslinger in the 588 machine. And in the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 298, Bob Prigmore, Abracadabra, sponsored by D&E Motorsports Development, Peterson Boat Specialties, and Marine Performance Designs. Cole Billings, sponsored by Andrew Race Engine, Bougie Bus of Lake Havasu, and
what a race. Cole Billings, the Gunslinger. So Cole Billings taking care of business. Cole Billings with a reaction time of 076. Abracadabra. Bob Prigmore spotted him a little too much in a leave. Prigmore runs through with a 688 at 112, and it looked like he gave that look like, I don't think I'm going to get him, but Cole Billings, congratulations too, taking the win in this Pro Eliminator category that came in with 14 boats, knocked off the number 1 qualifier, and another one of those 1-2 matchups in the final.
here comes our final now for Blown Gas Flat. And in the IGTG left lane, boat number 540N is GW Golf, driving for Matt Brown in the Bottled Hell machine out of Catoosa, Oklahoma. Sponsored by Matt Brown Trucking, Jet Performance Marine, Bank of America, Mobile Force Refueling, and special thanks to Matt and Chelly for all of their help and support. He comes in the number 2 qualifier and made it all the way to the final. In the WCR Construction right-hand lane, Boat number 235 in. Tom Riggs. Drag This, the name of the boat. Couple of NJBA boats right here. Tom Riggs' machine sponsored by Pete Fleming Racing Engines, TPC Plumbing. The crew is Tyler, Pete, and Michelle. He comes in as the number 4 qualifier. Blown Gas Flat.
Couple of winged blown gas flats in this final. Couple of the boats opted to not go wings. They went wingless, I guess you might say. But these two, coming out of the number 2 spot is the GW Golf, Matt Brown owned Bottled Hell, while Drag This, Tom Riggs, coming out of that number 4 spot. 6:01 for GW. The clocks, the lights are on. 6:05 with a 7. Qualifying the number 4 spot. Trophy time, ladies and gentlemen. Blown gas flat, the category.
So GW Golf had to get by Wyatt McAllister in round 1 and then got by Jeff Martin in round 2. And Tom Riggs had Cole Irick in round 2 and Sean Garreau in round 2. And here they are in the final.
Tough. Not coming off the rope. Drag This. Tom Riggs never looked back. He gets the win. GW Golf. Now in day 1 of qualifying, he had a problem. What a time to come up with another one.
You saw him right there. I don't know if you did, but I saw him. It went, and he looked up and then just was like, and grabbed the rope. Yeah, he knew. So we'll need truck and trailer for boat number 540N. Back to the in-ramp, please. Truck and trailer for 540N. Back to the in-ramp, please. For GW Golf, tough luck for him. That is not the way they wanted to end that season at all. And that's going to bring us to quick eliminator. Once we get the other boat out in the lane, into IGTG left lane, boat number 657 is Gavin Snyder, driving for Mickey Snyder in 6 to midnight. Sponsored by Snyder Motorsports, Napa, Rio Medina Truck and Auto, and Marine, Real Fab and Weld, Custom Powder Coating, 4-Way Bar and Grill, Trinity Ministries, Lilly Construction, Long's Machine, RTS Construction, Reagan and Angie Everett, Guild Mortgage, Postal Annex, Rowdy Tees, Twisted Tags and Embroidery, Illuma Lighting, and thanks to my family and crew. In the WCR Construction right-hand lane, boat number 110, Ken Jenkins through the fire. These guys have paired off before several times this season, I can promise. Ken Jenkins came in as the number 20 qualifier, and I'm starting to wonder if he didn't come in as a sleeper, because, man, he has just worked his way through the competition. Dedicating this race to Jackson. Special thanks to Gary Gray, Stacy, Rich, Sarah, Todd, and all the volunteers for a great job as always. And a big thank you to Big Baron's Top End Grub for the good food all season. Those guys have been setting up in the pits over there at SDBA all season long, cooking for the racers and their crews and doing a great job. That Big Baron's Top End Grub. So Mickey Snyder standing by watching, waiting to see what Gavin's going to do with that machine. Gavin Snyder had Tommy Powell in round 1. Then he had Larry Flotas in round 2, had a bye into the final in round 3. Ken Jenkins, same deal. He had Brody Martin in round 1. And then he had Blake Thurlow in round 2, and then a bye run into the final. In the meantime, we had to get some other stuff done, or he had a bye run into the semifinal, rather, and then he had Barry Salzman to get by in order to be able to make it to this final round. So neither one of these guys has had a completely easy ride. They've had to work to get here. And now we're going to see what happens. Gavin Snyder comes in, the number 2 qualifier, with a 6.004, excuse me. And Ken Jenkins, like I said, number 20 qualifier with a 6.541.
Good thing that races aren't decided on paper. Because
absolutely,
reading this book, you wouldn't have never thought that Ken Jenkins would be in the final, but he is driven through the fire all day long. Right now, 6 to midnight, Gavin Snyder is in his way. Mickey, I'm sure, looking on. A lot of interest here. Trophy. Quick eliminator. 6-second index. Well, the dream ends there. Red light by 36 thou. How about Gavin Snyder, 6 to midnight. Hold Mickey down. You can bet he jumped for joy. 6:09 with a 2 to a 6:10 with a 2. But it was a red light by 36 thou for Ken Jenkins. So the number 20 qualifier stopped by your number 2 guy. So,
Gavin Snyder takes the win. Nice job for the Snyder Motorsports team. So here comes our Pro Jet final. And it's going to be Jeremy Dickerson over in that IGTG left lane in boat number 987. And they're towing Robert Ledbetter out there now. He's going to end up in that WCR Construction right lane, I believe. Don't forget, we still got that top alcohol hydro, top fuel hydro rematch coming up. Couple of cases of beer on the line. They've raced twice. They raced at San Angelo. They raced again here yesterday, and they've come up 1-1. So they decided they had to have one more to see who the winner was going to be. In the IGTG left lane, Jeremy Dickerson can't quit. Holds the record for ET with a 362. Boat number 987 out of Lake Charles, Louisiana. In the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 356 is Robert Ledbetter. Had the record up until today, or yesterday rather, when Jeremy Dickerson took it from him. In qualifying, he'd like to get it back. That boat is the Honey Badger out of Owasso, Oklahoma. 2022 Smoke on the Water Top Fuel Champion, thanks to Dave at D&E Motorsports, Amber, Scott, Kevin, and Godspeed Gary. Pro Outlaw, we're ready for your boats at the in-ramp. Pro Outlaw, bring them to the in-ramp for final round. That is everybody on their way. We got Pro Mod, we got Top Alcohol Flat, Top Alcohol Hydro, and Pro Outlaw to run. And then we've got that Top Fuel, Top Alcohol Hydro grudge match to settle it once and for all. Starter called for the lights. Jeremy Dickerson, your number 1 qualifier in the left lane. Robert Ledbetter, your number 2 qualifier in the right. Jeremy Dickerson had a bye to get here. Ledbetter had to go through Rick Allen before he could get here. Let's see what they can make happen right here. Right? Remember, they're only going to the yellow buoys. That's the finish line for Pro Jet. The 660 line, and they can't go faster than 145.
Number 1 qualifier gets the win. 372, 133. While the 397 Robert Ledbetter, the Honey Badger, and actually the Honey Badger had a great leave, 022 reaction time, but the number better in that left lane for Jeremy Dickerson. Can't Quit is your winner. Congratulations to both competitors getting to the final round.
And that is going to bring us to the Pro Mod final. Not entirely sure which lanes are going to end up here. We'll find that out here in just a minute. But it's going to be Shelby Ebert and Tyler Salzman in the final. Tyler had Greg Lampard in round 1. And then he had Jason Brandt in round 2. Terry Kane in round 3 and made it to the final. Shelby Ebert had Rob Birkland in the first round. And then she had Kevin Helm in round 2, but he broke. Then she had Cade Genesek in round 3. And now sitting in the final as well. All right, here we go. Your finalists for Pro Modified in the IGTG left lane. Boat number 326, Shelby Ebert, driving for Todd and Jan Ebert. Can't Touch This, the name of the machine. It's a Koss Hydro. 525 cubic inch AJPE engine. Lucas Oil Marine Products, ENR Machine, Mom and Dad, Star Cards, and NGA Spark Plugs helping to sponsor. She already won the Pro Mod High Points Championship at the KDBA this year. Looking to see if she can take the Nationals trophy home as well. That would look very nice on the dresser. In the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 493K, Tyler Salzman. Hillbilly Express, another KDBA machine. These two have faced off before, I can tell you that. He was the Pro Mod High Points runner-up. He'd like another crack at it. Let's see what happens. Salzman Farms, Salzman Automotive, Lucas Oil Speedway, Urbana Stockyards, and Fisher Cattle Company helping to sponsor. Special thanks to Mom, Dad, Michael, and Kyra. That boat's a Curtis with 540 cubic inches of Chevrolet strapped in behind Tyler's head. Shelby Ebert coming into this as your number 2 qualifier with a 5.608. And Tyler Salzman coming in with a 5.63 and 6, which gave him the number 5 spot. But we've already seen with quick eliminator, it does not matter really where you qualify. It's what you do on Sunday that counts. Ken Jenkins is a perfect example of that. Went from the number 20 qualifying spot all the way to the final and ended up actually losing it on a red light, so essentially beat himself. Starter called for the lights. Here we go. Shelby Ebert can't touch this in the left lane. Tyler Salzman. Hillbilly Express in the right. Pro modified final.
Woo! Can't touch this. Shelby Ebert. Wow, 565 and that 560 index. 570 with an 8 of 167 for Tyler Salzman. Salzman had a better reaction time. Actually not. 067. Shelby Ebert with an 022 light. So taking care of business. Getting to the stripe by 97 thou and getting the win was she. So can't touch this. Great job by Shelby in that left lane over the Hillbilly Express, Tyler Salzman.
And that should, I see him pulling out there now. That'll bring us to the top alcohol flat bottom final. Top alcohol flat final is going to be Jeff Stewart and Tony Scarlatta. Tony Scarlatta started out up against Bill Diaz. Bill Diaz's boat wouldn't start. Scarlatta got the win. Jeff Stewart had David Geip in the first round. Managed to get through that one and made it to the final. So we've got our number 1 and number 2 qualifiers paired up against each other. Tony Scarlatta driving for Matt Brown. Shazam, the name of the boat.
Four trophies, 2 cases of beer.
Right?
Did you see Craig look up when he heard that 2 cases of beer? Say
He
what?
was like, wait, 2 cases of beer?
Say where? Going where?
Somebody drop those off somewhere? Where they at? In the IGTG left lane, boat number 213, Jeff Stewart, flat hammered. The name of that machine, it's a Canyon with a Brad Anderson engine for power. Sponsored by Craig Turner Construction, Stewart Floor Covering, A Secure Towing. Special thanks to Chris, Craig, Tom, and Debbie, and the Back in Black Racing team. In the WCR Construction, right-hand lane, the man holds 2 SDBA records right now. A 5.0 for a reaction time and a 173.49 for speed. Maybe he'll break one of those right now. We'll see what happens. That is Tony Scarlatta driving for Matt Brown in Shazam, boat number 339 out of Locust Grove, Oklahoma. 2021 world champ, looking to see if he can repeat again. Sponsored by Matt Brown Trucking, Jet Performance Marine, Wozencraft Insurance, East Valley Performance, Mobile Force Fueling, Bank of Oklahoma. Special thanks to Matt and his wife Shelley and the Urshan family, along with Dan and Brian Nelson and the crew. Man, have we had a day of racing right here, Johnny Moto.
Boy, there's no doubt about it. It's winding down, just a few finals to go. Hopefully we'll have that match race, those guys ready to rock and roll. The alcohol hydro and the top fuel machine.
150 plus boats on the water today, and we managed to get through all of them.
And if you'd have looked,
still have time for a beer.
Yeah, and if you'd have looked at David Carroll this morning, I mean, he had that look in his eye like piece of cake, right?
Oh,
piece
man.
of cake.
You know what? He's got absolute faith in this crew. They work like a well-oiled machine. I can say that. I've watched them run all season long, and man, there was no question we could pull it off. As long as there weren't any crazy delays, it was going to happen, and it sure did. Gary's going to check in with both drivers. He'll get a thumbs up from each one of them. He's got a hold of that holding rope handle now. He'll call for the lights. There we go. 30 seconds on the countdown. Jeff Stewart, flat hammered in the left lane. Tony Scarlotta in the right. Shazam. Final round for top alcohol flat. You take 3,000 or 4,000 horsepower and strap it into the back of a flat bottom boat, and then just stand back and wait and see what happens. The funny cars of drag boat racing, they will get air, they will get crooked, they will do all kinds of stuff. It is lots of fun.
Left lane, winner, 5:27.9, 162 on the mile an hour. Better reaction time. Flat hammer Jeff Stewart said, hey, I better rise to the occasion here, and he did. Little bitty hole shot, quicker ET. 5:26 with a 3, 165 for Tony Scarlotta, but a better reaction time. Flat hammered Jeff Stewart for the win. Wow, that was a big one, Mike.
That was an absolutely amazing run, and you know, we've seen some great ones all weekend long, but man, I don't know, man, those flat bottoms I think are some of my favorite boats to watch run. I think a Pro Jet probably is one of my favorites, but those flat boats, top alcohol flat, Pro Comp flat, top bone gas flat, all of those, I don't know, I just like watching them. It's a whole lot of fun. So Jeff Stewart will be your champion. Tony Scarlotta take runner-up. And that should bring us to top fuel, top alcohol hydro. All right, here is your top alcohol hydro final. Total chaos. Reset 2 records out here this weekend. Got a 4:19 and 7 for an ET. That was what gave him the #1 qualifying spot. And a 2:11 and 12 for a mile per hour. That is Cole Allen in the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 150 out of Fort Smith, Arkansas. Sponsored by Allen Motors, Shuttles Dirt Moving, Paul Wright Race Engines. And in the IGTG left lane, boat number 537 is Mike DeClark. Little White Live, the name of that boat. It's a DSR Curtis with a Craft BAE blown alcohol engine back there. Sponsored by Infinity Plumbing, S&J Plastering, Lat Racing Oils, GS Marine, Precision Craft Marine, SoCal Jet Boats, D21 Enterprises, BFP Garage. Thank you to his beautiful wife, Gina, Eddie Pacilio, Greg Shoemaker, Dale DeClark, and Josh Walton all helping him out. Cole Allen came in as your number 1 qualifier. Mike DeClark came in as number 3 with a 4:36.9.
Alcohol Hydro Final. Getting ready. Low White Lie. Mike DeClark. Josh Walton. Dale DeClark. Greg Shoemaker. Eddie Pacilio. Special thanks to his lovely wife, Gina. BFP Garage. D21 Enterprises. SoCal Jet Boats. Precision Craft Marine. GS Marine. Lat Racing Oils, S&J Plastering, Infinity Plumbing, the man out of Anaheim, California. I bet he's got the pass to Disneyland. He's definitely got an e-ticket ride, but right now he's going to need it to take down Cole Allen, the Total Chaos Machine, the man who has both ends of the record in the alcohol hydro category. He has not let better qualified boats stand in his way yet, Mike DeClark, and I'm sure he's not worried about Cole Allen. From Fort Smith, Arkansas is the Total Chaos, Cole Allen Machine, Allen Motors, Shuttles Dirt Moving, Paul Wright Race Engines, all helping out that Total Chaos that's going to come out of the WCR construction side of the racetrack and that IG, TG, Computer Solutions lane is featuring Mike DeClark, and we want to thank both of those lane sponsors, of course, for
absolutely
taking care of business this weekend. All of the sponsors,
you know, and I don't put a lot of stock in this, but if you look at the way the ladder's laid down, Cole Allen hasn't really run since the very first round. He had competition, but then he had to buy into the final. Mike DeClark has had to work, and he's had to get through 2 other competitors in order to be able to be here. So you could say that maybe he's a little more ready because, you know, maybe Cole Allen has gotten a little bit sort of sleepy and whatever, but we'll just have to wait and see how this goes. We got 5 seconds before we find out.
God, what a save for Cole Allen.
That was
Total chaos. Mike DeClark, Low White Lie gets the win. 441, 202 in a mile an hour. It looked like I could see the top of the Total Chaos boat. Cole Allen had that baby sideways. What a save. Wow.
That was absolutely nothing but solid driving and a whole lot of luck right there is what that was. And I would be willing to bet Cole's going to need a pair of underwear when he gets to the pit.
Wow.
But my God, what a great job he did saving that boat. They're going to go check on him, make sure he's okay. He got thrown around in there pretty good, but you know, you got to trust that safety equipment. They have, man, they are so well strapped in and secured inside those capsules that there's a pretty good chance he didn't feel a whole lot of that, but they'll check on him, make sure he's going to be sore tomorrow no matter what.
Oh, yeah, you know those straps. I'll bet he stretched them. There's no doubt about it.
So Mike DeClark takes the win, and probably not exactly the way he would have liked to have done that. And Cole Allen does a great job of saving that one. My goodness. All right. now we are down to the last of our finals. It is Pro Outlaw. In the IGTG left lane, boat number 077 is Cody Childress, Nemo, Texas, where he races from. Travis Tuttle, BAE, Lenco Transmissions, TD's Transmissions, Galen and Betty Childress, Ken Jenkins, all helping him out. Special thanks to his wife and kids, Brentley, Braxton, Brady, Blakely. Thanks to Mama Judy. Special thanks to his wife, Kendra. And in the WCR Construction right lane, boat number 006. Brian Nelson, Rude Awakening. He's going to be in the WCR Construction right lane. Jet Performance Marine, Parker Garage Doors, Outlaw Custom Boats, Matt Brown Trucking, Brian Letterly at Jet Set Luxury Brokers, East Valley Performance. Special thanks to the crew, Dan, Dustin, and Vince. Brian Nelson, your number one qualifier. He had a bye in the first round. And then he had Troy Ferry in round 2. He had Ken McKillican in round 3 and made it this way. Cody Childress had Bill Wire in round 1. Then he had Rick Blethroad in round 2. And then he had Justin Schmidt in round 3 to get to the finals. Neither one of them has had an easy road. Cody Childress is already the high points champion for Pro Outlaw at the SDBA, and I can't tell you where Brian Nelson ended up, but I would be willing to bet he was up toward the top over there at NJBA.
You know, talking about NJBA, of course, SDBA, and I think you mentioned we had 4 presidents of different associations out here at
different
one
times
time.
over the weekend. Yeah, absolutely. Pretty cool. We've had representation from every single organization in the country, which is also pretty cool. CDBA, NJBA, SDBA, KDBA. Who did I miss? ADBA.
Which is going to have a co-sanctioned event with the NJBA coming up here on the 19th of November, Lake Ming, as a matter of fact.
In Bakersfield, California. And I was going to mention real quick that also we had representation from the Fraser Valley Drag Boat Association in British Columbia as well. So, man, it has been a super cool weekend, Johnny Moto. We have had so much fun, and I've really enjoyed hanging out up here and working with you. It's been a whole lot of fun doing that. We still have, don't forget, that Top Fuel Hydro, Top Alcohol Hydro rematch coming up shortly. I have not been told that they are headed to the water yet, but I would imagine if they're not, they will be shortly, because this is our last round of competition right here.
Yeah, that's one thing about Firebird Lake, Wild Horse Pass Raceway. We do not have lights for the racetrack, and if they do shut down this racetrack, this might be my last ever drag boat race. And if that's the case, you know, not only do I want to thank all the racers having an opportunity, of course, to be here with the SDBA, but so many of the fans here that I've had many years to hang with, and boy, I'll tell you, all the friendships that you make, and just a tremendous deal. Get to see people like Sean Giroux, Double O. I see him walking over here, but so many friends and family reunion. As a couple folks had mentioned, Daryl Ehrlich came up and did some color with us when we were running the Top Fuel final. And
I got distracted for a moment.
Drag boat race, and all of a sudden that family reunion breaks out.
Yeah. You know what? The truth is, though, I will tell you with almost absolute certainty that even if they shut down Firebird, this is not going to be your last drag boat race. Somebody will call you and say, hey, we need some help. Come on, and you will jump and go.
Buy your own ticket.
Right? No. You know what? I got your number. I'm going to call you when I'm sick and be like, hey, man, can you come help me out? And we'll make that work.
00, Sean Giroux. Man, I'm telling you, one of the hardest levers in the biz. Last couple of rounds, you had a little trouble getting off the line. In the final, what happened?
In the final, what happened was the flywheel starter motor didn't engage, and when it went to the solid amber, the light, I was already scrambled up, so I didn't know the boat goes straight or not. We'd been doing some experimenting for next year, so we're all good now. Lisa went straight down the course. Thank you, Roy Cook and Tim Spurgeon.
Well, I'll tell you what, you guys gave it a good effort, and so I'm glad that you're testing out some stuff for next year.
I don't want to test like that.
No, definitely not, but...
We'll test out some ibuprofen tonight.
There you go. All right, so we got a final, and then we got a match race on tap.
All right, so we're still working on getting Cole's boat squared away and getting it off the water, and we'll go from there, get our rescue folks back in position, and we'll be ready to run this Pro Outlaw Final. While we're doing that, though, let me tell you a little bit about our sponsors making it possible for us to be out here for the 2022 SDBA Drag Boat Nationals. We want to thank RJS Racing Equipment, Funk Racing, RacingJunk.com, House of Color Motorsports, RacerDirect.com, Fatheads Eyewear, Pat Kinsey Drywall, Trinity Racing Ministries, Nitrous Outlet, So-Called Jet Boats, RESP, Racer H2O, IGTD IT Solutions, whew, that's a mouthful, Perimeter Innovations, WCR Construction, and Sunoco Race Fuels have all helped us sponsor this 2022 Drag Boat Nationals for the Southern Drag Boat Association, the mother of all drag boat races. We have had so much fun, and we've had so many boats. We had 152, I believe, total registered that were on the property. $153 was the final count. Thank you, Craig Franklin. Right? He's always correcting me. He's been doing that all season, but I'm all right with it. 153 boats. We ran 4 rounds of qualifying between Friday and Saturday, and I don't even know how many rounds of eliminations we have run because we have had some huge classes out here. 21 boats in one, 15 in this Pro Outlaw class. Just been a ton. So I want y'all to stick around because they're getting ready to fire up the fuel boat, and they'll have that thing warmed up. If you want to wander back to the pits, they're getting ready to do that. They're over kind of in the middle. Liquid Voodoo is over toward the grandstands. And we're just waiting for the water down at the other end and get rescue back in position so that we can run this Pro Outlaw Final. It's been a minute since these guys ran. I could easily see maybe a problem or two with some cooling off motors. So we shall see. Hopefully that is not the case.
Yeah, I'll tell you, this Pro Outlaw category, it's a 520 index, Mike, and you know, some of these guys could, man, I'll tell you, they throw a different pulley on there, they could probably almost go alcohol hydro racing. I mean,
oh, absolutely.
You know, we've seen them bumping that 200 mark easily. In fact, a couple went over 200 miles an hour, and that's the record, of course, in the alcohol hydro category is 211 that we've seen, in fact, set by that gentleman who just showed us one of the most awesome runs down the racetrack all weekend, and thank God it came out on the right side. There's no doubt about that, but this is a very fast category. It was 17 boats came out to vie for those 16 spots. It's all come down to this pair that are patiently waiting. Cody Childress, of course, Bad Influence, and Rude Awakening. Brian Nelson, Brian Nelson coming in as the #1 qualifier. Here again, we got that number 1 and 2
Number 1 and number 2,
qualifiers.
absolutely.
You know,
Got a
amazing.
big moon rising over there.
Whoa.
Give us a backdrop for this run, and I'm telling you right now, you could not ask for better water.
That is a bad moon,
My
too,
goodness.
right? But bad moon
Bad
horizon.
moon rising. We've been having songs all weekend, haven't we? We should play a soundtrack for this weekend. We would have been able to make that happen.
What is that black thing over there, though? You see that?
It's a balloon.
A hot air balloon?
Yep. Hot air balloon.
Craig pacing. He's got that look in his eye. What is he going to have for dinner? Love more hot dogs. Want to thank them folks for coming out. Want to thank all of our food court vendors coming out. I really don't want to bring this up, but I know with the high price of gasoline, if you're thinking you came here with some Halloween candy, some chocolate, and you don't want to take it back, drop some off. Man, I haven't had a Kit Kat bar all day long. You know, actually, Mike, I brought that up when I see you reaching in your bag for your last little Snicker bar, man. I didn't want to shame
I had
you.
an extra one down there, so I
Did you see Liz making her way over here like, whoa, a Snickers
you stole
bar?
her muffin earlier, so maybe you should give her
Yeah.
the Snickers bar.
I know, man. I'm telling you, you can't set food down on this table.
Right.
Man. We'll be jumping on it like. What is that, like carp on a cheese ball? That's me, I'll tell you. So just waiting to get rescue back in place. That awesome run between Cole Allen, the Total Chaos, and the Little White Lie, Mike DeClark. Wow, those Snyder Motorsports illuminating decals are really cool.
They are super cool. I'm stoked that they sent those down here to me. I got to figure out where I'm going to mount them when I get home. I don't know what I'm going to do with them.
Again, we want to thank you fans for hanging out with us.
Absolutely. We're working it as hard as we can and as fast as we can. We got to get that lane cleared down there and then get our rescue personnel back in position so we can run this final. And then after that, we should have that top fuel rematch coming up. And that'll be a whole lot of fun. I haven't heard that fuel boat fire up yet, but I have an earplug in that ear, so I may not be able to hear it anyway.
So the Liquid Voodoo and Living the Dream, Marty Logan, are backing out of the pits. That must be a fiasco. They're right behind each other. You know, I wonder if they're going to race to the launch ramp. That's the kind of guys you're dealing with, you know.
That might be the race right there, right? Look I wonder if I can figure out how to put this on my race bond.
There you go. There will be an award ceremony at the pavilion following the races today. I know they have the banner set up in the pavilion. Would he be taking pictures? Something right. Here come the geese. Oh my gosh. That's one thing. We've kept them out of here. They've been waiting to come back. Quack, quack, quack. I just sent them on their way. They're gone. You should have heard what I said. You speak geese or gooses? How many? If you got a bunch of geese, what do you call them? A gaggle of geese. Whew, you missed it. We ran. No, I'm kidding.
So I think, Johnny, you talked about this already, but the fuel boat and the alcohol hydro both are on their way out here.
They did back out of their pits.
Working our way to the in-ramp. We're going to get that show going, and it's going to be amazing because it's going to be right. The sun's going down. You're going to be able to see those flames coming out of that fuel boat. Man, that's some of my coolest memories from coming to races here back in the IHBA days when, you know, they would run those fuelers toward the end of the day, and you would be able to see all the flames shooting out of those exhausts. Pretty freaking cool.
Yeah. Boy, it almost looks like it's going to be a full moon. I want to thank those folks listening in on Racer H2O. Still hanging with us. What are the, you know, it's not even Sunday in New Zealand. It's Monday.
Huh.
They're probably at work listening to us, right?
Only if their boss is not watching.
Mm-hmm. Hey, didn't everybody move their clocks or something like that? Do people still do that? Oh, what a crazy thing.
That was here today.
Where?
But it doesn't change here.
No, we don't do that stuff.
So everybody else did.
What's the point?
Works out good for me because I'm in New Mexico, which means now for the rest of the year we're on the same time as Arizona. So the time I've been living with all weekend is the time I'm going to go home for. So there's no lag or shock in that whole deal.
So when you get home, you're going to have more sleep or less sleep?
I won't even know. Won't matter.
It won't matter. How about you, Jared? Where are you hanging out? Where do you live? Pittsburgh. Oh my God, it's tomorrow there, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much.
Might as well be. Yeah. Pittsburgh, that's where they have the steaks, right? No, that's Philadelphia.
95% is the moon.
95%.
95% today. Not quite full.
And we don't want to see it above us. So again, we are patiently waiting. We've got the Pro Outlaw final on the rope. Feel for those guys. We're just have an opportunity to, I know with me, just sit here and talk stupid, but those guys got to be focusing on what's at hand, the trophy, in that Pro Outlaw category.
I think I see Rescue 2 working their way back around the island. Can't tell for sure if that's them or not, but I think it is. If that's the case, hopefully we get them back in the lanes and we're ready to go.
So Rescue has came back around. It looks like they're at the end of the island.
Here we go.
Let's go.
Cody Childress, Bad Influence. Number 2 qualifier in the final. In the IGTG left lane. In the WCR Construction right lane. 006 is Brian Nelson. Your number 1 qualifier, calls it Rude Awakening. Here we go.
Wow. What you see is not what you're going to get. 39 Thou Red was Bad Influence. Cody Childress. Brian Nelson, it looks like his machine lost power and he coasts across, but he gets the win. 562, 112 at a mile an hour, a .101 green, but 39 Thou Red was Cody Childress, the Bad Influence, running a great 521 on a 20 dial, but that red light cost him big time.
Yeah, in fact, I was just getting ready to say to you before the round finished that He had that same thing on the last round, didn't he, where it shut down Brian Nelson? Lost power there toward the end and watched him decline in mile per hour. Check this out. This is crazy. So at the 660 mark at half track, Cody Childress was already hitting 154 miles an hour, and Brian Nelson had already peaked at 149, and everything after that is slower. He crossed the finish line at 1,000 with 112.7. Cody Childress just kept climbing, but that 039 red had already done the damage. And Brian Nelson will be your winner for Pro Outlaw. Cody Childress, second place. All right. I'm not 100% sure which lanes we're going to end up in yet, but here's your next pairing and the final race of the weekend. In the IGTG, well, I don't know which lanes yet, so let me just not go there. But boat number 5050, Liquid Voodoo. Carol Haas Racing, Kevin Kinsley doing the driving. They hold currently 2 records. The ET mile an hour, both. The ET record is a 3:17.6. The mile per hour is a 2:50.60. And Liquid Voodoo holds them both for the SDBA. Liquid Voodoo sponsored by WCR Construction, Innovative Global Technology Group, RJS Racing Equipment, DMP Awnings, Scott Palmer Racing, Technicoat, Broken Spine Designs, Perimeter Innovations, Fatheads Eyewear, Advanced Precision, Conway Automotive, CP Carrillo, Menken Racing Propellers, Kinsley Race Cars and Marine, Broken Arrow Powder Coating, and Danny Day Racing. On the other side of the course will be Marty Logan. Top Alcohol Hydro, Living the Dream. Up until this weekend, he had the speed record, mile per hour record for Top Alcohol Hydro with like a 209. The Total Chaos machine took that today, or yesterday actually, with a 211. They've raced twice in the last couple of months. They raced at the final for SDBA in San Angelo, and then they raced again yesterday, and they have each taken a win, one for each of them in those 2 races. So this one is to decide it once and for all. They're going to try and get this thing figured out. And 2 cases of beer on the line for this run. We have had an absolutely amazing weekend out here at Firebird Lake. We have put on the mother of all drag boat race shows. And this, by far, is the best way I can think of to close this thing out. Marty Logan and Living the Dream backing into the water right now. Kevin Kinsley, Liquid Voodoo will come out right after that. And we will put them on the lanes and figure out where they're going to be sitting, and then we will make this thing go. they're going to program these guys into the computer based on the records that have already been set. So that's how the start will be staggered. So the start will be staggered with a 419 or thereabouts for the top alcohol boat, and a 317 or thereabouts for the top fuel boat. So it will be a staggered start, and then it's all about getting to the finish. Yesterday when they ran, Kevin Kinsley took the far lane because he said he wanted to make sure that everybody had an opportunity to be able to see Marty's boat. It looks like maybe they're going to do that again. Although I really do wish they would switch lanes. All right. So Voodoo is splashed and on his way around the corner. Both boats in the water. Marty Logan is again going to be in that right lane, the WCR Construction right lane. And Kevin Kinsley and Liquid Voodoo will be in the IGTG IT Solutions left-hand lane. Not easy for me to say. I've been struggling with that all day. I don't know where Robert Reed is. He's probably loading up, getting ready to try and think about going home, but I'm borrowing one more time, sir. Excitement mounting. Epic.
And there it is, Liquid Voodoo.
That's
coming
my
out.
word. This will be an epic final to an epic weekend. I don't know any better way to describe it, to be very honest with you.
And I was just talking to Todd Haas. They were down there putting the boat in. He's taking a little fuel out of it. It's crazy how the machines, how they set them up and at what part of the racetrack they throw what kind of fuel in it. It's a bit different than the NHRA top fuel counterpart that utilizes 2 tires and spins it, but these guys are using dual props, which is amazing actually. When you talk to all the drivers, it's how hard it throws their head back into the seat.
Somewhere
and
in
it's
the
just
neighborhood
got
of-
2 little props as opposed to 2 giant slicks.
Somewhere in the neighborhood of 3 to 4 G's is what I've been told, is what the driver experiences on launch in that top fuel hydro. And I would imagine it's not that much different in the top alcohol hydro, although there is a fairly big difference in horsepower. The top alcohol guys pulling somewhere in the neighborhood of 5,000 or 6,000 horsepower. The top fuel guys pulling somewhere around 10 or 11,000 horsepower. So, you know, there is a big difference. The top alcohol boat running a single prop as opposed to the double prop on the top fuel hydro. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. Top alcohol for both dragsters and drag boats, limited to a 500 cubic inch engine. So in order to keep those cylinder walls thick enough so that they don't just explode and come apart. So 500 cubic inches is as big as the engine can be. And then they, man, they just pour the fuel to them. I don't remember, one of these boats, Nitro Nuts and Liquid Voodoo, one of them has 3 injectors per cylinder and the other one has 4. And I don't remember which one is which, but pouring the fuel in there.
And you know
they'll burn 10, 12 gallons just during this run.
And you know what's crazy is the fuel lines on these things are bigger than garden hoses.
Oh yeah,
like
they're
radiator
huge.
hoses.
Just dumping the fuel in. Those motors, by the way, also not water cooled, for the same reason that they limit them to 500, because they don't want to weaken those cylinder walls. So there's no water jets anywhere in those motors, and they're completely cooled by the fuel flow and the air going by them, and which is one of the reasons why they have to go back and tear those things down. They got to replace every seal and gasket after every run because they literally just melt them all. So absolutely not an easy endeavor to run, own, or operate a Top Fuel hydro, and we're super grateful for both of these guys making the trip out here and coming helping us put on a show. And man, it's just exciting. Todd Haas and his crew back there working hard all day trying to get things going. The Nitro Nuts guys, Mike Robbins and all those folks, they came out and put on a heck of a show earlier today. In fact, Mike Robbins won that round, by the way.
Number 1 qualifier, got the win. Hey, if you got a camera, a phone, you know, you might think about possibly shooting this, because dusk moving in on us.
It is going to be amazing, for sure. I really do wish, Johnny Moto, that they would have switched lanes this time so that everybody could really get the full experience of that Top Fuel hydro running at sundown, because that is a picture you will not forget. And unfortunately for most of us down here at the front end of the track, we probably won't get to see as much of it as we'd like to. Down there at the end, though, my opinion is that the fueler will be out in front, and we'll see how that goes. But I'm not throwing shade on anybody. I just think that's how it's going to work.
Yeah, Marty Logan doesn't want that to happen.
No. And I'm certainly not trying to besmirch his reputation either. I mean, he's more than capable of making a good run here.
But it'd be patriotic, you know, the American flag like coming out of the fog, like, you know, the giant rooster tails that we hopefully will see here shortly. Liquid Voodoo, a spectacular boat. In fact, they had sent up a beautiful photograph of the machine. Kevin Kinsley autographed it, brought it up here to the tower. We gave it to the Racers Emergency Support Program, and one of our raffle winners yesterday got that. And it is time, ladies and gentlemen.
25 seconds on the countdown. Kevin Kinsley, Liquid Voodoo in the left lane. Marty Logan, Living the Dream in the right. Top Alcohol Hydro in the right lane. Top Fuel Hydro in the left. Watch those capsules. When they close, it's go time.
How about living the dream?
Just about all you can say is wow.
427-206. A hydro, alcohol hydro gets the win. Marty Logan was on his game, a .212 reaction time. Kevin Kinsley with a .179. Liquid Voodoo runs it through with a 372 at 242 in a mile an hour. Wow.
Marty Logan actually crossed the finish line first by 0.28 of a second, so I guess we officially have to give him the win, right?
Yes.
2:06 on a staggered start, 2:12 for a reaction time, and a 4:27 and 1. Kevin Kinsley, 179 for a reaction time, ran a 372 and 9, 242.32 miles per hour. For that pass. Oh my goodness, what a way to end a weekend. My gosh.
Hey, thank all you fans for hanging out with us.
Thank you
folks
so much.
Racer H2O. And man, I'm telling you, what a spectacular weekend. Mike Starr, I want to thank you for allowing me to hang with you here.
Thank you for coming and helping me out. I don't think I could have announced 150 boats by myself, but I am certainly grateful for the help. You can hear my voice is already trashed, but
honey and whiskey.
Honey and whiskey. I got both of those in the trailer. We'll see what happens. It has been an absolutely amazing weekend. It has been my honor to hang out with you. Thank you so much. I do want to thank our sponsors one more time. RJS Racing Equipment, House of Color Motorsports, RacingJunk.com, RacerDirect.com, Fatheads Eyewear, Pat Kinsey Drywall, Trinity Racing Ministries, Nitrous Outlet, SoCal Jet Boats, Perimeter Innovations, Racer H2O, IGTG, IT Solutions, Sunoco Race Fuels, WCR Construction, and RESP. All of those folks helping to sponsor us here for the 2022 Drag Boat Nationals at the Southern Drag Boat Association. I want to thank all of the volunteers and workers that have been here with us all weekend and that have been with us all season long. Gary Gray out there on the line. Liz up here in the tower managing her stuff. Miss Tanya keeping us all in line and making sure we're doing it right. Miss Jackie helping out over here. Laura Kinsley helping out up here. She didn't make it this weekend. Miss Stacy, I can't forget her. Let's see, Rich and Sarah for tech and the in-ramp. Matt Grubauer. I know I'm missing, who's the... Terry Miller running the out-ramp all summer. Jesse running the out-ramp this weekend. All the volunteers and workers that help bring boats in and bring boats out. Thank you very much to Racer H2O for hanging out with us and being with us all freaking season long. You guys are absolutely amazing. Best in the business, no question. Thank you guys very much.
Race fans, thank you for watching our live stream coverage of this event. Before we conclude, be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel, like us on Facebook, and tell everyone you know about Racer H2O. This concludes our coverage for today. Thanks again for watching, and we'll see you 24/7 at racerh2o.com.